Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Oh shit! What are we doing live?
Nothing. I just been YouTubing, streaming, trying to spread the good word of Igtheism. Get that Igtheist Ragnarok going.
Yeah, I seen the video you just posted. And then I was listening to the one where Knife couldn't prove it.
Yeah, that's an old one.
I know. It's just funny. I was listening to that, I'm like, God damn. I still don't think Knife can prove it.
Howdy.
All right, let's go. Pretty prove it.
That's fucking Perla.
Well, stop it. Let me prove it.
Nerd can't prove shit.
I ain't got shit to prove, motherfucker.
What was that? What do you got? What's good?
What's poppin'? The level of mod abuse in this room.
I did that in memory of Mogi. Since he's not here to abuse his mod powers, I abused them for him.
You abuse your own mod powers, Knickers.
I'm actually pretty good about it, I think.
I'm gonna tease you relentlessly either way, man. I'm self-doubt. You know that.
Lost again. Oh, is that at work?
But it's where I live now.
That's fucking awesome. You have a designated weed smoking area. What the fuck?
Scroll the kid down.
Yep. Just 36 degrees towards the center.
Honestly, just wow.
Every time I shower now, this is gonna sound weird. I think of egg. Hear me out.
Yeah, Chad, she's referring to me when she's saying that she's showering. She's referring to thinking about me when showering. I go by Agnostic One on Discord. Just saying.
Yeah, chat. The live chat. I would just close your eyes. Live chat. Live chat. Close your eyes. And ears.
All we need is a Theo or an atheotard.
How many C's is my computer supposed to be running at?
In commies or Americans?
Commies.
Like 70 to like, well, thermal junction max or whatever they call it. Like when your shit shuts down, should be at like 100 C.
So if it's running at like 46 C's, that's not bad.
That's perfect. That's really good.
Okay.
I think most probably run around like 50, 60 or something, like 60's warm, like when you're gaming and shit.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of the game and I'm at 46, 48 C's.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Right, this is the first time and the longest I've ever been away from my child, but he is coming back and I am dressing up. Like, this is the most important date of my life. Like, I am making sure I am showered, clean. I miss him. He's self-medicated or steak. I don't remember who came in here first. Do you guys believe in God?
No, I don't. I'm just here for the vibe.
So in other words, are you just outright saying that you're going to chat freeload?
Yeah. And I'm a
Oh.
freeloader.
Okay. Well, come back in a couple days, okay?
Hey, Scott, do you believe in God?
Yes.
Which one?
But
All right, prove it, Scott. Let's go, man.
do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So you were about to prove it?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Would be a sufficient proof for you.
The thing.
Whatever you have.
What would be a sufficient proof for you?
The thing.
Whatever you have. Yeah, the thing. Are you claiming that the God you
Really
believe in
honest, bro.
exists? Is that your claim?
When you say exist, do you mean within temporal
Bro,
reality?
you get one more question and then we'll answer it, and then you're going to start answering questions. 'Cause we're asking you the questions and you're just turning every question around back on us. So if you don't start answering questions, we're just going to get rid of you. We don't need you to ask us questions. We don't need that.
You don't think it's a legitimate question to ask you what sufficient proof you would require?
No,
Is
it's
that- you don't think
stupid.
that's-
It's dumb because you should be able to present whatever you have,
Right, well,
regardless
you
of
don't know
what
the
I.
scientific method, then
I'll
you
just
don't know
do
the
this.
scientific method, then.
So when I'm speaking, I'm not listening, Scott. So you offer whatever you got, and we'll consider that. That's the answer. Don't ask it again.
Are you acting like that?
Proceed, Scott.
Would like me to lay out
Anyways,
some type of formal proof?
listen.
Proceed, Scott. Last chance to proceed, and then I'm going to ban you.
Dude, can I just clarify something beforehand? Understand, like, what kind of argument?
You were warned like several times. I said last chance, and then you're banned. Did you not hear the words I used? I gave you an ultimatum. It was a clear ultimatum, and you chose to be a fucking moron. That was your choice. I said words. You ignored them. I'll say it one more time. Proceed, and you're only saved because the ban derped out. So I'll give you another shot. This one should not derp out. It should work this time. When I ban you this time, it'll be a ban. But I'm going to unmute you. If I don't hear you proceeding with your end of the conversation, I'll just try banning again. And if that one fails, I'll cut and paste your fucking user ID and do it that way. So last chance. You can do this.
I believe in you.
I don't.
I have faith.
Scott, you should have had an argument before you even came into this room. So us answering your questions should be completely irrelevant.
You've had 2,000 years to get an argument together.
Belief in
Scott,
God
you
predates
hold
2,000
on.
years.
Hold on, Scott. So you believe that this God you believe in has a real existence?
Outside of temporal reality, yes.
Okay, then demonstrate the thing.
And physically demonstrate God.
You can't
What's
physically
temporal
demonstrate God?
What's a temporal reality?
The temporal reality is that which exists within the bounds of the universe.
Yeah, I guess somebody doesn't want the conversation, Scott. Somebody muted you for no fucking reason and didn't even say anything. Thanks, whoever did that.
Yeah, who's mute?
Yeah, whoever's not in the conversation muting people, thank you. That's your cue to unfucking mute them.
I didn't mute him. I'm playing my game.
What the did a mod mute him?
I have no idea. I'm just gonna assume it's like a mistake, so here. Anyway, Scott, you were saying so you're not able to provide proof for this thing that has real existence, you said?
Pretty sure the person asked me for physical proof. I'm pretty sure.
No, I didn't ask you for physical proof. I didn't say that. I'm saying, does this thing
I'm pretty sure I heard the word physical. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry.
No, you brought up physical. I don't know. I'm saying, does this thing participate in the state of affairs? Does it have like ontology?
The state of affairs of this temporal realm.
Yeah, of this universe.
Yeah, I don't believe God is visible within this known universe.
Okay, but does it have like being? Yes or no?
Like, does it manifest itself physically, or does it have some type of any
Yeah,
kind
does
of
it have
intelligence?
anything? Is there any way to fucking detect this thing?
I believe the universe itself is sufficient proof for God.
Wait, so you don't have proof for this thing. You're saying this thing participates in the state of affairs, and then you're telling me, oh, the entirety, like the universe itself is proof for God. Is the universe God? Because I'm not understanding you.
No, that would be some type of pantheism.
Okay, so the universe is not God. So, like, how is the universe proof for this thing here that manifest like that participates? So it either participates or it does not participate. Which one will it be?
By participates, you mean speaks to people or injects themselves
No,
physically
just
in the world, or
yeah, it has ontology. It has an effect.
no participatory proof I can show you.
Okay, so there's no proof. Okay, then doesn't exist then.
No, you can theorize the existence of something without being visible or detectable.
Yeah, that's
but we're not-
stupid though. That's like extremely dumb to do that.
No, it isn't. We do it in science all the time.
No, you don't do that. What's the first step in science? What's in the scientific method? What's step one?
There's no universalist
What's you answer the question, Scott, or this is your again. I'm just going to give you the ultimatum every single time. You answer my questions, or you get the fuck out of my room.
Yeah, that's being honest.
So what's step one?
You know.
There's a general defined scientific method, but there's no.
Yeah, Google it, idiot. Google it. Go to Google, type in scientific method, read step one. What is it?
This is being obstinate. You know what the answer is here.
Tell us, Scott.
Can I respond without?
Yeah,
being
you
used
could
for
tell us
questions,
what
please?
step one is.
Yeah, can I just say something?
You can answer the question of what step one is. We're going to go round in circles on this. I'm going to unmute you. You're going to say a bunch of shit that's not an answer. I'm going to mute you, and I'm going to remind you of the question. It's going to go round and round until I get annoyed and ban you. So what's step one of the scientific method, moron?
You read Karl Popper?
Moron, what is step one in the scientific method?
You tell me.
Moron, everybody that ever watches this stream, right, is going to see you being a bumblefuck moron, not answering a basic, obvious question that they're all on the internet listening to. They can all go to Google. They can all type in scientific method and read for themselves what step one is, moron. So what is it? What is step one, you low IQ, knuckle-dragging piece of shit?
I'm asking you what it is.
Yo, moron, go to Google, type in scientific method, read step one. I'll give you a few seconds to do that task because you're a fair interlocutor, right? You're a good interlocutor. So what you do is participate. You don't know something that you're spewing, and you got a guy giving you a citation. Google, type in scientific method, hit enter, read step one to the audience. What's step one of the scientific method?
Dude,
No, moron, it doesn't start with a D, okay? You'll get the D later. Right now we're dealing what step one of the scientific method is. Every single person in the world with at least 100 IQ has already performed this task that's listening. They're all looking at what step one is right now, and they're all listening to you be a fucking dumb shit in answering this. You're intentionally being a fucking moron. So just say it. It's a one-word answer. What's step one of the scientific method?
Ridiculous.
You can do
No,
it.
it's not ridiculous. It starts with an O. We'll start there. It starts with the O. So what's step one of the scientific method, you knuckle-dragging piece of shit?
The answer you're looking for.
No, it's not the. It's an O. It starts with an O, you fucking moron. What is it? Go to Google. I've already said this. I'm going to say it again because you're obviously a low IQ cretin. Go to Google. That's www.google. That's google.com. You go to google.com. You type in scientific method. Do you know how to spell that? Or do I need to spell that one for you too? So scientific method, hit enter. And everyone's looking at a big old O word for step one. What is the O word?
Observation.
No, moron. What is the O word?
Observation.
Yeah, there you go. Observation. So step one in the scientific method is make an observation. So no, science doesn't do that shit at all because science doesn't even fucking begin until there's an observation. You fucking moron. Like, you knew this, Scott. You already knew this, but because you're a biased moron out here gaslighting people, you lied. You lied. You tried to gaslight this entire fucking planet into believing that the scientific method doesn't start with observation. You're an idiot, Scott. You're a lying sack of shit. Anyway, go ahead. You're mine.
May I respond to you?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and gaslight like you were doing. Keep gaslighting. We'll pause, do at that break, And we'll
So if
explain
you
how you're a
actually,
moron gaslighting people that doesn't know what the fuck he's talking
yeah.
about.
So if you actually listen to what I said, I didn't claim the observation wasn't part of the
No,
scientific method.
moron. No, moron.
What I
That
said,
what? Hold on.
yeah,
Let me just do this. Since you don't know what no moron means, no moron means shut the fuck up and quit lying. That's exactly what you did. That is 100% exactly what you did. You just used different words. You tried to convince people that you're doing what scientists do, where you just sit there and you make up some shit and then you go look for evidence. That's not what scientists do. Scientists go look for evidence and then make shit up. That's what they do. So there's a step, an ordered process. Step 1, make an observation. Step 2, assert some bullshit.
yeah. So that's not what I said. So what I said was,
Okay, Scott, you could go fuck yourself. I'm not going to listen to you gaslight me anymore. So you're done? You're done now, Scott. I don't listen to gaslighters. That is what you said, Scott. And I'm sorry you're such a dishonest, disingenuous sack of dog shit that doesn't know what he said. But you could go to my live stream, you can rewind it to the appropriate time, and you can hear yourself say the dumbest shit on the fucking planet, which is the scientific method begins with asserting bullshit. That's what you said. In my words, but that's what you said. And I'm just not going to listen to it. Right? You don't get a platform. It's here, look. It's in my mission statement. Dumb ideas do not get a platform in here. I'm just going to shut your dumb fucking idea down. If you're blatantly wrong, you don't get to spew it. Right? This isn't a platform for you to spread misinformation. It's a platform for where a couple of seconds of misinformation gets spewed, and then I shut it down and I correct that shit. That's what this is. So no, you don't get equal time to spread bad ideas. You get a few seconds to do that until my brain fucking comes up with some shit, and then I'm gonna mute you, Scott. I don't know why you're talking to me. This is gonna be our conversation due to the type of person you are, that you're a gaslighting piece of shit, that you'll just say whatever makes you feel good and hope that the person that you're speaking to is too fucking dumb to be able to push back. And I don't deal with that shit because I'm not too fucking dumb. Right? I'm pretty dumb, but I'm not too fucking dumb. So just go fuck yourself, Scott. Just go hang out with the morons on the server. Right? They'll like you. You'll fit right in. There's like every other room on this fucking platform's like that. So have fun with them, man. You'll just be able to gaslight the shit out of each other because none of you fucking morons will fact check each other. You'll just endlessly spew nonsense right back and forth. We don't do that here, man.
Right, Piper, prove it.
Yep, let's go, dude.
What?
All right, Piper, you ready?
Nah.
You guys ever cough so much you pee yourself? Never happens to anybody? Hey, Salt Man. Can you hear me? Salt Man, do you believe in God? Chat, this guy can't hear me.
It's just a chat freeloader. You can hear you just fine. I'd just ban him.
You know what I've been doing, and I think it's my own mission here? I come in the mornings, right? And instead of harassing it and like being mean to people, because I like it too, but I try to educate them a little bit to the ones that do listen so that maybe they can come back later and have some idea of what's going on. And they don't. Some of them do, but some of them don't. It's like, bro, I just gave you the key. Just follow it. Just listen. Said it in a funky way, but we did. We said it.
Yeah, we had a Beavis and Butthead this morning, so those are annoying to deal with.
I'd be feeling graceful in the morning. I'd be like, hey guys, it's a linguistic philosophy, type shit. I even give it to them in their little silly language.
But hey, they were more engaged than the other interlocutors for sure. They knew something, but it got more complicated after that.
Yeah, I think people just get like stunted with like the way that we go about it, where it's like, yeah, it's a trivial task. And people are like, what do you mean? I think people get their butts hurt and then they can't move past the fact that their butts are hurt. And everything from there on is just like a projection of how hurt their butt is.
Well, yeah, and people gloss over that fact, for various reasons. But this is an emotionally charged topic, so yeah, butthurt is going to cloud judgment. You know.
Not butt hurt. Let me see, butt hurt clarity. They need some butt hurt clarity. They need time.
You see that guy? He typed, every head shall bow to Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
My God, that's the cult, dude. The cult. My God, I've never. These people like this are rare. I don't see them. The people that are like super religious and they're like, uh, like they start reciting Bible verses and shit.
It's just low IQ, man. Like, you know, it's either low IQ or they're conditioned to sound that dumb by their own parents. It's fucking
Yeah,
horrible, man. It's like
they get let down.
it's child abuse in my book. It's cognitive child abuse.
It is.
Damn, that's deep. Wow, type shit. Cognitive child abuse. It's a thing. I agree with that.
Every lie you speak, your soul becomes another flake of dead ash as opposed to living ash. But you got to ask yourself, where did this idea come from? That shit ain't biblical, right? Like, I've never heard of that verse.
It's wizardry.
Where is that from?
Some moron spewing nonsense in my YouTube side chat.
Oh, you're on YouTube right now. Oh, okay. This is what I. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was stopping you from spreading your fantasies to the world.
Yeah, yep. Got it. Understood. I figured because I heard you guys being like chat, and I wondered in my head, and I've been holding back.
Don't worry though, it's not a big audience, so.
Just a couple thousand people. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, is that what two means? Two, oh, it's in thousands.
2K.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. I
2K.
thought I only had one. I thought it was just me circling my own shit. But it's me and 999 other people, and now I got 2,000. That's cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, Pat. I mean, I'm just doing it, you know, trying to get that info out there. I see a lot of people saying dumb shit, and I'm not the smartest man, and I think I figured this out, and I just, it's flabbergasting to me that the problem's gotten this bad. So just trying to do my part. I suck though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, my channel is gonna be dog shit. It is absolutely gonna be dog shit. I need an editor, and I ain't got no money to pay one. So yeah, you just get what you get. But this channel is to promote Igtheism, so that Igtheist Ragnarok can come about. Igtheism Ragnarok, so I'll explain that. I guess that's a good time to explain. Igtheism Ragnarok, once I've converted everyone to Igtheism, we're going to chop each other's heads off somehow. You get to choose your own weapon. But it can only occur when everyone, there can't be a single person disagreeing with us. We'll stop Ragnarok. So, but yeah, I figured some people needed some death cult shit going on. So there you go. Bam. Yeah, Twitch is just not my program there.
Are you on Twitch?
Yeah, I'm on Twitch. I mean, kind of. I have a Twitch channel. I don't do anything on it. It's not a good format. It's mostly, well, it's a great. I don't really have anything bad to say about Twitch. It's just it wasn't for me.
Right. What do you use asbestos for?
Asbestos,
Building?
like it's in building, but I think it was used primarily in insulation, but I don't know what it does. I don't know if it is for insulation or if it's like a bonding agent. I don't know what it does.
All I know is that it's
Mesothelioma.
dangerous. Because it's like you inhale and shit or whatever. Something about inhaling it or whatever.
Well, that's
It's
during construction and stuff, like when they're tearing asbestos out or remodeling and stuff. It goes airborne, like
Yeah.
dust.
Yeah.
I remember that mesothelioma ad. It always played.
Mesothelioma.
Yeah, my Pat. Basically, the idea is just do live streams. There's going to be a lot of like dead space, and then there will be conversations. People will pop in, and then I'll go back, sometime in the future from each video and cut out, stuff and try to make short videos for people. Right now, I'm just kind of building up videos, just getting some going. You never know. In my arena, you don't really know when the conversation is going to happen. And most of the people on Politics Discord, they're just FBI agents or incels or something like. It's really bad. So.
That has got to be the worst lunch I've had so far.
I got to figure out how to easily be able to, I need to set up a key that just only is heard on YouTube so I can, you know what I mean? So I don't always have to key up in Discord because there's like a 30-second delay or something on YouTube.
Yeah.
Isn't there a thing in OBS Studio that does that?
I don't know. Probably. I know there's like ways to mute and all that, but I don't have a microphone set up just to transmit on YouTube, I don't think.
You almost need like a DJ setup, like the two headphones. You know what I mean? Like right ear this sound, left ear that sound.
Yeah, I know streamers have like some kind of slide switch something or other they have, and it's for their audio. probably for that, just so that they could chat in different things easily.
What do they call it, a mixer?
No, it's, I don't know if it's called, I don't think it's called a mixer. It's some kind of switch.
I mean, something else you could do, like, hold on, let me see if there's a setting like this in here. No. Let me go to my keybind.
But yeah, I mean, I thought I would do some critique videos because I see some people, saying some things, and I've always wanted to get those ideas out there. But I went to look for videos of people commentating on Igtheism, and it's just like, bro, you are so far away from the actual problem Igtheism is trying to address that these people are convinced that you could just give a string of words, familiar words like dog and the and tree, and put those in an arrangement, and because you just put those words in an arrangement, that it's meaningful with respect to the state of affairs. And I don't know why they're thinking that atheists are just saying, hey, you can't give me a definition. It's not that you can't give me a definition. It's that your definition isn't appealing to the state of affairs. So it's a non sequitur. It's not that you can't do it. It's that when you're done doing it, it's a non sequitur, because it would only be a sequitur. It would follow from the observation. That's your statement. Your statement is about the state of affairs, so your statement should follow the state of affairs. It's the state of affairs that determines whether your definition is accurate or not. And when it comes to accuracy, that's a better understanding of what I'm talking about, like a meaningless statement. The accuracy. If your statement is so inaccurate that it gives no one any help to get to that conclusion, then it's meaningless. It's meaningless as it pertains to the observations. You have no observations, so what are you even talking about? That's the lack of meaning. These people literally think because I gave you a string of words, the tree, that's how you convey meaning about reality. That's not how you convey meaning about reality. About our relationship with ontology. It's not born entirely of epistemology, and that's the mistake atheists and theists are making. They're not actually appealing to ontology. They're appealing entirely to epistemology of God, right? Because the atheists are responding to what the theists are saying, and the theists aren't appealing to a state of affairs necessarily in mass. The majority of ones that you're meeting today, they're appealing to their imaginations, their inculcations, and things like that. And I'm not saying God loves you, because I've had this conversation with this God thing, and it's expressed this easy to correlate display of affection. It's not. The words they're using are ambiguous. They don't convey what they mean when they say I have a relationship. That don't mean relationship. When they say I hear God, that don't mean hear. None of these fucking words mean anything what they're actually saying. So that's the lack of meaning. These people just think that, hey, string of words equals meaning. No, string of words connected to thing means idea. String of words, no connection to thing is no idea. You don't have an idea there. That's just you musing about your imagination.
Yeah, by the way, Egg, so do you see the picture I sent in the side chat? So like maybe you could leverage that. So whenever you want to talk to YouTube, you can just hold that and like talk. Is that like something that?
Oh,
would
I
that
see.
fix the
Yeah, I see
problem?
that logic there. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's something I could do.
Yeah.
Look at this guy freaking out. Side chat. What are you doing, dude?
Bible freak.
are you casting a spell, dude? Is that what's happening? Am I supposed to feel any kind of tingle or anything like that?
You can see a different
Yeah.
side from me.
Yeah, this is expected. People will do this.
Look, Wesley, the problem is I don't believe in your magic, right? So just like threatening my magical spirit thing, whatever that is, I don't care about it. It's not like I have some emotional attachment to your notion about, yeah, I'm just a ground monkey. Like I'm well aware of what I am. I'm a ground monkey. You're acting like I'm a magic spirit monkey. I'm not. I don't feel like one. I don't have that issue. That's not. I've never had to squeeze like a boil of extra spirit out of me or nothing. Right? I am purely made out of monkey sauce. That's the only thing that comes out of me. If you got any evidence for the spirit juice that's within me that can flake off and I guess what, dehydrate? Is that what's happening? Is it just denaturizing? Like, what is it that's happening that's causing the soul sauce or fluid? Is it a fluid? I'm sorry if I'm I don't know what exactly it is. So just correct me where you feel that I'm wrong. So the spirit sauce dehydrates and then through some process of denaturization, it sloughs off and I guess becomes kind of ashy. Is that fair of what you're saying? That I have a buildup of smegma like soul sauce or something, dehydrated soul smegma? Is that what this, like, what are you describing, dude? Is there a cream that I could rub on my spirit smegma that before it becomes ashy, where I could break it down and it doesn't form an ash like if there's any nerds out there that ever listen to this, if you can isolate a compound that turns desiccated soul ash into something more tolerable, there might be a market in that. But I want 3% of that idea, whatever it is. Look, Wesley, if I was like doing something like a job or something and somebody was like grossed out by this buildup of soul ash on me and they complained about it and it cost me business or relationships or something, I think I'd be concerned about it, but I'm not going to be concerned about it because some rando, spews some nonsense in my YouTube side chat about me having a buildup of soul ash. It's just, you sound like a moron to me. Like you do. Yeah, I mean, look, dude, it may be the case, but I cannot detect ash. How do I detect ash? Maybe that's what we need to do. How do I detect soul ash? Is this a spell? Do I need spell? Let me see what I got. I got some regular cannabis ash. I have I can get some dust. I can get all kinds of dust. There's like regular caliche dust or whatever, like regular outside dust. And I'm sure I could scrape up some of my own desiccated. I could scratch some off my arm. I could do that. So I got some of that. Do I need like any kind of other ointments or something, like a mixing compound? Should I get a mortar and pestle? Like, is this similar to the magic shitwater potion in Numbers 5 where you get to abort a babies if you get jealous because you think your wife cheated on you and you could take her down to the tabernacle and they'll make the potion of the bitter waters where they use like frankincense and dirt from a filthy ass Bronze Age floor and then make her drink that and she'll abort her baby and her thyroid will rot and all that shit? Is it like that? Like, what are the spell components? Do I need frankincense or is that just like a stabilizer? You got to walk me through it, dude. Like, if I actually do have like soul ash on me, I want to get it off. So, could you help me out more than what you're doing right now? Because you're basically just saying, hey, man, I assume you stink. You haven't actually smelled me. But I guess you're basing this conclusion off of some of the shit that I've said. Like, I guess some of this stuff where I'm not like properly respecting your mythology or something. So you're triggered, and now you're saying that my soul ash buildup is what? Is it at pus level? Is it at I need to cream my body with the anti-soul ash cream? Like, where? You got to walk me through it, man. Did you even think about any of this kind of shit, Wesley, when you were like coming up with this idea in your brain? Or did it just formulate like you think wizards cast spells?
I think it's a quantum disease or something.
Yeah, he's not telling me. It's kind of shady that you go around and telling me that I got a buildup of soul ash, but then when I ask specifically, you know, about it, you got no information for me, man. It's pretty fucked up, bro. Like, if I told you that you stunk, I'd tell you how to not stink, bro. I'd be like, look, thing you want to do is you want to like get some water, preferably warm, right, to open up them pores, get that emulsifier in there or whatever, you know, whatever kind of substance you use. And I recommend, you know, a nice medium to a cool rinse off, especially in hot climates. That like closes the pores, seals it up. That's how, if you stunk and I was saying that you stunk, I'd give you that kind of information, but you're not giving me that information, man. That's what's kind of fucked up, bro. You just gone quiet. What's up with that, man? Wesley, were you only prepared to tell me that my soul stinks because it's got too much ashy buildup? Is that all you wanted to say? You just wanted to make fun of me for my soul ash buildup? That's not nice, Wesley.
Is that the end of the insult?
I guess so. I just got soul ash stank, dude. Like,
It's all he's got.
Wow.
I mean, I've been called worse.
dude, honestly, I don't know if I like. Maybe it makes you smell better, right? You know, I'm not actually opposed to soul ash because I don't know what the shit does. So all I know is Wesley says I have a buildup of soul ash.
Sounds kinky. Some ash for the soul.
Wesley, it just seems like this question that I'm asking should be a softball for you, and you don't have any information. So that leads me to believe that you didn't actually think any of this through. It's just some weird feeling that you have, and you're giving me some metaphor, something like that. Are you just saying that, hey, my existence makes you butthurt, and this is how you cope, going around talking about soul ash on people? I'm really trying to understand you, man, but you gotta help me out. All right, man. Well, I'll let you think about it, dude. Come up with a good answer to stuff like that. Like, think about your own belief system and like where you got that idea from. I'm willing to bet that when you do that, when you do like a Socratic method on your own brain, get inside there, you'll realize you're just making this shit up, or somebody else made it up, and then go ask them to do it. And then when you see the stupid expression they give you and the really incoherent responses, you'll see what I'm saying. Well, maybe if you have that level of insight, the ability to introspect, I doubt you do. That's kind of why you're saying the dumb shit you're saying right now. Even though you have the internet, you can look stuff up. You clearly don't, right? Like words are your friend. You should look them up. There's lots of words. You can use them to express yourself. And then when you have like a nice lexicon build up in your brain, you'll be able to think in a more clear and circumspect manner where you can answer simple questions. You know, like, is there a way to like prevent soul ash buildup, for example?
Oh, by the way, agnostic, do you know how to like uh pin messages? Like pin like the call link, for example?
Pin it where?
Like in the chat.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can just post it in the chat.
But like it's gonna get drowned in like all them if there's a lot of people talking and shit, you know?
Oh, it'll. You're saying it'll pin
Yeah.
it somewhere?
Yeah, like you can, I think if I'm not wrong, you can like pin it and it's always gonna be like on your screen for people like when they come and shit. So
What do you mean?
I think you need
Like that? Did I do it?
uh yeah, right. You did it, yeah.
Oh snap, dude! Look at that. See how
You
that
can
worked,
pin any
Wesley?
kind of message.
Trans came at me with some what immediately sounded like some dumb shit. Like I had no fucking clue what you're spewing here. That was initial brain function, right? But then I was like, but words are being used. So this is. I immediately recognized that this shit that was coming out of the mouth was words. I was like, oh shit, that's words. My brain immediately started falling in, and the information just unloaded inside my brain. Information does that. Like you go from sound to words, and words convey symbolic meaning, right? And that's all I was asking you. And trans the whole time was saying words. They didn't do anything different. It was just my brain went from not understanding a proposition to understanding a proposition, and literally in real time, I was able to figure this shit out with their instructions. It's just like bam, crap out, and now it's shit pinned. That's called learning, right? That's what that looks like. It's learning. But you didn't do anything. You just made fun of my soul stank, dude. It's fucked up, man.
Yeah, that guy was mean.
Yeah. It's sort of a therapeutic process, really. Understanding the process by which we are inculcated and how we come to our beliefs, and then having a way to express that in words that actually convey the truth of the matter rather than more coping, you know?
Yo, Julio, are you there?
Yeah.
Can you prove it?
What?
The God thing?
Sorry, I don't get it.
You believe in God or no?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay, do you believe you can prove the existence of God?
No.
Because then when you lose, get wrecked now.
Yeah.
Fucking dominated.
I just believe, but I don't want to prove that, you know.
Destroyed.
Well, hold on. You don't want to prove anything?
Yeah, I don't want proof
Why?
for nobody because it's my truth, you know.
No, it's actually not.
No, it's because my vision of the world.
Yeah, but hey, did you like invent the internet and the language that you're using, or are you just stealing all that information from somebody who shared it? Yeah. Did you invent the technology for the clothes that you wear in the world that you live in that functions because we work together and make the world? Because you're like, I got this idea about reality, but it's just mine. No, it's not. It's not just yours. It's everybody's. You're in the same fucking universe I am, bro. Whatever you're observing, I should be able to observe too, given that I have all the same senses as you do. So it's not yours. Like if you got a pit bull, that's not just your pit bull. That's my pit bull too, to a degree. It's like it's right there. It's a fucking pit bull. Right? That's going to be my problem if you sick it on me, for example, right? It's not just some imaginary pit bull. Yeah, if it's an imaginary pit bull, then yeah, that's yours. You can't sick your imaginary pit bull on me, right? So that would be just yours. Is that what you're saying? God is an imaginary idea? It's just purely imaginary, and so it's just entirely speculative inside your brain? Because we're asking you about reality, dude. We're asking you about a function of reality. You know, like real pit bulls. Do you have a real pit bull? Like, translate it that way. Do you have a God? Do you believe there is a God? Do you believe there's a pit bull standing right next to you? Is there a pit bull? You could point at a pit bull? Can you show a God? Can you demonstrate a God? Like, can you throw a pit bull in a pond and there's a splash because there's displacement? Yeah. They love that shit, right? They displace water. So they don't even have to be visible, per se. It could just push away visible things, right? It can displace. It can do anything you want. Does it do any of the set of things we call physical, which are the things that exist? That's the question. Can you do that? Because, you know.
Yeah, I understand you. You are not wrong too.
Yeah, because we're certainly not saying, hey, can you make shit up that doesn't have anything to do with reality? That's obviously not the question, bro. Right? Like, no one would care about you just making up shit that has nothing to do with reality. So we're asking you to make up shit that has something to do with reality. And then we want to fact check that shit you're making up. And I'm just saying, it would be easy if when you're making up your concept about what this thing is, when you're making up that idea, you should base it on your observations, right? That's how you should make it up.
But my reality is not based in God, you know. It's based on myself and my perspectives of the world.
Okay, both of those exist in reality, and we would say that's your imagination. You and your ideas are both elements of reality.
What? Sorry?
Okay, you are a thing that exists as part of reality.
Okay.
And part of the thing that is you is thoughts. You're thinking. You're a thinking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those, your thoughts and you, are aspects of reality.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So neither one of them are outside of reality. So both of those are entirely reality.
It's because for me, reality is like a perspective is a personal truth, you know, because everyone have one reality of the world, and for me is totally different for every people. But my perspective of God is like I just believe in God, who God exists and God create, but I think God don't have how to for example, interfere in the world, you know, interfere in the nature, and this is a human thing, you know. I don't have religion because for me the people see God like a humans, and I don't trust in that. I trust God in a personal perspective. Like for example, I just imagine who God exists, but I can't prove that, and I don't want to prove that because it's my truth, you know, like a reality. And if you believe, no problem. But
Yeah,
if you
it's
don't
not your
believe,
truth.
don't
I've
have
already
problem.
addressed this. This is not your truth because we're not asking you about your personal opinions. We're asking you about the state of affairs of reality and whether you think it exists in such a way that a part of it can be described as God. That thing is God. That's what we're asking you.
It's because you agree. I think you agree with me because have two different reality. Have a word.
No, there's
who
one
you,
reality. Reality in my vernacular is defined as the set of all things, all of them, every bit, even the shit I'm completely unaware of that too.
It's because if you see have two words who you live, a word who you imagine, and you try do things in this world.
Yeah, my
your mind.
imaginations exist in reality as an aspect of reality. Everything that I have ever imagined happened in my brain, which is an element of reality.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I think God live in this place, you know.
And where?
But
Where?
in their mind.
Okay, so you're saying God is imaginary.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
So the ontology that we're referring to, the ontological status of the thing you're referring to, is the mind and operations and machinations of a monkey's brain.
Yeah. To be honest, for me, have things so you don't can prove, you know, and don't can say, oh, that's a totally truth because.
What do you mean? I don't
for
do that,
example,
dude. I don't
no,
do
no,
what
no,
you're doing right here.
No. What?
Yeah, no, I don't do what you're doing right here. Part of my philosophy is to explicitly not do what you're doing, and my out is that I'm a fallibilist, and I'm basically blaming the nerds for everything. Okay, everything like what I'll tell you I really know are simple things I'm observing, part of my ready and immediate experience that I can demonstrate. Beyond that, some fucking nerd told me, and if you disagree with that nerd, go talk to the fucking nerd. So like gravity and shit like that.
I don't agree with you, dude. I don't agree. No.
Well, no, we
you
do
are
because
wrong.
you're saying the state of affairs exists in such a way, and then when I ask you information about that, you say it's your personal feeling. I don't do that. We don't agree. We fundamentally do not agree.
Okay, don't have problem with that, you know.
I don't. No, it's not about having an issue. That's what this room is for, is to get you to understand where you made a mistake.
I just try. Okay. I try understand this. My English is not totally good, but I try understand who you try say, and I try express totally myself for you. Sometimes I don't can, but I don't want disagree of your opinions of the world.
Well, this ain't a language barrier problem. This is a philosophical
Yeah.
burden that you have that you don't meet. You can't do this in any language, bro. Not even logic, because your shit's illogical. It doesn't matter what language you're speaking. I get that there's a language barrier, and I got to be careful about the words that I'm using to keep them, the words that you understand because you're speaking a different language. I get that. But there is no language that's going to fix this problem that you have with what you're trying to say. Because in no language can you describe a thing absent some experience. Like, there's no way to describe that thing. You can make shit up. But clearly, I'm not asking you to just make shit up. I'm asking you to say something about a thing where I can experience the truth of that claim. If you're like, the example I like to give is about 37 kilograms, right? Just 37 kilograms. What is 37 kilograms? Well, there isn't a thing that is 37 kilograms. Never, ever. Even when you put a thing on a scale and it's reading 37 kilograms, it's only reading 37 kilograms because you weighed it on Earth. If you weighed it on Jupiter, it would be a lot more than 37 kilograms. So, kilogram is a relationship of a thing's mass in a particular gravity well. So that's a relationship, how much something weighs. So when we say something is 37 kilograms, we're baking in a lot of necessary information like scale and gravity well, right? We need those two things. Otherwise, the statement's meaningless. And what the hell does it mean for me to just say my imagination weighs 37 kilograms? My imagination can't weigh 37 kilograms unless I have a galaxy brain and the neural computation can be calculated to 37 kilograms. But right now, my thoughts weigh probably like, I don't know, a fucking micron or some shit, some negligible amount of weight, because you're just talking about ion exchanges inside my brain, right? Chemical changes and different gyrations and stuff my brain's doing. And that could be calculated in mass, and you could come up to a weight of a thought. But is that really meaningful? Because the thought should represent the state of affairs. You're saying the state of affairs is in a particular way. You're saying God's 37 kilograms. And I'm saying, how do you know God's 37 kilograms? Right? I know you're not using 37 kilograms. But when we ask about existence, we're talking about something like 37 kilograms or 700 cc's of displacement, right? That would also be a measure of something that exists, because it exists, it's manifest, it's real, right? And you're saying you would have information about it. And I'm trying to get you to explore how you would even get information about it. It's not going to be because you said some stuff. It's going to be because you've got some experience of it being 37 kilograms. And you just came to the conclusion that it's 37 kilograms by interacting with it. You interacted with it in some way, and it came out to a particular weight. And you're just reporting that weight. But we know you skipped that part, and you just want to talk about its extant manifestation absent an extant manifestation. And I'm saying that's a contradiction. You shouldn't do that. There's no way you could make a statement about a thing absent an experience that isn't going to be a non sequitur, because it would only follow, right? You can't make a claim about a thing that's going to logically follow from it if you don't have a thing. It's going to be the thing that establishes what logically follows from it, not our words. We can't describe a thing in such a way that some previously impossible feature about it now it's possible. Our descriptions should just match it, because when our descriptions don't match it, the only way to rectify it is to change the description, because the description is wrong. The object is not wrong being whatever it is. We're just trying to describe it. And that's all we're asking you, is you believe in the existence of a thing, and we're getting you to see that you don't have that logical pathway, that you're deadlocked in your imagination. I'm not trying to get you to believe God's not real. I'm trying to get you to believe that your idea dead ends there. You don't have the ability to demonstrate that, so you shouldn't believe it. You shouldn't believe it's real, because you don't have an experience that pertains to its reality. You only have experiences that pertain to its non-reality, its imagination.
Yeah, I get it.
There's ways that those kind of ideas get on inside our heads. You know, it's generally from our parents. If it's not from our parents, it's from the next up, right? Our custodians, our guardians, our culture. They instill these ideas like a long string of Chinese whispers or telephone. From one generation to the next, they pass on, you know, the legacy of the evolution of their thought. You trace your family back along its history, it's not always been whatever you currently believe. We've evolved our thoughts over time. And we're just impregnated with these ideas through the process of acquiring our culture. That's inculcation. That's not a good reason to believe that anything is in any particular way or configuration because our ancestors told us so. Dude, I always assumed that if my ancestors said it, well, they were wrong, because comparatively, my ancestors were just morons compared to us today. We're like 5-year-olds know more than like the average like adult back then. And we educate. We have a highly refined educational process, right? Our children at like 16, you know, you think of like someone like the Caesar, Like Caesars back then got educated, right? Not some fucking regular jackass. Our ancestors were just regular jackasses. They knew their trade, I guess. You know, they were probably good at their trade, but education, nah, they didn't. No, they were about as dumb as you come in trying to answer any kind of educated question. It's not their fault. It's just they weren't educated. We didn't have an educational system. I mean, we did for the elites, right? But yeah, the average Joe, they couldn't even read. You know, they could talk, they couldn't write. They were just very primitive. So I don't give any credence to ancient people. They're pretty much wrong about fucking everything. Hygiene. You ever think about like how ancient people clean themselves? You don't see like big brain nerds today talking about how we should be like, you know, doing the things that they did back then hygienically. Why do you think they had all these rules about what you can and can't eat? Fucking demons will get you if you eat that pork, man. Demons. They're morons. No fault on them, but that's what they were. Uneducated morons. Mountain people. Hill people. We have them today, right? Highly uneducated people. They exist still. It's very unfortunate, but that's, you know, truth of reality. There are people in just some of the shittiest conditions on Earth. You know, they don't get to define a lump of clay as a chunk of meat. It's clay. You're going to starve to death. That's what's going to happen. You're going to fucking starve to death and die. And there's words to describe that. And I think in conversations like this, it's just our responsibility to describe stuff properly. You don't describe lumps of clay as steak, because you can't eat lumps of clay. You'll starve to death on lumps of clay. So you should describe things in accord with the way you experience them. Absent in experience, you have no non-arbitrary starting point unless it's an experience.
The evolution is beautiful, really, because, like you said, you start with clay, but now the humans have the ability for create another humans. You know, that's really interesting.
Bro, amoebas have the ability to do that.
No,
Every
yeah,
living
yeah,
organism does.
yeah, but you say we start in the clay, right?
No.
No.
I just accept what the nerds say about biology, that we evolved from a rock called Earth.
Yeah, we're not clinging on to like that magical shift of clay to meat. No, that's like a spell, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, Earth is a highly chemically enriched environment. It's a high dynamic environment, so it's high energy. It's open, so it's getting more energy. And life is just chemically, it's the path of least resistance as we go through entropy. Life is nothing more than a series of chemical reactions that metabolize environmental substances. We call them nutrients, but life is just a cell that evolved to metabolize, and it has just been doing that for billions of years. And so it's become ever more complicated. But it's an exudate of Earth. Earth squeezed it out, if you will. I mean, that's what the nerds say, though. And I think that's a really good idea. There's, you know, they could point at stuff today that says, hey, look at this. I've taken a class in chemistry, so, you know, I speak a little bit of nerd, and, you know, it makes sense. I don't know if it's true, but it's the most sense-making idea out there. So that's the one I spread. You know, you want to know how I believe it happened? I just go with the nerds, man. Whatever the nerds are saying. But I don't care. Like, if it comes out that that's just not how it happened, fine, whatever. I don't give a shit. I just want to know what's true. I don't care what is true. I just want to know what's true. That's it. What's the facts?
I get. It's because I read one time the same truth in Earth is different. For example, in another universe, you know. Oh, oh, I think you left. But for example, the gravity. Okay, the gravity works well. The humans know how the gravity works and know the truth about the gravity in the Earth, in the Moon. But if you go to another galaxy, you don't can say the same. You know, because it's not a constant. You'll
No,
not
it
be
is
able.
actually.
Yeah, because that's a interesting thing because you don't can for nothing for nothing no, but for some things you don't can say, oh, that's truth, you know, with the science because this variable. If you say this is a truth in Earth, okay, but if you say this is a totally truth, it's totally wrong because you don't know about the universe
Well, we
completely.
do because we're inside of it. We have access to it. We're messing with it, like
Yeah.
electromagnetism. You know, do you think electromagnetism works the same way everywhere?
I don't know.
We, if you learn about physics, you'll be able to say
Okay.
yeah, right? Because electromagnetism is part of the structure of atoms. If you change the rules of electromagnetism, you change the rules of what atoms are. The atoms are different. They're not the same thing. So when we look in our telescopes and we see globs of stuff that's exactly like us, and we know that they're made of atoms, we can do what's called mass spectroscopy. It allows us to look at light and filter out chemical compounds so we can tell what compounds are coming off of atmospheres and stars. So we know the atoms are the atoms. So we know that's oxygen we're looking at or nitrogen that we're looking at in the spectroscopy, in the spectrum. Um, and because of the way that electromagnetism works, we know that's an electromagnetic system. And because we know that it's an electromagnetic system, we know exactly what those atoms are like. And so, as long as we know how many atoms, right, we can measure that too. There's ways that the nerds have to measure how many atoms we're looking at. We can make really strong inferences to gravity wells. We have evidence of gravity wells from our observations of their orbital patterns, their orbital bodies, right? We can know all this stuff. This is what they mean by constants, that we know over there that the speed of light is c, right? That c applies there. It applies everywhere. If it applies here, the same there, the same, right? That's the idea. It's a product of electromagnetism. So I don't know what you mean that we don't know what all of the universe is like in that way. In that way, we do, but we certainly don't know what the universe is like in all ways. There may be differences versus local versus, um, big scales. Certainly, there's probably a lot of things that we don't know about reality. But when it comes to something like electromagnetism and whether gravity works the same way, yeah, we know that much for sure. The nerds,
Yeah.
I mean, the nerds will tell you all about it. They got formulas and everything else, observations, mountains of data, right?
Uh-huh. It's because for me everything can change, you know, everything, and the truth now, uh, in the future can be a new truth, you know, like in the past in the history, like with is like Newton and after uh, Einstein, and in the future we don't know, you know. That's my point because it really is really used the universe, and the universe is not stopped to generate more, you know. and it's because that I say about truth, you know. And for me, everything have only truth inside. This is most philosophical thing because, for example, me and you have your truths, and I have my truths, and this is never this is changed, but this is singular, you know. And this is truth. This is real because it's yours, and you can't change these rules. But about the universe, the humans don't have the completely uh, logical about the rules of the universe. You know, it's because that when the humans come, and I don't say the science don't doesn't work. You know, the science works, and I follow the science, and I believe in the science. Okay, but I say it about truths. It's different because everything can change, and you don't can prove nothing with that. Like you can prove things in Earth, but in another planets you don't can prove the same thing because you never the humans never stop and study the planet, the another planet or the another galaxy to comprove that, you know.
Dude, we could prove all kinds of shit, man. I don't know why you keep talking about we can't prove stuff.
How you can prove, for example, uh, how the gravities work the same, like follow the same rules in the another planet, like in a 1,000 years light years distance of the Earth. You, the humans don't can prove that, just speculate.
No,
That's my
they
point.
make observations, like they just look at the galaxy and see how it affects space-time around it. And we know
Yeah.
how much galaxies weigh. So
Okay, but you have a comprehension of that, a comprehension, but you don't have a experience.
yeah, we do. We have
You-
eyeballs. What do you mean?
no, yeah, but the touch experience to see with your eyes the molecules, or to try the test. For example, if you throw a ball in the earth, you see the ball go down because have a gravity. You don't can do that with a lot of distance.
Yes, you can.
Speculate.
Bro, we have images, well, not images. Well, yeah, images put together in a compilation that shows motion, just like a movie, of stars orbiting black holes. And we can watch them whip around. We can observe their speeds, their luminosities, and we can come to understand how heavy those stars are and how fast those stars are. And that gives us the ability to make a strong model of how, what this black hole is, right? What it's orbiting. I don't know. You just don't know that. How these nerds are meticulous, man, and they find all kinds of sneaky ass fucking nerd shit to figure stuff out, man. Dude, they're literally measuring gravity waves right now. These fucking nerds, man. They built laser beams that can see gravity waves, bro.
My point is the why the thing is follow these rules. You know?
Well, no, the
reason,
question is, can it break its own rules? Can reality fuck up? Can it do it any other way? Is this just the way the shit is? Maybe it doesn't need maintenance and thought. Maybe atoms are just inherently fucking stable in their conditions, and they degrade over time according to the only way they can. Maybe there's just no other way to do it, and that's why we describe it as laws. We say these are invariant circumstances of reality, and maybe we're saying that because reality just can't fuck up doing it. Like, literally can't do it. It's not an option for reality to have done something differently, right? Maybe that's the answer, man. It seems like the answer to me. I mean,
yeah,
right? Mm-hmm. It's simple, right? I don't need to fill it in with like a high-level complex thing that's keeping all the quarks together. Maybe just quarks just interact with each other and balance out, dude. They just do it because they have no other option otherwise. It's just how physics works, maybe. But you guys are coming in and asking these weird questions about, like, Well, how does it all do it? Well, it just does it, bro. And it's a shitty answer. I get it. But it gets broken down. The nerds, they don't like that fucking answer. Nerds can't stand that shit, right? You tell them, it just does it, right? They fucking hate it. They get all triggered, and they start playing with gizmos and shit, right? And dialing it in and being like, oh, yeah, you thought it just did it. Look. And then they show you something you didn't see before. And you're like, fuck. And then all you do is just go, well, how does that one work? You don't know. And then the nerds do it again and again and again, and they just won't let it alone. They're obviously not going to fucking leave it alone. They're just going to keep figuring out ways to figure shit out. No one's trying to say we know freaking everything, but I'm definitely saying that the nerds have a pretty good methodology to fucking figure shit out, man. They're doing a stellar ass job, no pun intended. I get it, dude, though, but they're kind of slow about it, dude. The nerds need to hurry up with some shit, like cancer, teleportation, shrinking dicks, right? Like all kinds of things the nerds need to hurry about. But I mean, who am I, dude? I'm a knuckle dragger, bro. Mm-hmm. I can't nerd. I probably could. I could have probably been trained to be a nerd or something like that, but I'm not. My brain's too fucked up to nerd now. I don't have like the structure of thought to do the experiments the ways. I'd just be smashing shit together, bro. If they want to like build a machine, I could like dial it up for them. I could turn knobs pretty good. Pull levers, push buttons. But dude, like who am I to tell the nerds who are trying to figure out cancer anything? They know everything I know they don't know. They could fill in the shit that we still don't know a lot more. They're already aware of all the shit that we don't know that I know they don't know. They know that shit. That's like level 1. They're at like level 97, bro. Okay? They know all the shit they don't know. And they're building the gizmos to do it. They're just, it's slow. It's not fast because we're dumb. Humans are dumb. Unfortunately, even the smart ones are dumb, right? Dude, we barely stopped swinging out of fucking trees, yesterday, geologically speaking.
Uh-huh.
But like, I don't understand why we harp on the shit we don't know and we can't prove. There's like a whole shit that we do know and we can prove. And there's a methodology that got us there. And if the shit we don't know is incompatible with the methodology, well then fuck it. Who gives a shit? Leave it alone. Do something else.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Think about other things.
That's another reason for I believe in God. The things so you don't can explain and prove,
What? No, that's a bad reason. That's a terrible reason to believe in something.
Yeah, because
We're saying not to cognitively malnourish yourself.
Bro,
Yeah,
I don't
because-
know is the best answer, right? When you can't figure some shit out. It's just like, I don't know. Not reach a conclusion. That's not what you do. You don't go, well, I really don't have any information about it, therefore it's this thing. That logically does not follow. It's, I don't know anything about it, therefore I have no fucking clue. That's my conclusion. Done. Post that shit for peer review. All the nerds are going to read that and they're going to be like, yep, I guess we don't know. They're all going to reach the same conclusion. That's what nerds do, man. They just like converge because they follow the method. Well, that's hyperbole, but you get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. One second, I will back.
Wow.
Yeah.
why do you think that even arguably some intelligent people, they might be objectively intelligent in their cognitive abilities, but when it comes to religion, like no matter how ridiculous the religion sounds or may sound, or they
Yeah, it's
have this cognitive
inculcation.
dissonance about it.
There's 300 and what is it? 50? How many Americans are there? 350 million?
Yeah, I guess.
About 400 million.
We'll say 400 million Americans. What percentage of Americans do you think use bidets?
Percentage? What?
Like, what percentage of Americans do you think have a bidet?
I have no idea.
Less than 1%.
Probably less than 1%, something like that. I don't know. We'll go with less than 1%. We'll say 1%. So, what is that? 250,000 Americans have a bidet, right? Is that the math? I suck at math. About ballparking it, right? 1% of 400 million? I don't know. Whatever that fucking number is, right? Then you have, like, basically 400 million Americans. Though the technology to properly clean their butts is available, they're just not using it. They're just not buying in to this technology that's been around for, I don't know, how long has bidet been around? Forever? I mean, even the Romans were kind of using it. They had the communal butt sponge, but at least it was water, right? I know they were smearing each other's poop water on their butts, but still, they understood the concept that this is feces. Maybe we should do something other than use paper. Now, I'm a paper user. I'm a butt smearer. That's what I do. I take paper, and I basically just wipe it on my butt until it stays white, and then I'm done. Now, hopefully at this point, I've expressed my intelligence enough that people would be like, yeah, this dude understands the principles of a bidet. He's otherwise intelligent enough to do it, but for some reason, he is satisfied with using paper and just smearing it on his butt, just like 399 million other Americans, right? So it's not just, hey, this new better idea is available and everybody just switches to it. You're asking, why can an otherwise intelligent person do something dumb like religion? And that's inculcation, brainwashing, right? In-group morality, out-group hostility, coercive factors in society, and social pressures that cause people to do things like this. Now, some people will be like, it's all full-blown compartmentalization. It's not really. Compartmentalization is an actual psychological problem that people have. This can be likened to that, but the nerds in psychology don't like making that equivocation. So you got to kind of come up with other explanations to how an otherwise intelligent person can do something stupid like believe in fucking magic. And that's because of social pressure, right? They're not actually thinking about it. And when you ask those otherwise intelligent people, they usually walk all their answers back or couch them in faith. They're not trying to give you certitudes and shit like that, right? Because they're smart enough to recognize they can't do that. So this is why the majority of theists, even though they're doing that and they're otherwise intelligent, generally don't sound like, Ken Hovind. This dude is a fucking knuckle dragger. One of the dumbest sacks of shit on the fucking planet, right? That's why he sounds like that. He sounds like a dumb sack of shit because he spews moronic bullshit, right? And everybody could tell. Even the religious people, they could tell how dumb he sounds. That's why he's an extreme minority. And otherwise intelligent people generally don't flock to those kinds of religions, generally. But yeah, psychology is a powerful thing, man. And it's inculcation. It's the pressure we apply to each other due to proximity, due to care. Mirror neurons, the fact that you care about your parents and their opinions, your grandparents and their opinions, right? That's the social pressure. That's my answer. Prove me wrong. It's fine. It's discussion.
I guess also like some sense of comfort. Like
Yeah, but it's not really. Heroin does that. Heroin brings people a sense of comfort, right?
Well, I meant on a more familial, like let's say
We're pointing out that malnourishment is unethical to keep doing it.
Yeah, it's soothing after you've been convinced that you need soothing, right? that you need that kind of soothing, but you learn that you need that kind of soothing from the people that teach you the soothing. They destroy your fucking brain and offer you the cure, right? They give you the poison and offer you the anti-poison, the anti-venom or whatever.
Yeah. I meant on a more like family level. Like you have this
Yeah.
intelligence person X, they grew up in a family. He loves his family. His family's like Christian, right?
Yeah, his family's the one that's doing it to him. His
Yeah.
family is the answer. It's oxytocin, dopamine, vasopressin, serotonin. That's what's doing it. Like when your family member says a dumb thing, you're less likely to criticize. You'll let him slide, right? You'll give him the understanding, right? In group. That's in group morality. You know, when somebody gives you a fender bender, well, they're the biggest fucking moron on the goddamn planet. But when you give someone a fender bender, oh, guess what? You were distracted. Something happened. It's natural psychology.
Yeah.
You know, your family is more or less an extension of you, right? They kind of reflect you. So you're tend to be less critical of people in your in-group and hypercritical of people in your out-group.
Do you think religion is going to be reduced significantly?
It already
like
is.
previous years?
You look in the United States, church attendance is down from like 70% down to like 40%. Like that's just church attendance. It's just not to say like a loss of religion, but that's the path. People are attending less. There's probably reasons for that, but less attendance, less adherence, less sycophancy, less brainwashing, less memetics, less adherence.
I've read somewhere that it says in the West, like for Gen Z, Catholics or like traditional like religions like Catholicism is rising. I don't know if that's true.
It might be true. You're just looking at one religion. Look at the global religiosity.
I think it has to do with the right-wing politics in the West currently. Like a lot of Gen Z, they just like this, oh, you know, like big Chad army that looks cool and a cross above it. And we rule the world and haha, Trump, you know, strongest leader. But I think it was just a trend. I feel like it's a reaction for the youth on the social problems they faced, or they face, or will face.
Well, I'd rather concern myself with what's happening right now and within my arm's reach to influence and not get too caught up on those kind of global scale levels, right? That's why I hang out in this chat room and I try to offer people a different perspective. Whether I'm right or wrong, people are still inculcated, right? We still build our entire, you know, the path humanity is manifesting for itself comes from that Chinese whispers, that telephone that we're all telling, you know, multi-generational from one generation to the next. You know, we're making the world in accordance to our feelings.
Yeah.
And our beliefs inform our behaviors. And so I choose to attack people's beliefs that way. If they're going to use their beliefs in the voting booth, well, then I'm going to try to shape their beliefs because I can't stop what they do in the voting booth. But I could try to affect what they do before they go in, right? Try to get them to go in there and vote for some moral shit instead of some more immoral shit, pretending that the immoral shit's the moral shit. That shit's toxic as fuck. You know, like when a Christ stain tells me that abortion is bad. You know how fucking disgusting it is to hear a Christian tell me that abortion is bad? It's fucking abhorrent. It's like they promote it. Their book fucking promotes the most grotesque form of abortion. They don't even fucking know it because they're morons that don't read their own shit, their own trash, their own pedophile-filled fucking nonsense. They don't read it. You read it and it says, yeah, kill babies. Fucking abort the shit out of them. If Numbers 5 is test of the unfaithful wife. right? If you're a man and you have a wife and you think your wife cheated on you, you could take her down to the tabernacle where the rabbi will whip up a magic shit water potion called the potion of the bitter waters. Call it a shit water potion because one of its ingredients is dust of the tabernacle floor. Now, tabernacle floor, this is Old Testament, so we're talking about like 2,000-year-old tabernacle floor, 4,000-year-old tabernacle floor, right? Shit like that. 6,000-year-old tabernacle floor. However, what age? But that's the nasty shit. Before we understood germs and we were tracking mire, feces, street-filled nastiness into the tabernacle. Well, anyway, one of the ingredients was dust of the tabernacle floor. They'd whip it up, make her drink the potion, and if she cheated, her thigh will rot, her abdomen will swell, and her baby will miscarry, right? So this is a forced abortion because she allegedly cheated. But when you zoom out and you understand basic fucking, medicine, that she probably got an infection from the dirt of the tabernacle floor, and that's why her shit fucking died, why her abdomen rot, why her baby got sepsis and shit, right? Because she drank like cholera or something. Not because God was mad that she cheated. So how many innocent women out there were just doing their thing, just being women in their shitty ass condition in this Bronze Age fucking bullshit, were executed this way? That they fucking wrote about it and put it in the Bible. That made it in the Bible. This was a problem in ancient Judea, right? It made a fucking rule in the book. So then to hear people like that tell me I can't abort a baby because it's, got a debilitating genetic disorder, or the mother can't afford it and it's going to grow up in poverty right now, but if we wait a couple years, it might not be in poverty. Can't abort for those reasons. But we can abort it. Like that's what's just disgusting. Why don't the people who want abortions just start saying, I think my wife cheated? Just do that.
Yeah. I guess they're gonna ask for some justification, maybe.
Yeah, but it's all just make-believe bullshit. Like, my appreciation for abortions is make-believe bullshit. It's just, I'm playing make-believe where, like, women are people, and they have opinions and rights and shit. And they have a body that I believe, all out of my own feelings, I just believe it, that they have personal autonomy, right? And that they can make medical decisions for themselves. I just believe that shit.
Yeah.
And then when I go into the voting booth, guess how I vote? In accordance with my beliefs. And I just can't stand somebody telling me I'm not allowed to love abortions unless it's because you think your wife cheated on you. It's just gross. It's like, shut up. Literally read your own trash. Get right before all the pedophilia. It talks about killing babies for fun because you thought your wife cheated on you. And fret not, because you can still kill them after they're born. You don't have to, it's not like your cutoff line. Like we have the cutoff line for us. We have now cut. Once they're born, you can't kill them. But back then, it wasn't like that. There wasn't that cutoff where, like, once they're born, that's it. They have rights. It was, there really was no cutoff. You just kill them anytime you want, really, as long as they broke some specific, they backtalk their elders. Something, yeah, just beat them to death. Just take big rocks, just beat them to death. That's what you did. That's what they said. So it wasn't, again, they didn't have the cutoff. We don't do that in society anymore. We have like a juvie, right? Little kid fucks up too bad, we throw them into juvie. We even have like laws in the United States that if if you were tried under juvenile conditions, you are ineligible for the death penalty. You are ineligible in the United States for the death penalty. If like you were 13 and you killed somebody and you got life in prison, you are ineligible. We don't even do it in Western civilization. It's banned, straight banned. Bible says, yeah, no, fuck it. There's no age limit. If they insult a guy, you can kill him. You can just fucking kill him in the most like horrible ways. Bears, big rocks. Just, I mean, how would you guys like? I would fucking hate that. Like just walking down the street and then just get into like a particular intersection where they just there's dead kids there, just bludgeoned to death, dead kids, dude. That's crazy. That's just fucking psychopathy. Just to have to like walk around that, to think that, oh shit, I gotta walk around one. They're fucking A. Right? But that would be life in ancient Judea. Every now and again, probably like once, twice, three times a decade or something, you're not paying attention where you're walking and you trip on a bludgeoned to death child. Just they left in the streets to get ripped apart by vultures and stuff. Those people wrote a book about how to be moral, and I'm supposed to read it to become. That's crazy. Like if you believe that, you're a fucking psychopath. If you think those people had anything valuable to say about humanity, it's disgusting. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer, in his final hours, expressed more empathy than what you could read about in the Bible. Jeffrey fucking Dahmer. Holy shit, I'm getting fat. You think soul ash and fat are related? You think that was what that guy was trying to say? Is that I'm fat?
Maybe. Weird way to say something like that, but
I like the idea of soul smegma. It's creepy. Theists are weird, man. All right. We need a theist. How do you pray in Hindi? We need to get a Hindu in here and learn some about Hinduism and shit. I don't know shit about the Hinduisms. used to I used to have the power to cause hurricanes. I didn't like to flex this power that much, but I did get taught there's a spell that you can cast that will make hurricanes avoid you. And basically you just draw a 3-legged turtle on something. And I don't like the flex, but I did use it one time.
Is that all it takes is a 3-legged turtle?
I think so.
Wow.
I don't know if it worked though, because we did kind of get hit by it still. You could make an argument that we would have been ground zero, you know? Dude, I want to make an app where like religious people and non-religious people could sign up to the app, and it'll put them in a queue where people who want to debate them, they can have the app, and then they'll just drop into the chat room like Lone Star here. Lone Star, prove it. Let's go. Let's hear your argument.
Yeah, that'd be great. App. It's another $1 million idea for Mogi that he's going to shit all over. We don't do that listening thing here. You're going to have to put your ideas on the table.
Yeah, engage, nerd. Let's go.
Okay, then where's Mango Man and Rise on that side anyway?
Wait, can you mumble that one more time? Wow.
Guess he couldn't.
That's what it does though, man. This is what they do. You know, they're not good at it. It's what it is. They're just not good at thinking. What do you do? Other than trying to help them think, there's really not much you can do. All right, fuck do you say that shit? James?
Yeah, it's not that difficult.
Yeah, well, when you have an E in front of it, it is.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, why do you put unnecessary letters in front of your fucking name?
It's almost like I've got multiple. Jesus.
Completely unnecessary.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, totally unnecessary. Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
can you prove the God thing?
Nerds, Force. Nah, I mainly came in to just listen, to be honest.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
That's what I heard.
I just came in to listen.
All right, I'm going to take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Absolutely fucking dominated.
Totally fucking right. Like, can you prove it, or you're some kind of atheist?
Your mic's
Yeah, I didn't even read the room title. God ain't real. Prove me wrong. No, I'm agnostic, to be honest.
Oh, so that you really can't prove it then?
Yeah, that's exactly my dilemma. I really can't. I don't know.
Oh, well, then I really win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Fucking
Sure, yeah.
dominated twice in about 3 seconds.
You got to understand burdens, man. I have the burden. See, my argument the whole time, when I weigh in on it, is that you can't prove it. That's my position, is that you can't prove it. And almost without fail,
I totally agree.
Right. So then you agreed that I won.
Yeah, I agree that you won. I can't prove
Yeah.
it, and you win. There you go.
Yeah, we can
That's the
fix
reason
that, dude. It's not
that's the
hard.
reason I came into. Yeah, that's the reason I came into listen. I mean,
Well, you can't learn by just listening, man. That don't work like that.
you can learn by listening.
Nah, not really. Not really. It's a really bad
Yeah, you
way to learn, man. Is to just listen. You gotta apply.
You listen to more intelligent people talk
Nah,
about.
you gotta. Nah.
That you absolutely don't know about.
Nah, dude. I'm a pretty educated person, and I'm telling you, just listening really didn't do it. Yeah, that's not how I learned. It's just by listening. I had to apply, right? You got to apply it. Because what you don't practice, you just, like math. If you gave me some college algebra right now, I'd shit myself, dude. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd shit myself. Because I haven't practiced it in like 13 years or something, you know? I haven't even fucking looked at the inside of a math book. I haven't even seen a math book, to be honest.
Fair enough. Anyway, yeah. By the sounds of it, everybody else in the room agrees with you, so there's not much of a debate going on.
You're the debate.
Yeah, we don't agree.
Oh, you don't agree with whatever I say. I'm sorry, I'm very confused right now.
That's fine. That's what the conversation's for, is to unfuck your brain and like get that out of there so that you're not confused.
Yes, please, sir.
So why is it that you can't prove it, dude? It's a trivial task.
Because every method of proof has some flaw in it, or it's somehow like, well, the book says this, and the book is what it is.
No, every method of proof does not have some flaw in it. What do you mean? Lots of them do. I'll agree to that.
It's in for theology.
But why do we care about theology that necessarily? Like, we would just use a better standard of proof, right? Than theology provides?
Sure.
Right, and that would allow us to analyze, evaluate, and assess theological claims and non-theological claims.
This person might have a claim.
Well, you have a claim, and that claim is that you can't prove it. We could fix that.
It's fixable.
So you're saying that you can prove you can prove that it's not real. You're saying that my standpoint, which is correct, is that I don't think you can prove either way.
Yeah, I could prove both ways. Yeah, both ways are trivial.
So you can prove both ways, therefore neither way is correct.
Correct.
So being agnostic is correct.
No, agnosticism is stupid.
Yeah, you lost me there.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I mean, we got words, though, man. So agnosticism is one of two main prongs, right? It has two main thrusts. One is God is not known, right? It's just simply not known. The other is God is unknowable, right? So you can take one of two approaches. You can say God is not known. To an agnostic that says God is not known, all I have to do is say God is a triangle, right? And since they don't know, it should be the case that they'll go, oh, okay, right? If they truly don't know, if a lack of knowledge is really what we're focused on here, then they should just say, oh, thanks, I didn't know that. And then we could move on. And now they're Gnostic about what God is. But whenever you do that with an agnostic, what do? They don't do that, right? They don't accept that. And the only reason you wouldn't accept it is the only reason you'd give pushback is because that pushback is a disagreement, right? You're disagreeing that God is a triangle.
Yeah.
But how can you disagree that God's a triangle if you don't know what a God is? What logic is one employing to say God's not a triangle, or I'm not convinced that God is a triangle? Yeah. There's something other than them not knowing a God. So a lack of knowledge for what a God is can be easily rectified by just pointing at a thing and calling it a God. They now know what a God is, and they should not be, but they're not. They're not doing it. So it's incoherent. But then the other prong of God is not knowable, well, that would be something you know about God, that you can't know anything else about it. So you know something about it, thus it's knowable, right? So it's self-contradictory, and it doesn't really explain the situation. So all you're really arguing for in that form of agnosticism is the minimal accessibility of knowability to the God thing, but then I'm at what at all can you know about the God thing, right? What at all?
Sure.
Unknowability is something that you know, and that's just self-refuting. So the question is, what is it that you can know? And that question follows the possibility that there is a thing to be known. So we have to discuss first, is there a thing to be known? So agnosticism is just weak. It doesn't really address this issue, and I think it ignores a mountain of data, of knowledge that you have about a multitude of God things. And it should be the case that the multitude of information you have in your brain about God things is just dog shit. It's just a mountain of dog shit evidence. That's really what's going on inside your brain, is that you're looking at this ginormous pile of dog shit evidence for the existence of God thing. But what you can't do is conclude that there's no evidence. Because a giant pile of dog shit evidence isn't no evidence. It's evidence. It's just dog shit evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can conclude that all you have is dog shit evidence to conclude upon. And because of that, you're going to wait, right, until it's not dog shit evidence. Then you have a burden, right? But you don't have an obligation or a burden to analyze a pile of bad evidence as anything other than a pile of bad evidence. Now, you would have to give some kind of epistemic justification for why you're saying it's bad evidence. But we're talking about inside your own brain. You've already determined that it's a mountain of bad evidence. That's why you don't accept it, and you think that agnosticism is a good foundation. But the problem is agnosticism ignores the problem.
Okay. I don't have a point against that. Agree with what you said.
We win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Yeah, fucking dominated, bro.
Wow.
Sure.
How can you get that dominated?
Yeah, how does that feel? How does it feel to wake up, get out of bed, and just get fucking wrecked?
I feel like a bitch.
By a self-admitted knuckle dragger. I don't claim to be a big brain nerd.
Yeah, sure. I'm so pissed right now. I'm sorry.
So
I would be.
So the task of proving a
so
God thing is merely you point at something and call it God. That's the task. So walking it all back, it would be like when you walked in a room, if I asked you the question, can you shit yourself? And then you said, nah, I can't shit myself. Well, I'd be wondering why. Why can't you shit yourself? It should be easy. You just do it, right? Anybody could do it. We did it when we were born. We used to shit ourselves all the time, right? It was a trivial task. It was like one of the first things we learned how to do was to shit ourselves, right? We felt a buildup. We were like, relief. We learned to shit ourselves, right? So the question, can you shit yourself? The answer is yes, but I am not going. I'm not going to. I'm not going to do that. It's a trivial task that I can do, but I'm not going to do it. And so when I'm asking somebody, can you prove the existence of a God thing, it's as trivial because the task is actually cognitively shitting your pants. That's what you're doing. You could cognitively shit your pants. That's what you're saying. But when you say no, you can't cognitively shit your pants, you make it seem like cognitively shitting your pants is a difficult task. You're like bigifying the task. Yeah, you can. You could just point at a thing like this vaporizer and call it God, and you would have done, I did, what the Pope does when he calls Jesus God. Identical. Like the task, it's an identical one-to-one relationship there. It's the same exact task. But when I do it to the vaporizer, you're like, well, that's fucking stupid. But when the Pope does it with Jesus, most people don't go, that's fucking stupid, just like they say about the vaporizer. But really, it's backwards logic if you think about it, because what are we really pushing back to when it comes to the claim God exists, that it lacks manifestation? Well, I did that. Here's a vaporizer. It has manifestation. And so I'm doing what the Pope can't do. He can't point at Jesus. He can't pick Jesus up and put Jesus down on a table and be like, that's Jesus.
Oh, he definitely can't.
Right, he can't do that. So when he says Jesus loves you, okay, cool story. But when I say my vaporizer has nicotine, that's not a cool story, bro. That's if you hit this fucking thing, you're going to get nicotine in your body because that's what it does and that's what it is. So there's weight. There's justification to my statements about this God that it contains nicotine. This God contains nicotine. That's
Holy
true.
Cow.
But atheists are hung up on the triviality that this God is a fucking vaporizer. They're hung up on that, right? They're like, well, what do? I just deny that vaporizers can be gods, I guess. But then you're legitimizing the God concept. You've legitimized that there's some legitimate God out there, that this vaporizer, well, guess what? It lacks those properties. This vaporizer doesn't have the God-bearing characteristic. I'm saying that this vaporizer unequivocally has this fucking God characteristic, because the God characteristic is that it requires a monkey to point at it, call it a God. And I did that. I'm a monkey. I used my monkey finger. I pointed at it, and I declared it's God. So seems like I met the burden. I've just proven the existence of the God thing.
Perfect.
But if it actually does depend on what God means, and we define God as something else, like a square circle, this will be easy, right? Square circles don't exist. So God does not exist. That God does not exist. The God that is a square circle, yeah, that one doesn't exist. Trivial.
Yep. Sounds about right.
So I don't understand why there's so many people out there that can't prove or disprove God things. It's weird. It seems like you should be able to prove and disprove lots of them.
Yeah. Sounds about right. That was enlightening. Thank you.
Anytime, man. Stop in and get wrecked anytime.
Well, I mean, you
I'll
did
get
this,
wrecked
man.
anytime. Yeah, I did it to myself. You're right. Yeah.
I don't see how that's not logical.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
dude.
you do it to yourself because you're an adult now and it's your brain, so everything in there is your fault now. But somebody put a whole shitload of dumb ideas in your brain, my brain, everybody's brain. It gets chock full of dumb ideas. Dumb ideas that sound like like face value. It's like, oh, that's an interesting maxim right there. But it's dog shit. It's an actual dog shit maxim. Like absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. You ever heard that bullshit?
Never.
Well, in the philosophical arena, you'll hear that shit all the time. That just because you don't have evidence of a thing doesn't mean the thing doesn't exist. And I'm saying, yeah, actually that's the case. When there's no evidence of a thing, that's exactly what things that don't exist have. They don't have evidence for them. That's exactly the one metric that rules things out and into existence, is that they have evidence. What we're really quibbling over isn't whether there is or isn't evidence. It's whether the moron talking about the thing brought the evidence with him. And they're just saying that, hey, just because I didn't bring the evidence with me like I should have done when I walked into this room and started telling you about a thing, just because I'm a moron and I didn't bring that evidence with me, doesn't mean the evidence isn't out there where I don't even know where the fuck. See, when it's said that way, the person just sounds like a moron. It's like, dude, you're making a claim there is a thing. There means location. So where is the necessary question to the assertion there? So where? And absent an answer to where, then there is no there. Because where and there reference the exact same thing from different perspectives. There is something you know in your brain. Where is something I'm asking to there, right? So they're just gaslighting you when they say that shit. They're not bringing like that crayon in their crayon box to art school, and yet they want to draw anyway. Well, you don't get to. You have to bring the thing, and then when there's the thing, we can analyze the thing, and we'll analyze the thing, and hopefully we'll accurately represent the thing. But the lack of there being a thing is exactly equivalent to the identity of no identity. That's what that looks like. Things that don't have evidence don't exist. That's what that means. But they packaged it up into this nice little trope and convinced lots of people that it's true that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. I'm saying, dude, yeah, it is. It is like 100% that is the case. That No evidence equals it doesn't exist. That's what that means. But
Yep.
but your brain's just chock full of those kinds of tropes that don't mean what they caution you from things like the black swan fallacy, right? They're a cautionary tale. But yeah, it is the case that there's no evidence for a fucking elephant right there in my room. There's no evidence for it. So there isn't an elephant right there in my room. But I've given the location. I said there, right there. That's your obligation. When you're going to say there is a God, you have the obligation to tell me where when I ask.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
If you
So you
totally
just
agree, why did you come in here and say that you didn't know or you couldn't prove a God thing?
Because I've never heard someone say something that eloquent before.
Oh, he learned something.
Yeah, does that suffice? I learned something by listening, eh? Disproved you.
No, you
Proved
didn't
you.
listen. You
Disproved your
you
average.
actively participated in the conversation.
By saying yeah a lot. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I
That's
participated.
not how you
It's
learn.
active listening. I don't give a shit how you do it.
Fair enough, dude.
Yeah, it was active participation. It was your brain that I went and rooted around in. It wasn't my brain.
And hi guys.
All right, Gray, prove it.
Anyways, what's the topic here?
I didn't understand that. What was that?
Like topic, the debate.
What's the topic? The topic is about you proving the God thing. So do you believe in God or not?
I don't believe in God actually. Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to prove the existence of one since you don't believe in one, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I win, you lose, go wrecked nerd.
Fucking dominated.
Absolutely fucking dominated.
Dominated.
So what's the problem here? Why can't you prove it? Why? Probably cognitive. Guy seems pretty slow.
But like, if God exists, why we have like innocent people suffer from disease and natural disasters and
Did
all?
you say something about penis envy?
Yeah, also a penis.
You understand? Do you understand the incoherent nature of the question of prefacing that if a thing does not exist, then how this condition? Well, this condition because that, not because of the absence of what you thought it was in that state. Like you found a ball, right? You found a ball, and you're just walking along. And you find a ball, and you ask the question: if God didn't put this ball here, then what did put this ball here? Well, in order to understand if God didn't put the ball there, I would have to know how God's put balls there, right? I would have to know that. It's like, well, it is not indicative of God placing balls here, because if God placed a ball here, it would have like these 3 lines in the sand. That would be indicative of God putting the ball there. And since it's there and the God didn't put the ball there, I know that because the 3 lines in the sand aren't there. That would be indicative of the God being there. But you're saying, hey, the ball's there. And I'm like, yeah, the ball's there. And you're like, how to get there if God didn't do it? But I need to know that God puts the lines in the sand to do that. I can only answer how the ball got there in accordance with how the fucking ball got there. With the idea, I got an idea how the ball got there, and I can match it up. But you're the one that should have known that the 3 lines are in the sand. I just had to extrapolate from bullshit in my brain and make up the example of the 3 lines. But since you're the one asserting that when balls get placed places, they have the 3 lines, you should have known that about your God thing, so that you can bring that to the table and say to me, this is why I think God put the ball here, because these unexplained lines right here that are indicative of God. But we don't have that information. So I don't know how your God does things. So if I gave you an explanation, let's say I gave you the physics behind it. Well, maybe your God used physics to do that and put the ball there. And so at the end of the day, I don't know how to explain how things get there absent the explanation of God's putting it there, because I don't know how God's put things there. That's your assertion. How do God's put things places such that you know that reality was put there by God? How did you figure that out? Because that's your job, right? You're saying reality has this little smudge mark indicative of God. What prove that. Right. Right. It's unfortunate you can't just off the cuff that shit, right? As easily as you can the claim. The explanations are always harder than the claims, bro. They always are. That's why you should start the other way around. Have the explanation and then make the claim, right? Because then you won't look like an idiot. Because the claim will be easy, right? You'll just be able to reference the experiment or whatever the hell you did, right? The smudge mark you found. But you want me to pretend reality's smudged and then explain how it could get there even though it's smudged. I don't see the smudge, man. I just see reality. So you tell me, man. You going to tell us, or are you just prepared to make the claims? You have. Can I just expect that every time I ask you for justification or reason, you're not going to have it? You'll just have the assertion? Because then we can just make the conversation like super short. I'll lose all interest and I won't give a shit about what your opinions are because you'll never be able to justify them because you're just a cognitive invalid, right? Like literally all you can do is imagine at me. That's it. That's all you got.
I have a question. Who are you talking to exactly?
Everyone. Really?
Okay. Because I support you and I'm just listening and you're talking and no one's responding, so I got confused.
Yeah.
Gray's my friend. He's an atheist too, and we're just here to listen. But like nobody's like a theist.
Yeah, atheism's dumb. You can see that atheism's dumb because, for one, it doesn't have a burden of proof. Ask an atheist what their burden of proof is. Tell them to prove atheism, and what do they'll do? They'll say, "Well, I'm an atheist. That proves it." But we're not asking you to prove you're an atheist. We're asking to prove atheist. So there's no burden. That means it's not a philosophy. It's a contingent philosophy. Once the theist develops their own burden, they'll give the atheist permission to think for themselves from that point on. Once the theist deems that the atheist is worthy enough to have an idea, they'll go up to the atheist and they'll say, "Atheist, I now give you permission to think." And they'll convey to them what God means. And then after the theist has conveyed to the atheist what God means, they will now have permission granted to them by their theist masters. Their theist masters now gave them the primer for them to think. And now they can say, well, God's not real. They can do that after the theist gives them permission to think. That's the problem here. You don't have a philosophy. You have a contingent philosophy. Your philosophy is contingent upon theism. Whatever theism means, that's what you mean. But your problem is the question, whatever theism means is a scatterfuck, just like hippopotamus diarrhea shit of idea, right? It's a set of random, disconnected, totally independent ideas that are often contradictory. You got circle gods, you got square gods, you got amorphous blob gods, and we don't have a way to figure out which ones are gods or not.
Hundreds of gods, actually, yes.
Right. So atheists are rejecting wholesale the existence of any God. There's no God you could go up to an atheist and be like, "You believe in this God?" And they'll be like, "Yeah, I believe the existence of that one." They can't do that. They're fundamentally, their contingent philosophy demands that for every God proposition, they answer no. For every one of them, every God proposition, they answer no. So when God is the Son, which I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but is an object in the sky that we can all see. Some people call that object God. So the atheist has one of two options. They can deny the existence of the sun, which we know they don't do. What do? They say the sun's not a God, or that I don't mean that when I mean God. Well, you're an atheist. You shouldn't mean anything when you say God, because the thing that you mean as an atheist, that's a property. And things that exist have properties. Things that don't exist don't have properties. So you shouldn't have any property of God in your brain if you don't believe any of them exist.
Mm.
But you guys do. Your guys' heads is just chock full of God properties and not God properties. You can look at this vaporizer as an atheist and be like, yeah, that's not a God. You can do that. Like, you'll flip something. I don't know what you're doing when you look at it, and then you've concluded it's not a God. Whatever you did there is fascinating to me, because God can be everything and anything and nothing. So how do you know this thing is inconsistent with something? Because that's all it's got to be, is something, anything.
And what are your beliefs? Do you have any beliefs or something, bro?
I have all kinds of beliefs. I've been stating
What
my
kind of?
beliefs.
Oh, and specifically, what kind of belief do you have?
We have all kinds of beliefs.
Yeah, like even science is based on beliefs. Like to get at a theory, we usually have axioms, which are things that can't be proved or unproved. So everything is based on beliefs.
That's not what an axiom
Yeah.
So
is.
even a person who believes in science believes in something.
Yeah, but that's not what an axiom is.
What's an axiom?
Something that's like self-evident. The evidence is itself. It's self-justifying, right? It's,
Yeah, but it can be proved or unproved. So in that
to me,
sense,
that's
it's like
proof,
a belief.
right? That's all I would
Yeah,
be
but
asking.
no, but like a real axiom is
Axiom is
something that
like,
cannot be proved
No,
or unproved.
insofar as what
yeah,
axioms are.
It's like we believe in it. Like it's something like that serves as the foundation for most
Well, I think
theories.
you have your targets
yeah.
mixed up. So an axiom is
Actually,
a specific orientation word used within the context of an argument. It is a
yeah.
statement that is offered without justification. So if you have whatever reasons you have for that statement, that's cool. But for the purposes of the argument has no justification for that specific statement. That's what makes it an axiom.
Okay, got it.
And they're, this is how we develop and mess with logic, is we use these kinds of rules, whether they're presuppositions, axioms, and concepts about brute fact, and simple versus complex. These are all logic tools we're using to discuss stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, Mogi.
Yeah, what's up?
How did that run go?
I bled myself out like an idiot.
You bled yourself out? Oh, dude.
Yeah, I got
told you, dude.
I got all red hearts, and I bled myself out because I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you were lost in the sauce, dude. But see
Yeah,
how
very
fun
much
it is?
so.
Like that's just an example of something you can do. Imagine you can do that with like items and stuff. But yeah. Let me know if you want to do like another game. I can watch it because I love watching people play.
Getting a thunderstorm. Like I'm getting my first one this year. Probably the only one this year.
Thunderstorms in summer.
Well,
Wow. Couldn't be me.
I'm like fancy irrigation away from the Pacific. I have like an open valve from the Pacific. Like you have an open valve. Kind of. I guess it would be a lot more prevalent in
A lot more valvy.
further east. I guess that makes a lot of sense.
Well, it's hot as shit in here, so.
No, I'm just thinking about like soil type at this stage. Like they have different numbers to them. I think there's like 6 or 7.
6, 7?
I think there's like 6 or 7 major biomes for modern agriculture. At least in the US. I don't know if there's like a different system in other countries. There's a position of ignorance from my part. But that's how we plant stuff. It's like we choose like a fruit to know if your fruit tree is gonna grow in your backyard. You like figure out what's your number, and you can get these ones.
I mean, how hard is it to like grow fruit trees?
Depends on your number.
So if you have like a 7,
that sucks, I think. I think you want like
what's the best
between
one?
a 3 and a 5.
Okay.
It was nice talking to you. I don't understand much English, so I think I'll leave because I'm not understanding anything. It was nice talking. Bye.
Au revoir.
We got obscure.
Oui, oui.
Oui, baguette.
Should have stuck to the well understood terms. Like justification.
English?
Forensic analysis.
Yeah, if Mogi was here, they would have left sooner. They wouldn't have understood shit. Mogi uses the big word. Right, Mogi?
Only if we take a hyperspiroidal perspective.
Exactly. It's all about the hyperspiral perspective. Be right back.
Oh shit, I think I just figured it out.
What is it, Pa?
Yeah, I think I did it. Hold up. Oh wait, it's not ready. Hold on, don't look. Oh fuck. Got a short. I made a short. Hold on, my battery's dying. All right. I don't have an image though. Yeah. I gotta make an image. But yeah, atheism, it's fucking dumb. It ain't like, say like not stamp collecting. Well, when you tell me you don't collect stamps, I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about, like every single time. It's not like ever a stamp collector, a stamp collector come up and say, hey, I'm a stamp collector. And I was like, yeah, I don't collect stamps. And then it was like about tacos, right? No, it was literally the things you put on fucking letters to mail shit. Almost every, I don't know of a single time somebody fucked with me that way. Always the same thing. So I can reject that. I can say, hey, I don't do that activity. Okay, but what about theism? Do I God? What is God? What does that look like? What does it look like to God? Well, ask somebody, and it's up to them. I don't know how to God or not God. Atheists have been gaslit into believing they know what is God and what is not God. That they can distinguish between those things. And to a degree they can. From their history of inculcation, from their little group of the gods they mean, they can reject that. But why do I give a shit about what you, an atheist, is God? Like, shut up. Like, your opinion on the matter doesn't matter because you're not weighing in. You're weighing out. You get to tell me what God's not, but you don't get to tell me what God is. That's a theist's job to do that, to tell me what God is. You guys just get to sit there and be like, no. But then when you do that, what credibility do you have as some expert to rule in or rule out God? Seems like you're just making boom. Get wrecked, nerds. But yeah, atheist.
Since I missed what you said, penis.
I have a YouTube short out now.
Oh shit! Did you just drop it?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me check it out. Sure does seem like they're just making shit up.
Yeah, I had to figure out how to even make shorts, dude. It's hard, man. Shit, like my brain, it don't want to work anymore.
I seen a 3-minute short. It was confusing, but I guess that's still a short.
Yeah, I've seen lengthier shorts. They let me do up to a minute. Maybe it's just because I don't have like people like you know what I mean. Like I don't have like a bunch of people.
The flow of subscribers.
Man, getting rain.
Getting rain here too. Good for the garden though.
Whoa. Did you know that we have multicolored electrical tape?
Seems like that makes sense.
Yeah, a guy on a job showed me his 27 color electrical tape dispenser, and I'm like, I just use my electrical tape to caulk things.
There's actually only 12 colors, dude. What are you talking about?
Fuck.
Most of them are overlapped in the same color.
Oh,
I need to
man.
do a test.
I see 3 browns, 4 greens.
It kind of is like that, isn't it? That's weird.
I mean, it is, but you guys get to see all the shades and shit.
I
You know,
have a hard time seeing black.
dude, I think color blindness is also part like psychological, because like I feel like most of the time I just don't have the words for the color. It's like I'm seeing it, but I don't know whether I should call it green or yellow. Like I just don't have. I don't know. It's weird. It's like I could see differences, but if you showed them to me all by themselves, I would think it's the same color. I only really see the differences like when they're right next to each other kind of deal. But then like by themselves, they're either just like yellow, green, right? I don't know. Oh yeah. Live on YouTube.
I got tape and a bag. Are they different or the same?
They're the same. Or I meant the tip. I thought you were showing me the tip of your little vaporizer and the color. Yeah, those are the same color.
Of the tape?
Yeah, the tape and the tip.
Oh my god.
And then that thing down in the bag, that's the same color too. That yellow down, no, the yellow down inside the bag, yeah. And that battery. That's yellow too.
Wow. This tip is like a neon green. The tape is yellow. And the bag is green.
No. That little square thing inside the bag, inside the battery, that's yellow. The tip of your vaporizer, that is also yellow. And that tape is yellow.
Okay, yes. Tape is yellow. Tip is green.
No, it's yellow.
Okay, it's yellow.
No, the only reason it looks green at all is it's pale compared to the other two. But I would say yellow. I almost never guess bright green. I almost never do it. You got to show me like forest green for me to be like, yeah, that's green. Yeah, it's gray. It's gray as fuck.
That is as gray as it gets, man.
It's blue too. I see blue. It's blue and gray, but it's... Yeah, the bag is pretty much the same color as the tape.
Yep.
Well, actually, no. On one of my screens, the tape is bluer, but it's gray. But it's bluer than the bag. Yeah, in the light, it's bluer. In the shade, it's gray.
Yeah, there's like a split color on it right now. Like
Yeah. Yeah, it looks blue on the left and gray on the white. Or on the right.
Yeah. I think that's my window doing that, the sun.
Yeah.
Let's do it to the yellow. Yep, it's just the sunshine.
Yeah, the yellow dulls it out, but it's still yellow. Yeah. Both of them are yellow.
Nice. Goddamn. Color blindness is crazy.
It is, man.
But the tip of the vape is green. Like, I mean, it's so green, it's green. Like, oh my god, it's green.
Yeah, it's a green that's one. Yeah, it fucks with my brain, and I'll because it's so bright, I just go with yellow.
That might be, damn, that's crazy, dude. Holy shit.
Like I said, if you want me to see green and say green, you got to show like a forest green, like a dark green.
Then that means like some trees are not green.
I mean, they mostly look green to me. They're all different kinds of green, I guess.
Nice.
It's hard to tell, I guess. I don't know. Maybe brown. Green and browns fuck with me. It's because of the red that's in it. And brown.
I wonder if any humans that sees blue grass and green sky.
You know, I think even if you're colorblind, I think there's still color because we match, right? We think we can match stuff, right? And there's like patterns to matching colors, you know, like black and yellow maybe looks good together, but I don't know what I'm not good at matching colors, but I'm good at fucking it up for sure. So I stick to basic colors, but I know there's just colors that you don't wear together. And there seems to be like a consistent theme among people that some colors clash, you know? So I don't know. I think there's probably some merit to there being like some objective form of color, even though we're not sure if we're all seeing the same color. I think it's more that we are kind of all seeing the same color, which is why we can find matching patterns and stuff like that. But that's a highly subjective statement. I don't really know one way or the other. I don't really have any like strong conviction.
I mean, we know that we can't see under complete darkness, right? So that's one thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's absence of light. Okay, I get that.
But yeah, it's like when you have the light, then you know, is the blue I see the same as the blue you see, getting past the color blindness? I think it is, and that's why I say I think we could guess that because of matching patterns, things that we think look good together and don't look good together. I don't know what colors are supposed to look good together or not. I've never been able to figure that out, but fashion people, I guess, can do it.
Mango, I'm not sure we know that. I think complete darkness is extremely difficult to measure.
I don't know if we could measure complete darkness because there'd be no
Wait, what?
there'd be no protons.
I have to look that up.
There's just so much radiating everywhere, man.
Oh no, there's a trillion frame per second camera out now that can actually show light propagate.
Wait, like actually from the source?
Yeah, it's a trick that they do, but they are able now to build a video that shows like photons traveling, like the frame rates or like way faster than like the speed that light propagates. But it's a frame rate trick. They're not actually recording faster than light, but the end product is faster than light.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, they got a crazy high frame rate camera, and they did like a photo ray, I guess, and it looked really cool.
The one I saw, well, I saw a couple of them, but the most recent one I saw, they did a flash. So they made the room completely dark, and then they did a bulb strobe flash, and it showed the light, travel out like a wave across the table. Then it hit the coffee cup, lit up the coffee cup. Then you saw it propagate past the coffee cup onto the wall, where it didn't project a shadow for like half a second or whatever, and half a baby second, and then you saw the shadow appear on the wall, because the shadow propagated at the speed of light. But yeah, you would have to let me see if I can find a video. Oh, it was an apple. My bad. There's a bit. It's towards the end of it. Oh wait, this isn't the video. This is a video, but this isn't the video. Hold on. Oh yeah, maybe this is. Um, this is on Facebook. Okay, well, in that video, they show an apple at the end, and I think that's part of the video that I watched a while ago. Yeah, here you
Damn.
go. This is a short. This shows it.
That guy has one serious expression on his face. Fucking light, dude. What the fuck?
Wow. Yeah, there's just absolutely no fucking way Charlie was shot by a 30-06 round, man. Valhalla just did another test. I mean, he shot through a fresh pig. It completely blew the spine out of a fresh ass pig, dude. Like, if anyone believes that shit, you a dumbass. Yeah, it was a frozen sheep shoulder, a cow neck vertebrae, all duct taped together. It did nothing. It did not stop the round at all. It completely blew through. Yeah, I think it was the UVU cop. I think I cracked the code. It was the UVU cop. That's who shot him. And we've already seen him testify. He was the one that said he saw the holster but didn't think anything of it. Never gathered it for evidence and all that shit. I bet you it was him. He was Tyler's handler, and when Tyler got up and run because he couldn't take the shot, he took the shot. It's the only thing that or aliens, one or the other. Damn, dude. Damn. All right, Coco.
Let's go Super Saiyan. Wow, metamorphosis.
I'm a blueberry. I ain't Goku.
Yo, hello?
All right, untouchable, let's do it.
What? Hello?
Prove the God thing.
Nah, I believe God's fake.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
Well, no, I know God's fake.
Right, so you wouldn't be able to prove the existence of one.
Probably.
All right, then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
I'll rape you.
Can I debate you?
Yeah, hold on, let me moderate this. Go ahead, prove it.
Wait, wow, why'd you kick him? That's my friend.
Oh, okay, my bad. Hold on. He said he'd rape me.
Whoa.
Complete waste of existence.
All right, Patrick. Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch.
That
Oh, there it is.
Sorry, didn't mean to leave. What's up?
Prove it.
Prove what?
Prove you have situational awareness.
Oh, I don't believe in God. I was coming in to hear other people arguing about it.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
Well, clearly no. I don't believe in it.
Well, then I win. Get wrecked, nerd. Now, why can't you prove it?
Because I'm not arsed.
Do
Better
what?
things to do with my life. Better things to do with my life.
I mean, I'm not saying you don't have better
Boring.
things to do with your life. We're just
Bye.
talking about capacity. Wow. What an arrogant fucking sack of dog shit. Wow.
that devolved quickly. My notes on that person say, "Do not engage." I was gonna say that before they came back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to ever talk to dog shit like that. That's gross. I feel like I need a shower. What a
Like I gotta,
vile human being.
Yep. I feel like I gotta smoke an egregious amount of marijuana.
Yeah, that'll probably help. I should load my shotgun. I mean, a weed smoking shotgun.
Yeah, I got an awesome shotgun machine too. It's called Miss Lost.
Do you see all this shit coming out about Lance Twiggs?
No, I haven't. I haven't had a chance to look at any news for like a day.
So, I mean, at this stage, it's entirely conspiracy theory. There's evidence, but all conspiracy theories have evidence. But the conspiracy theories are just way better than what the government is telling us. But people like Jesse on Fire and shit, like he's got it says a new suspect emerges, and holy shit, you watch that video, and apparently there was this big leak of information about Lance Twiggs that came out like a few days ago or something. And apparently Lance is like schizophrenic, man. Like this guy has issues. And like in the descriptions of the leaks and stuff about Tyler was described by this person as like level-headed. Like he's always level-headed. He like had political stuff or whatnot, but of the two, Lance and Tyler was a level-headed one. Lance was like manic, you know, like all over the place and shit. Would go through like weird mood swings, do all these weird half-ass art projects and stuff like that, going crazy with it. And yeah, which is
But they're gonna allow his statement to be a confession for the Tyler guy.
I mean, yeah, dude, it's already they let, right? Like I don't know if this is true. That's what I'm saying. It's like conspiracy theory level shit right now. But there are some receipts. Like if you watch that video, he's posted some stuff to look at. But the only reason that any of these conspiracy theories have any credence at all is because of how bad the official narrative is. It's like, dude, you have got to be dumb to think that Tyler acted as a lone wolf in all this. There's just no way. None of the story makes sense with Tyler being a lone wolf. So, like, and their biggest deal, like for me, that's always been, is the 30-06, man. Like, there's no way Tyler had a 30. If Tyler is the shooter, he didn't do a 30-06, and I don't know where they got 30-06 from. It's like, it's just so fucked, dude. So, I could believe, like, what my brain is currently accepting is that Tyler was involved and he got up on that roof to shoot Kirk. Somebody in the know knew that was going on and was observing it from a farther distance, observing Tyler, hoping he'd take the shot or whatever, because it's like multiple people. Tyler chickened out, couldn't do it, got up and ran, and then his observer, who was like 130 yards back on the computer science building, is the one who shot Kirk with the 223, right? A 223 at 300 yards could do that, right? It could get lucky.
Yeah, it would yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you would still expect it to go through. Like, the expectation would be a nice, it hit him in the neck, you'd expect, but because of the angle, you could give a 223 some leeway that it hit off a bone and maybe his scapula and bounced and rid down his spine or something. Sure, okay, but not at 30-06. Like, not at 100 and what was it, 100 and something for Tyler.
Yeah, they wanted him to shoot him with the 30-06 because they wanted his head to pop live on fucking debate. That's what they wanted. That's what they were looking for.
I mean, that could be. I don't know about that, but yeah, if you want somebody's head to fucking explode, 30-06 is yeah.
I've seen it live, like in person. I hate to.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's not a brag. It's just it's what I've seen in combat. Like their head explode. Just there's nothing left out the back end of it.
Especially a head, a neck. You'd expect a neck to have like massive tear, but a head. It's a closed container shell, right? It's gonna pop.
Yeah, no, and the multiple neck shot and limb shots I've seen with 30-06s from it's just it rips the limbs off. Like it's fucked up the amount of damage it does. Even hitting bone, it just destroys the bone. Like it's fucked up. And then it's stupid to think that somebody else shot him. Yeah, I agree. And they were aiming for his head, but they were further away. So, of course, the bullet drop caused that.
And see, that's why I think it was the UVU cop, because apparently that dude killed a kid years ago. There's like a whole video about that guy was involved with killing another guy under some circumstances. I didn't fact check. It was at Lauren Peritra. She put out a video about that, so you could look on that one just like yesterday. But apparently that dude killed a guy like 10 years ago, a young guy. But now he's lead investigation on UVU, so he should have been the guy who you had to go to pave over Charlie Kirk's murder scene. They should have had to gone through him because he should have been the guy at least to have the crime scene and you're not allowed to go here. We're gathering evidence. He testified that he found a holster near him when it happened, but didn't follow up on it. So he was on campus. So I don't know if it was him or not, but the thing is, there's another dude that did a video. He went out there with a drone to get an angle on it. And though it's not the best angle, if you're a trained sniper, you could fucking make it. If you know how to like shoot through foliage and stuff like that when that's available, because any foliage that was there is not that thick. It's not like a thick canopy. When you get up there and drone and you look from the sky, yeah, you're looking at it, it's like always shooting through trees and shit. But with the drone, it's not impossible for somebody to be on that building behind Tyler. And I'm thinking they just, tried to set Tyler up. Tyler chickened out. He fucking ran. They took the shot, fucking up, not realizing that you're shooting a 5.56 or a 2.23, and you're trying to pin a 30-06 on him at close. And it's just like, dude, maybe if the guns were reversed, if he had the 5.56 and you had the 30-06. But dude, even at 300 yards, man, a 30-06 is just devastating. I'm sorry, dude. So there's just a multitude of conspiracy theories coming out about this shit, dude, and they all make more sense than the official narrative, because I'm not past the first hurdle. Yeah. So I mean, we'll see as it goes to trial, because it's likely going to go to trial. But I'm telling you now, if this judge wasn't, and this is speculation, but like, if this judge he saw all the evidence we did, and this judge knows that there's definitely a mountain of circumstantial evidence that involves Tyler Kirk, right? But that can only take you so far. And when you're going for capital punishment for Tyler, and this evidence against him is just, like I said, circumstantial. Sure, you could point that he's involved, but was he the trigger man? I don't know. And the evidence is suggesting otherwise. That 30-06. Again, you're the one that told me, government, that he used the 30-06. You told us that shit.
And that's why when we were talking about the ballistics expert, that's where that person has to come in and really tell us what kind of round it was and demonstrate it to be the case.
Yeah. Because before anybody knew, when they said there was no exit wound on him and shit, I thought it was a pistol. I did. My first suspicion was that he got shot with like a 9mm or a 40 caliber or 45 or something, like a pistol. And then they started talking about, like, the rifle and shit. And I'm like, well, because even a 22 getting shot in the neck, dude, like, it's just the velocity alone, really. Anywhere else on the body, maybe, but the neck at 100 yards, yeah, 22 is probably not going to blow through, but a 30-06, dude, on a human.
I don't know, man. It's pretty gross.
Because, like, let's just say, yeah, it's a 30-06, and the energy shot through his neck meat. It would have went back at the angle. Probably like the biggest bone in that direction, other than the spine, is the scapula, right? And maybe, yeah, I guess, because he got kind of shot low in the neck, and it was from an elevated position. So the biggest in the way bones are like your clavicle. No, not the clavicle, but like, yeah, your scapula, your ribs, right in the back, because it's like his downward arc from the neck. So, and to think that a human scapula or a human rib or even a human vertebrae can absorb all of the energy, because that's what people aren't getting is physics. Is like, when you shoot these rounds, just imagine that, like, it's a whole animal. Just imagine you're shooting a rhinoceros out of your gun. There is that much fucking energy in a fucking bullet, right? That you might as well just think that you're it's a whole ass rhino, and you're saying that the energy of a whole ass rhino ended up inside the body of a monkey. Where? Heat. You don't have many options. You've got heat, kinetic, right? There's just not many options of how all that energy transformed into the inside of a human body. Where'd the energy go? And I'll never believe, because I would believe he got shot by a 30-06 in some weird lucky didn't explode his shit fashion if there was an exit wound. Because then the answer of where did all the energy of that rhinoceros go? Well, it went out with the bullet. The energy's in the bullet. And it's going to be wherever the bullet goes. From start to finish, wherever the bullet goes, it's going to use all that energy from here to there. And so an exit wound makes it to where you can have less damage be absorbed by the body. But no exit wound, then all of that energy has to be absorbed by the body. There ain't no fucking way to shoot somebody with a 30-06 and get that. There's just no way to do it. I mean, maybe if you're at like a mile or something and your arc is crazy. But no, sorry, we invented those rounds to fucking do that to a goddamn moose. Okay, that's what those rounds were for. So, yeah, you show me that shit on a moose, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's fucking big ass moose. It's not gonna weird my brain out that there's no exit wound. I'll be like, yeah, probably hit off one of them big ass vertebrae right there. Bounced around a little bit. But they shoot cow femurs and shit, and it just explodes the cow femur. And we're to expect a monkey C-spine can absorb more energy than a hardened cow femur. Eat all of my dick on that. If you can look me dead in the eye and tell me you want me to believe that living human C-spine can absorb the same energy as a cow femur from a dead animal, no, I can't. Sorry, I'm not going to do that for you. My brain, it's just crazy.
Yeah, but not a lot of people have even shot one of those.
And that's fine. Like, you hear it and you don't know, and it's like, oh fuck. But then when people start trying to tell you and teach you the physics behind it, and what does it mean for, like, say, armor to absorb a bullet? Ask anybody that's ever been shot in their body armor how it felt. It hurts like fuck, dude.
Yeah, there's no all it does is stop it, but the energy still gets transformed into the Kevlar plate, but the Kevlar plate energy gets, still transferred into my body.
Yeah,
So,
into you, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, without all of the energy being dissipated by the Kevlar, you're dead. You're dead as fuck, bro. But even a 30-06 can blast through a lot of levels of body armor, right? You ain't safe in all forms of body armor from a 30-06. It could, dude, they've done tests. This round shoots through, like, 1/4-inch steel, right? So melts right through it. Perfect little fucking hole. Doesn't even, nothing's, it's crazy. So, yeah, with the Kevlar, it dissipates. But, yeah, ask anybody, dude. They get, like, broken ribs, massive contusions. Dude, they're all fucked up. It hurts.
Dude, I had 2 basketball-sized bruises on one of my chest over my left nipple, and the other one was just below my, just above my belly button. And that was from 2 rounds hitting my Kevlar vest, man. That shit, fuck that, dude.
Yeah, because it's like they're delivering a whole ass donkey to your chest in the diameter of like a centimeter. People just don't get it, man. So the government's going to have to like change their story here a little bit to make it believable, because when the defense gets up there and starts saying some stuff about that and the ballistics and stuff, they'll be able to get the FBI. They will be able to get a ballistic expert who works for the FBI. They'll be able to get Remington, right? the defense will be able to call a Remington fucking representative to come in and testify to the efficacy of their rounds and the expectation, expert witnesses, dude, from the industry itself. Like I said, the FBI, ATF, I'd be calling ballistic experts from every single field to testify. If your organization touched this case, an expert from your field is going to be testifying in court that is even fucking possible, and show the data that makes that possible, right? Show the fucking FBI, like, we want to see it, because they don't have it. The FBI themselves will tell you this shit's stupid. This is dumb. It's like, to believe it, you've got to be dumb. Well, to believe it so readily, look, can weird shit have happened? Sure. Weird shit could have happened. We all got, that. Sure. But to believe it, no. They sold everything too. Well, they sold the vehicle that transported him. They sold that shit, instead of it being part of the investigation, where we'll give it back to you when we're done with it. It was like, here, they gave it back and they just sold it. Well, actually, I don't even think they took it.
So weird.
It's not me,
Like I
man.
said, none of it makes sense to me, and
dude,
depending on how the trial goes, it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, man. I mean, if somebody said, look, like Sasquatch threw a bullet at him, I would believe that more than the official narrative, because I don't know about Sasquatches. I don't know what they can do. I don't know, I don't believe it, but I can't immediately rule out that Sasquatches don't produce enough energy to throw a bullet that hard, right? I don't know that.
How did they hide so good?
Yeah, dude, there's all kinds of questions about it.
That's what I mean. So fuck.
But what I know from the government is telling me to believe a square circle. That's what they're saying. They're saying believe a square circle, and the Bigfoot people are just like, yeah, Bigfoot did it. I don't know that he did. I don't think he did, though.
Yeah, we're not making false claims here. No, I understand. But no, I would be more inclined to believe that Bigfoot in fact did do it.
Yeah. I believe Bigfoot did it before I believe the FBI's bullshit.
Yeah, and I've seen Bigfoot, so yeah, that's terrible. Terrible. It's just size 12 plus. But the government did, like right now, unfortunately, it just something doesn't add up, and I don't think we'll find out, or it might be during the trial we'll find out, and we'll know if it doesn't even go to trial that it was just nonsense in the first place.
Oh, that's what I was saying about, like, if I was the judge, I wouldn't know what to do, but like, he sees all the evidence. He sees how circumstantial this is. I think his most judicially sound argument would be to kick it back to the state for, like, charge him differently, release him, and just, like, stick cops on him 24/7, dude. Like, they're just everywhere he fucking goes, while the state figures out a case, dude, against him, something appropriate to what they can prove. But what they can't prove is that beyond a reasonable doubt Tyler pulled the trigger and killed Charlie Kirk. They can't prove that, and they want to execute him. So unfortunately, they're going to have to put an argument before 12 jurors. Because look, I understand, like, people say, well, they could just buy off the jurors. Okay, well, let's just imagine that that's what happens. That every juror that goes in there is so caught up in this emotional thing that happened. Like, at this point, it's going to be like 2 years ago, right? It's already been a year, coming up on a year. So by the time this shit goes to trial as a jury pick, they have to reach their conclusion. Let's just say they all do that, like biased assholes. They know there's not now they're out in the public, and it gets out who these jurors are. Like, dude, they're gonna have to account, because jurors often in these high profile cases, they generally do talk about it, right? They write books and stuff. They talk about it, right? To the media, will ask questions that go on tour and explain why they did what they did, because they're free to do that after the trial's over. They can do whatever they want. Yep. And often that's what jurors do. Now, in certain cases, they'll protect the jurors from knowledge when it's, it could threaten their life and shit. So there's always that threat to the jurors themselves that, you could take the money and be corrupt and vote to convict, but like, you got to understand, you still may face social justice at some point. Like if all of America sees this evidence and we see Utah like execute Tyler on highly circumstantial evidence, and people like Lance Twiggs walk and shit, that would be fucked up. Now, if they want to line them up, let's say they find out. Let's say we were all duped that Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson went to go do it. Tyler couldn't pull the trigger, so Lance does. They dip out of there, and then Lance blames basically everything on Tyler, right? Well, let's say we figure that out, and we bring Tyler in, then execute them both, right? You've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that both of them conspired to kill Charlie Kirk. They succeeded. So if you could prove that, then execute them both. If that's your state's law, execute. But right now at this stage, when it's like you don't actually know if he even pulled the trigger, because what makes sense is that currently I don't know if it's true, but it makes sense that he did go there to shoot him with this 30-06. It was intended that he did it, but he just chickened out and didn't do it. And they needed Kirk dead that day, and they took the shot with another rifle and then pinned it on Tyler Robinson, who had a change of heart, but we don't know any of this shit. This is all even more speculation, because it could come out the next move. Tyler just admits that he did it, right? Yep. It could be like next week he could just come out and just plead guilty, right?
I did it all by myself.
Yeah, he could do it, and then we're all just sitting here like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I used a 30-06, but at least maybe he'd be able to explain how it happened. Like what happened? Like, there's no way, right? If there's still that question of the 30-06.
Yeah, he shot through a pillow or a couch.
Something, that exactly, like something that modified that round that is not in evidence that answers it. Because as far as we can tell, that weapon worked. Because for one, if you see Valhalla, VFT is right about some stuff. Like, I think he bloviates one point about the scope itself. It is the case that when you want to zero a rifle, you put the scope on, you fire your shots, you zero it in, and now it's considered zero. And if you take that scope off and put it back on again, it's technically not zero. But if you do it real carefully, it can be, or it can be very close enough. Like if you're only within 100 yards or whatever the official thing is, it could be sufficient. It could be accurate enough to take a scope off and put it back on again, and it'd be close enough that it's accurate. Certainly it's not as accurate as it can be because you took it off, and it's likely to not be zero again. But again, it's not enough in and of itself, but the whole narrative that he needed the screwdriver to put it on, and he left his screwdriver on the roof, and then he had to take it off again for the other thing, and he had another screwdriver, and it's just like, okay, maybe he did have another screwdriver, and we're just harping on that because there's so many things. So it's certainly still possible that he acted alone, but the official narrative, unless they can explain that 30-06, you don't have me. That's my big hang up. He's involved somehow. I have no issues with that. And if they can prove,
they're going to call it they're going to change the caliber of the rifle to match it, because they're going to say they miscalled it or whatever. However they're going to spin it, that's what that'd be the only option that they have at this point.
And see, I think this is what I think should play out. The first stage of what should happen is the judge should just dismiss the case, throw it back to the prosecution, let the prosecution change the charges appropriately, and then recharge. However, that's not going to happen. He's going to probably let this go to trial. And what I think he should do is let it go to trial to the point that both sides get to make an argument, but then declare a mistrial, right? So that evidence can come out and then America can get their little hate boner fucking, over with. And they can see for themselves, they can hear the arguments, give both sides a chance to, argue their case and then dismiss the case against them. Because if he does it now up front, it's too heavy. It's too heavy. We haven't had a chance to hear it out loud. And it's going to look hyper sus to begin with. But if he lets it go out to trial a little bit, at least he could declare a mistrial without prejudice or whatever it is, so that they can go back again and retrial, right? So declare a mistrial so that it doesn't go to a jury and they can declare, because if they find him not guilty, then whoever killed Charlie Kirk, which Tyler is likely involved in, Lance Twiggs, they walk. And I don't want them to, I don't want the killers of Charlie Kirk was a douche, but I don't want his assassin or assassins to walk fucking free. They need to get what they get, right? We don't need that shit in America. Whoever the fuck did that shit, they need to go down. We need to get our retribution for that shit. So, but if it goes to trial and the jury acquits him, they can't retry him, right? That would be double jeopardy. So they have, I think logically, they have to declare a mistrial, fire the prosecution, come out and just fucking shit on the prosecution team, hire a whole new prosecution team, go over the evidence and try according to what they can prove in court. Involvement, I think there's definitely the element of involvement, of conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. He died. They're guilty of that. They can't prove who did him in, so they can't prove the triggerman. Their own evidence contradicts that, and it puts it onto someone else. And there are pictures. I don't know if you guys know about this. This is some new shit. This is new conspiracy theory shit that I was just watching on Jesse on Fire. Apparently, there was a big leak about Lance Twiggs information, and there was also another trans person lived in Ogden, Utah, I think it was, and they had a song that come out about Charlie Kirk dead at 31. There was a song that they had written, I think, and they named it Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. And they also, somewhere, they drew a picture and uploaded it somewhere. I can't remember where. But it had to do with shooting off of a roof on a date, and it was about Charlie Kirk's death. So this is some other trans person. And when you look at this person, and you look at the person that they got walking up the stairs with the hat and the glasses on, there's a lot of similarities between their body frame. Sure. Yeah. And they're saying that it's more likely that that person is involved more than the public even knows. This is like a whole new level of involvement. So, look, I don't disagree that Tyler was involved. Maybe Tyler and like a trans army clan or some shit, I don't know, conspired to kill Charlie Kirk and like wanted to pin it on him.
Yeah. Like there could be some elite group of trans assassins out there that's just like, like talk some shit about us.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
I don't know, man.
Yeah, maybe they're like Antifa trans division, bro. I don't know. I don't want to say that that's indicative of like trans community. I'm not trying to like make that connection.
Right.
I'm just saying.
There could be an elite group of assassinated trans.
If they're just mad as fuck at people like Charlie Kirk and they're assholes, right? They go out and fucking shoot people. And this is the thing. If they pin it all on Tyler at this stage and the jury just doesn't buy the official case, and then the defense is just like, holy shit, they used the FBI, ATF, private firms. They brought in Remington. They brought in Mauser. Like everybody testified. It's just like, no.
Fuck. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. But I got to go get this barbecue started soon.
Later. Fucking barbecue. Sounds good.
It's going to be burgers and the hickory smoked log. no light, no lighter shit. It's just straight wood.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm gonna get to. I gotta go. Wow. Did you see I made the short, dude? Yeah, I made that short.
I think you're. I'm gonna have to visit the site more to get it in my algorithm.
It's still in side chat. It's posted.
Well done.
Yeah, it's got to be under a minute. Like, apparently I'm not cool enough to do like the 3-minute ones.
Yeah,
You edited it like that though. That's pretty cool.
I've seen people do longer ones, but I'm sure that there's some upgrades or something you have to do that, or follow or count or whatever. But I'm logged in here. I see it.
Dude, I only recently started using my my Samsung phone, and I noticed when you look at like recent calls, bro, this thing's like giving me information that the number's been reported to like spam and shit like so many times. Like it's giving me like a risk factor assessment to phones that call me. It's weird.
I dig it. I dig the short, man.
Yeah, hopefully I can get more going. It takes forever for like YouTube to upload a live and get it like editable.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like set them up to like upload overnight or whatever while they're sleeping. Mogi, you there?
Presumably.
Now we just got to figure out how to pass the live around, like get it on YouTube or something.
Wait, what was that?
Now we got to figure out how to spread the word on the live or whatever.
I gotta get content.
Prove it. Loser.
Yep. Nerd couldn't prove shit, dude.
All right, nerd 51821. Let's go. Prove it.
Prove what?
Prove you have situational awareness.
How should I do that?
Wow.
Are you saying you don't think God exists at all?
Just seeing if you have situational awareness.
Again?
Again.
Okay, I hear you.
So prove your God exists. Go.
I believe. And I saw a dream about it too when I was about 3 years old.
So what you're admitting is you're functionally retarded?
But didn't Noah have a dream of God telling him where to go, the promised land?
I have no idea what you're talking about. You're like rambling on about some shit we have no proof of.
Are you saying the story of Noah in the Old Testament is not
There's a claim.
proved by history?
It's definitely a claim. I'll agree that that's a claim. But a claim doesn't, a claim is just a claim, you know? Like a claim isn't proof that the claim is true. But would you agree?
Well, if the claim is that the Old Testament is historically valid, which it probably is, then can't just by the existence of those miracles, such as which Noah performed, verify that some God exists?
So what you're saying is you're okay with like child sex slavery?
How would you get that from my claim that miracles exist in the Bible and the Bible is factual, so therefore God is real?
Right. So on the factual part about the Bible, there, maybe we should turn to Numbers 31. Like maybe that would help you. Like the Bible's true, right?
What does number 31 say?
I mean, it says a lot, man. You have a.
Let me
What do you
take a
call
look.
it?
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it.
take a gander. Specifically, like in the verses between like 15 and 18, like Numbers 31, chapter, 15
Okay.
through
Yeah.
18. Yeah. That's right there. That's what got me out of Christianity real quick right there. That shit right there.
That people in history slaughtered civilians.
That's all you get out of that.
What is there?
Did you make it to chapter 18? No, verse 18? No.
No, let me take a look.
You see, there's like these laws in the Old Testament, right? Like spoils of war is one of those laws that must
Yeah,
be
yeah, the
abided
woman.
by, right? So,
Yeah, what's your point there?
well, I mean, you must support that. Apparently, sounds like it.
No, not really.
Sounds like it.
I don't
'Cause
think so.
I don't think you get to like take an excerpt out of that book and say that part's not true, but the rest is. Like, I don't think you get to do that, but
Well, I'm sure it's true that horrible things like that have happened in history, and for the time of Jesus' birth, I don't think really many Christians would believe that's a good thing to do.
you sure about that?
I haven't looked at any information about that, but I personally don't, know anyone who supports, modern definition of war crimes, even though it was done in the past.
No, it's in the book, man.
In what book?
It's in your book, man. That's what I'm saying. It's just this shit's in there.
Yeah. I don't think every single thing recorded in the Bible
Oh, here it comes.
is meant to be,
There it comes, but there you go.
something every Christian should support.
But isn't your God all good, bud?
I do think most Christians believe that the Christian God is good.
He sure is, isn't he? With your
I
cancer
don't think that many
and
people,
your
regardless of their level of faith, would support historical actions like that, or especially actions in the modern world.
So your argument is that it's different now when they're still using the same book and methodologies.
What do you mean? What's different now?
That's what I'm asking. Like, what's different about Christianity now besides then?
Well, I don't know. I guess society is different. People are different. Cultures are different. We have
I don't
different
know. It's
things
like
that.
a bunch of fucking monkeys, bro, pooping in our hands and throwing it at each other. That's what I'm seeing.
What do you mean? Like people in earlier history were not as civilized as they are today?
Nah, I don't think that's true.
What do you mean by the monkeys comment?
You're a monkey. I'm a monkey. We grunt like monkeys and we throw poo. That's what we're good at.
I don't
Are
know
you
what
not?
that means.
Are you not a monkey, sir?
I have no idea. I thought I
Wait a
was a
minute.
monkey, but maybe not.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You don't know if you're a monkey, but you believe in God. This is the problem.
I know, well, humans are a kind of monkey, but I don't think we're very similar to many of our relatives nowadays that we keep in zoos.
You mean because like we have a little bit better brains than them, and that's what's different?
Yeah, that and other things, like we've just done so much more throughout our thousands of years of history than like a
The
gorilla has done.
So how long has a gorilla gorillaed? Like, can you tell me that? Like, if is there like an informational site that says, "Hey, gorillas have gorillaed for X gorilla"? You know what I mean?
I think you can find just about any piece of historical evidence on the internet.
Well, yeah, but I'm naked and digging through a pile of laundry trying to find underwear.
What exactly are you looking for? I can try to help.
Boxer briefs, probably gray in color.
I meant on the gorilla front.
No, like I would personally search like gorillas species, however that would work, like how old the species would be, like
Okay.
gorilla, something like that. Because like, what was it? Like 40,000 years ago, we lived in like with fucking Neanderthals or some shit, right? And so I think we'd have to be pretty civilized to live in a situation like that. Because I don't feel we're more civilized now than we were then. I still feel we're just stupid monkeys.
Well, I don't know. I think we've had a lot more technological advancement. We've had more culture absorb and draw new insights from since, the time of Jesus.
Dude, you're so stuck up on this since the time of Jesus. Like, what if I were to tell you Jesus isn't even he's a fictional character like Harry Potter, right? Like
I don't think that's true, though.
No, but what evidence could you propose that would lead me to believe Jesus was real, you know?
Excuse me. I'm pretty sure most historians and scholars agree that Jesus was likely a real figure and did exist. Maybe not 100% in line with everything that's in modern Bibles, but somewhat close.
So a man named Jesus existed 2,000 years ago is the claim.
Yeah, pretty sure. I'm on the Wikipedia site Historical Jesus right now. It says virtually all scholars of antiquity accept that Jesus was a historical figure, and the idea that Jesus was a mythical figure has been consistently rejected by the scholarly consensus as a fringe theory.
Wait, but what you're saying seems to be equivalent to also saying that what is it? Paul Bunyan? The
Paul Bunyan?
giant with the big blue ox? He was a
I'm sorry, can you
historical
say that
figure.
again?
You know Paul Bunyan, the giant with the big blue ox, babe?
Hey guys, it's me, Uncle Pat the Sledge.
Have you heard of the story of American folklore?
Bro, stop being rude.
I don't know about Paul Bunyan. He's certainly a mythical figure, but I don't know how that would relate to Jesus'
Yeah, but
mind a little bit.
wouldn't you
Like,
agree that he's a historical figure? He's appeared in
well,
written works in history.
I don't know if he was the myth of, you know, John Bunyan was based on a real life person. It may have just been a myth.
That doesn't make him any less a historical figure.
Well, at least my definition of a historical figure is someone who existed uh, at one point in time, and I don't know because I just don't have any information
Well,
on
you would
Bunyan.
be basically deluding yourself to the rest of society, right? When you read that summary from AI, your interpretation of what historical figure is not what that means.
But what are you saying is an AI summary? Historical Jesus comment I got from
It just means here's a character that shows up in a written piece of work. That's literally the threshold of historical figure. King Arthur was a historical figure.
I think it's pretty firmly established in the historical literature that the Jesus figure did really exist.
Did your mom take away your microphone? 51821.
Yeah, why do you sound like you're a mile away?
Okay, is this better?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I had it up. Sorry.
Sorry, that happens when my mom takes the microphone away.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah, that comment about historical Jesus was from Wikipedia. If you want to pull up the historical Jesus Wikipedia article, it says Jesus was a real figure and likely existed.
Yeah, but why wasn't Jesus wrote about for like 100-something years, like after? You know what I mean?
Why do we have no contemporary works of Jesus at the time of Jesus?
Yeah, like that too. Holy shit.
I have no idea about that. I just am not well versed in Jesusology. I'd have to look into that.
It feels like an issue.
It feels like you have not done a very good investigation into the dumb shit you believe and try to spread. That's what I'm feeling here.
I don't know because unless I'm misunderstanding your claim, it seems to me that you're claiming that historians do not definitively say that Jesus has existed, and I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, I don't think there is one shred of evidence that could lead me to believe that. You understand?
So here's the question, right? They do based on what though?
The Bible.
History
Say it.
magic.
The Bible. The Bible.
Based on what?
I don't know. Take a look at the Wikipedia article, quote, historical Jesus, unquote. I think there's some sources there.
I think what you will find is that there is no evidence of Jesus at the time of Jesus. The earliest works we have is in like 70 AD where Christians are mentioned. Christians who believe in some character named Jesus.
I think you're right, somewhat, that there are not a whole lot of sources
Yeah, the
from
early New
contemporary
Testament
Jesus.
manuscripts, we're looking at the years 200 AD, 300 AD, 400 AD. That's the dating we're getting from those texts, the originals.
I think there's earlier sources.
Show me.
Yeah, please do. Damn.
Let me see how to end a chat message here.
You don't think we haven't done what you've done like 1,000 times over? Like,
I don't know. If I would hope so.
yeah, it's actually quite entertaining to watch the same cycle be repeated when people come to the realization that there is no proof. It's just a bunch of fucking hoopla. And the only one true God is Latina Booty.
Let me see if this goes. Okay, that's what I was looking at.
Hello?
All right, upside down cross. Prove it. Prove your God thing.
Prove my God thing?
Yeah, prove it. Prove it exists.
Well, what's your argument against God?
I mean, your lack of proving it should be sufficient.
Okay, God ain't real. Why is he not real?
Dude, if I don't answer that question, are you going to be able to prove it?
No, I just want you to show me why God isn't real.
Right. I just want to know if you being unable to answer that question, you won't be able to prove it, right? Like if I don't do it, we're going to be stuck in this.
I'm not gonna be stuck. I just want to know.
Okay, so just move forward. I don't have to answer that question. Now prove it.
And do you not want to answer it? Because you don't have enough knowledge.
My claim is that you can't prove your God exists, but I just said that.
Okay, your claim without a lack of evidence to back it up.
No, your lack of proposing the evidence, right? Providing it, that's how I win.
Your
And you're doing a
claim
great
with
job
lack
at
of
letting me win.
evidence. That's like
Yeah, but
me
you're
saying That's like me saying veganism is bullshit, but then have no like thing to back it up with. Why is it bullshit? Can you provide me with a reason why God isn't real? And
Look,
I'll refute
I
any argument.
you said you
Any
can.
argument that you propose to me. There's so many
Because the thing
arguments.
hasn't been demonstrated to exist, therefore
There's
it
so
doesn't
many.
exist. Period.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You haven't done it, man. I'm just waiting for you. I'm just twiddling my thumbs.
You're twiddling your thumbs.
Yes, I literally provided you with the challenge when you entered the room was to prove your God exists. You have showed me no proof of your God existing, therefore I can conclude it in fact does not exist.
You are in living proof right now as we speak.
So you're saying he's God?
No, he's living proof.
Okay, so
I'm
what do you
God.
think created the world?
Well, I just want to be clear. You're saying he is God?
I'm God.
I did not say that.
Well,
Why does the world have to
he
be
asked
made?
you to indicate a thing that is God that exists, and you said him.
Okay,
So
okay, I didn't say him.
okay,
I
well,
said
fix
that
your
he's
answer.
that he's living in the proof right now. Like he's living right now. That's
So
what
you're
makes
just
it.
pointing at reality.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like it's a complete waste of time, dude. You're supposed to be proving
It's not a
it
waste of
made
time.
that. That's what you're
It's
supposed
not
to
a
be
waste of time.
demonstrating.
I moved past the thing where you couldn't back up your claim with evidence.
So you
That's
haven't
fine.
actually presented to
Past
God,
that.
dude.
Oh yes, let me speak, bitch. I moved past that.
I said you haven't actually presented a God, though. We gave you the opportunity and you failed. You just said that Nova Lost is God. Like, you did that, dude. You were like, I don't know why you're acting like we didn't give you the floor. You were given the floor, and all you said was Nova Lost is God. So I'm not going to let you gaslight me that you didn't say that and then treat me like shit, dude. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, you're muted now. Congratulations.
I have found a applicable God.
Okay.
Later on, if you want to try, proving a different God, that's fine. I mean, we all accept that your God, Nova Lost, exists. Fine.
Okay, well, what about for a more scientific perspective? Even though I'm not a scientist, what came before the Big Bang and what caused it?
Bro,
What's that got to
it's
do with
okay to
God?
like, yeah, that like to have an I don't know answer, right? Like that's okay.
Yeah, but doesn't something have to come before the Big Bang if the Big Bang made everything? Or else it's God, right? Or some mystical power we don't know of.
What if this? What if the Big Bang, rather than making everything, is everything? Try running your question that way.
Well, the Big Bang was a historical event. It happened within a specific period of seconds, right? And after that, we have a linear time.
Well, hold on, you're missing what I'm asking though. I'm saying imagine that the Big Bang is everything. Like in the state when we would be like, that's the Big Bang happening. Imagine that Big Bang happening is everything.
And we're all just in a Big Bang right now.
Well, but then analyze your question. Is that making sense to you? That thought, it's like a thought experiment. I'm asking you to do.
Can you provide a little more guidance or?
Yeah. So you're. I'm gonna assume. Tell me if I'm wrong. That you're imagining the Big Bang is where stuff came from.
Yeah, like the physical world.
Right. And I'm saying the Big Bang is everything. It didn't come from anywhere. It's not like you have something else and then you have the Big Bang. And the Big Bang then goes on to construct everything. And that's not my model. My model is just the Big Bang is just what everything looked like during the time that we're referencing, which is the Big Bang. It didn't come from anything other than itself. It is what it is. You're asking, where did stuff that just always was, I guess, come from? That's not, I can't answer that question. Maybe you can answer where everything comes from, but that's not in my model. Everything doesn't come from somewhere because everything is what it is. It's energy, it's stuff. I don't know what it is, but it's just stuff.
Yeah, well, everything's energy, but energy leads to separate defined outcomes which could or could not exist based on what happened beforehand.
Hold on, but have you heard of a dead nerd named Newton?
A dead Fig Newton?
No, a dead nerd named Newton.
A dead nerd named Newton?
Newton? Isaac Newton?
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him in school.
Yeah, did you hear about his thermodynamics and how you can't create energy or destroy it?
Probably that class, but yeah, if it was in physics, I didn't come, but okay.
Yeah, it's the first law of thermodynamics. You can't create energy nor destroy it.
Okay.
Then have you ever heard of a dead nerd named Einstein?
Yeah.
He figured out that everything's made out of energy. Now we're in a conundrum. We have a problem here. Everything's made out of energy, and everything or energy can't be created. So what does that tell you about energy and everything? That it can't be created.
Energy must transfer its form.
Right. If you were asking what was the form that the Big Bang was in before it was in the Big Bang and expanding, that's a question. But you're saying, hey, where did everything come from? It can't come from anywhere because wherever there is would be part of everything.
Let me do my example. When ice melts, do you say that the water began to exist?
No, it just transformed, right? To a different form of matter.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, it changes, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a 1495.
Yeah, but if you have a cube of ice, and it melts, the question, where did the ice or where did the water come from? It's like, what do you mean? It just it was right there. It didn't come from it. It was already there on the table. It just looked different. But you're asking even a more broken question because like there, that word THERE, there, and where, WHERE, there and where are words that only make sense in space-time. And so all theirs are locations, right? That's what there is a reference to, some location. And locations are a part of, an aspect of reality, right? So all locations are some aspect of reality. I'm not going to try to say all locations are spatio-temporal. I'm just saying all locations are what I would say reality is. And so when you're saying, like, what location was there where reality wasn't, and then now there's reality, that's just incoherent, because I would say, hey, oops, my bad, we missed some. Let me just grab that, whatever the hell you just mentioned, and pull that into what I was calling reality. And then you're like, well, what about this over here? I'm just going to be like, oh shit, oops, forgot that too. Let me just grab that and pull into what I mean by reality. So there's literally no location you could point to and be like, well, what about this spot? Because I'm just going to, again, just say, oh shit, I must have forgot that one too, right? So all of the spots I'm aware of and all of the spots that I'm unaware of equate to reality, and you're asking about extra spots. That's incoherent. There are no extra spots, man.
But wouldn't if all energy was all in the Big Bang, everything was from the Big Bang, with all that energy and all that power, couldn't that like be a god?
I mean, anything you tell me
That has human knowledge and
no, anything, literally anything you tell me. Pick a random object that you could see.
that I can sync?
No, that you could see, that you observe, that you know's there, that you could prove.
Okay.
Like a mouse, a keyboard, a monitor.
My dog.
Okay, your dog. Now declare that your dog is a god.
Okay, my dog is a god.
Okay, bam. You did what literally everyone else on this fucking planet, when it comes to telling me what a god is, did. That's all they did. They just picked their favorite thing. You picked your dog. It's a good choice. Some people pick a cosmic pedophile. Some people pick space-time, right? Some people pick, like, the sun.
Who's the cosmic P word? Is that supposed to be God, or?
Well, that would be Yahweh, the one that commanded grown men to rape children. So it literally does depend on how you define God before you can determine whether the God thing exists. You're seemingly trying to conceptualize this God thing as a thing responsible for all things, which is a contradiction. Because a God thing can't be responsible for all things. It's just, you're never going to be you're not going to be able to get there logically. Now, you could just say that a God thing is a member of the set of all things. That would make sense, at least on that level. X is a member of the set of all things, but what's X? But then what makes X X? Like, X isn't going to be, like, assume that X is real, and we'll call it unknown object X. So it's real. It has properties. We don't know what those properties are, but we'll just assume it's got properties because we know it's real. We're asserting that it's real, so it must have properties. Now, on the other side of this barrier, where we have no idea what properties are, what can we talk about? What can we say about it? Well, hopefully we reach the conclusion, nothing, because that's exactly how we constructed this idea, that there's properties, but they're inaccessible to us. So literally any claim we make about it's going to be a non sequitur. We could say it's blue. Well, that's a non sequitur. It doesn't. What observation would this claim, be referencing in which the statement blue is true? Well, it doesn't follow because it's not. Well, but what about it not being blue? It's an unknown object is not blue. Well, that's also a non sequitur. So if both it being blue and not blue are non sequiturs, I can't see this as propositional. It sounds like it should be propositional, right? But it's a fraud. It's a lie. It's an illusion. It's a simulacrum. It's not real. It's not the real thing here, right? What we need to discuss when we're talking about the nature of an object is the way we're experiencing it, the shared, interrelated experience. It doesn't do any good for me if you're pointing at a thing I can't experience and you're calling it blue, right? Is it, Or are you tripping out? Or are my eyes all fucked up? I can't see it. There's an issue here. This isn't normal. You seeing a thing that's blue and I can't observe it. And then I ask you, how do you see it? And you're like, oh, it's outside space-time. Now you really fucked it up, bro. Right? Now you really can't know that it's blue. If it's outside of our ability to detect it, blue is a detection. Literally anything that you say about it, insofar as detection, is going to be false. It's not true. So this is the problem. What is God? And how do you know that's what God is? People want to tell you what God is, but the part where how do you know that's what God is, that seems to be the struggle.
So are you arguing for some form of agnosticism or pure atheism, in that nothing can exist outside of space-time, like Einstein said?
Well, that's not even atheism. Atheism is just the incoherent rejection of a fundamentally incoherent proposition. I reject atheism on foundation that it doesn't have one. Ask them, what's your burden? They'll say, I don't have one. And then you say, prove atheism. And they'll be like, all I can do is say I'm an atheist. As if you're asking them to declare that they're an atheist. You're saying, prove atheism, which is demonstrate the burden and how you met the burden, right? But they don't have a burden. Their burden is to just reject whatever they're being presented. And that right there is what makes their position incoherent, because if they're presented with a thing that does exist, then they're giving epistemic pushback, not ontological pushback. They're not saying, hey, I reject God's existence at that point. They're now saying, I reject that thing is a God. And who gives a shit? Okay, you reject that thing's a God. But that thing is real, and it's being called a God. That's the important fact here. But why are you some expert? Like, what'd you do? You looked at it and you determined that it did not have the God-bearing attribute. Is that what you did? That's clearly not what they did, right? They're just giving some weird, like, informed, that's not what I mean by God. Like, fuck you. You're an atheist, dude. You don't mean anything by God. The theist means something by God. You're just trying to understand what they mean. And in your desire to shit on theism, you forgot that some people believe in God things that exist. So that's a problem for the atheists, is that some God things do exist. We just don't know if they're gods. They're being called God, but we don't know if they are gods, because there's no standard other than, like, to become a god. Do you know what the standard is to be a god? Have you thought about it?
Believe?
Let me tell him.
Well, guess, like, a genuine, what do you think a god has to have in order for it to be a god?
How do you think all the gods that we're acquainted with got their godhood?
People that believe in it?
Yeah, people pointed at it and called it a god. That's the standard, bro. You don't have to, like, wear a robe, okay, for that to work. Literally any monkey can do that. The Pope is a monkey, and his robe-wearing proclivities and big golden throne sitting behaviors is not part of proving a thing as a god. It's literally you just point at it and call it a god.
I'm personally confused. What are you specifically arguing for, if you're not specifically arguing for atheism?
I'm arguing for better standards for discourse when discussing things that exist. And absent an experience, then everything we're saying about it is just arbitrary and based on our own imagination. That experience is the only non-arbitrary foundation for actual discourse about the nature of objects to take place. I mean, it's fine that you can observe something, but if I can't, then I don't have a shared experience, and my feedback is irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter, right? I'm not experiencing the thing you're referring to for whatever reason, and because of that, I can't agree or disagree on whatever you're proposing. It's only when there's a shared interrelated experience that we can really begin to understand things, right? We could talk about our experience. We could be like, do you see it? And I'm going to be like, yeah, I see it. And you're going to be like, well, what color is it? I'm going to be like, it's blue. And you're going to either agree or disagree. If I nailed it, if that's consistent with your experience, even though you didn't tell me it was blue, that should build confidence that you're seeing a blue thing. And if you're like, all right, well, what shape is it? And I'm like, it's a square. And you look at it and boom, it's a square. again, that's more confidence that we're both experiencing the same thing. Absent being able to do that, what the fuck are we talking about? We're only talking about what you're imagining. And sure, the thing may be blue and square. In your brain. In my brain, it's green and round. How about them apples? Right? I'm going to call it the same thing that you're calling yours just to be a dick. To be a fucking dick. To confuse people. Right? Whenever you say God, after you're done, I'm going to whisper in their ear. It's actually a small green thing that's round. Right? And it's going to confuse them. They're going to have two operating definitions in their brain. And we're going to flip-flop back and forth. And I'm going to always just say it's the same thing. We're talking about the same thing here. You know, she's going to be like, well, what about it being small and blue? And you say it's small and green. We're like, it's irrelevant. We're talking about the same thing. It's the same thing. That is the delusion of thinking that you're talking about the same object, the same thing when dealing with God. God is not a same thing. It's a multitude of different, non-interconnected ideas and things, objects that have nothing to do with each other other than the sound God, and they're being pointed at by some monkey. Those are the commonalities right there. That's it. And there's no other common feature that gods have, because it's not even a feature that God has. It's still inside the monkey. It's in the monkey's brain that the monkey thinks that thing that's external to their mind is or isn't a god. And I'm sorry, like, that's the standard. It's a dog shit standard, but that's the standard.
Okay, so you're not even arguing for deism. You're saying that it's all just in the mind of the people, right?
Well, I'm observing that in space-time. I'm observing monkeys behaving in a way, and the way that they're behaving is that they're talking back and forth like they know what the fuck they're talking about, but all of them lack foundation because they're not actually appealing to the referent. The referent that I would appeal to is the gaggle of morons spewing like noise back and forth to each other. That's happening in space-time. That's what I'm saying. Igtheism is focusing on what's actually occurring, what's actually the problem. The problem is inculcation, right? The Chinese whispers, we play from one family unit to the next through time. Your grandparents' all infected each other through the timeline with their inculcative noise, the nonsense they brought from, you know, the generations past, right? The things they thought were true that they passed on to their offspring. Those things that they passed on may or may not be true. There's a cool analogy. Have you ever heard of the analogy of the like the bread loaf and the mother teaching her daughter how to do it?
Just a bad game of broken telephone.
Yeah, it's sort of an example of that. It shows confirmation biases and stuff like that, where a mother decides she's going to teach her daughter how to bake a loaf of something. And she gets all the ingredients together, she makes the loaf, and she flattens it out. And then she cuts off 4 corners of this loaf, and she sets that aside, and she puts it in the pan. And the daughter, you know, she's just paying attention and watching, and mom cooks the loaf. And when they're done, they're eating the loaf, and the daughter asks, Mom, why did you cut the corners off? And the mom was like, well, what do you mean? And she's like, well, before you put the loaf in the pan, you cut the corners off. And she's like, well, that's just how it's cooked. That's part of the recipe. And so the daughter was like, oh, okay, you know, just accepted that for what it was. But then the mom asked herself, she says, well, I mean, it was the same mixture, it was the same loaf. Why did I cut those corners off? Right? And so she calls her mom, Grandma. She calls Grandma, and she says, Grandma, remember when you're teaching me to cook the loaf? She's like, yeah. And she's like, why did you teach me to cut the corners off of the loaf? That my daughter's, the granddaughter's asking about it. And the grandma's like, well, because I didn't have a big enough pan to fit the rest of the loaf. And so because the mother assumed a conclusion about the nature of why she's cutting off those things, she's incorporated that into the myth, into the recipe, and she's taught that to someone else, but that someone else was paying attention. She's like, why did she do that incoherent thing? And the mom didn't know it was incoherent until someone else pointed it out, saying, why are you doing that? But it made sense when the mom learned it, because the mom learned it when the dish was the proper size. So with object permanence, the daughter at that time, which is the mom, didn't see a problem. She just cut the loaf off and just put it in there and forgot about that as part of the recipe, that there was the extra, but the daughter sees it because the pan the daughter saw was big enough to fit the whole thing. There was like no reason for her to cut that part of the loaf off. And so it didn't make sense. And these are how ideas are shaped through time, is we make assumptions about meanings and understandings, and we put our own flavor on it, and then we pass it off to the next generation. And so it's Chinese whispers inside our own culture, inside our own family units. We pass these misconceptions. So I would argue that everything you think you've ever known about this God thing, this topic, if you really look at it close enough, you realize it's just Uncle Earl from down the road who just told you about this shit, right? And he heard it from Sam, and that guy heard it from Oliver, right? Like, it's just, but no one's actually putting these things on the table until they do. And the modern philosophers some of them put gods on the table. The naturalistic pantheists, right? They put God on the table. They just say, hey, reality's God, right? It seems trivial. Are they playing by the rules, though? Yeah, they're playing by the rules. They just landed on one that exists. They don't all exist, though.
Okay.
But
if you're saying that theism is wrong and that religions are wrong, then
well,
I'm guessing you're
theism.
American.
Yeah, theism is fundamentally incoherent. It's not wrong. It's ineligible for wrong. It's non-propositional. It doesn't entail any conclusion. There's no logic that follows from the proposition God exists. You must contextualize God in order to determine any logic, whether it exists or not. But God is just a meaningless, incoherent sound, right? And the multitude of the masses use this sound to reference things and ideas, stuff like that. So you're always going to need that clarity, that necessary clarity. Dude, it's always the case that you need information. So I'm not really saying anything super important about language. Words are given the meaning by our usage of them. What I'm saying is the level of ambiguity used in association with this God thing, it should be apparent to everybody that I hate this word. The ambiguity is off the chart. It's overly ambiguous, right? We're not asking you about sausage here. Sausage, if I said, hey, do you like sausage? Even that's a difficult question to answer. Maybe you like some sausage. Maybe you don't like other sausages. So in that situation, you can't just say yes or no, I like sausage. You need to clarify. But so a lot of things have this problem. But imagine that I'm telling you, well, what kind of sausage? And you're like, oh, fuck this asshole. All right, pepperoni sausage. And I'm like, nah, I don't like pepperoni sausage. That may be pedantic, but we cleared it up because you said pepperoni sausage, I said it or whatever, and we've locked in on an idea that we're both sharing, right? But is God a type of pepperoni? I don't fucking know, right? I don't know. I don't have that information. You can't contextualize things like that with me. You can't put it in a group where it's like the others for me because I've been just jaded. I guess I spoke to too many people with too many different ideas of God, and I don't put like, this guy's got more credibility than this guy. I never did that. Atheists seem to be doing that. It's weird. But they're all equal. All of them. Every God assertion I've ever heard in my life is all on the same level as each other. It's the atheists that make this weird distinction that some God concepts are more important and worth consideration, and other God concepts, yeah, you could just reject those ones. I don't make that distinction. That's stupid. I can't give you logic as to why I'm telling you to ignore the sun god, right? Why should you not consider the sun as a god? It was a god before most of the gods you're thinking are gods. Like, it was a god before Yahweh was a god. Like, the sun was worshipped on this fucking planet by human beings before Yahweh. Like, thousands of years before the concept of Yahweh was... I mean, I'll be fair. You find me any of the attributes of the character of Yahweh in any of our archaeological finds, and I'll let you select that date. The sun was worshipped before then. So I don't know what to tell people. They're traumatized, right? They're rejecting a specific kind of religion. The one that touched them, they're rejecting that.
Well, what's wrong with that, though? If you're American what's wrong with so many Americans believing in a different version of God.
I mean, there's a lot. I've been articulating what's wrong with that. It's vapid. It doesn't mean anything. It only means something when you arbitrarily rule out gods, or you lack the education that other gods are part of the proposition for people like me. Right? Because when I hear the word God, it's not just what Earl heard in Appalachian, which is Jesus. When I hear the word God, I think Vishnu, trickster coyote, right? Flying spaghetti monster, Jesus, throw him in there too, Zeus, right? Half gods too, put in quasi deities like Perseus, right?
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah, the Juju on the mountain, right? My brain doesn't stop at Jesus Christ of Nazareth, right? So my rejection of these things may not be more sophisticated, they're just more individualized. Some of them exist, some of them don't. Atheists are ill prepared to accept the ones that do exist and give these irrational arguments where it's not a God.
What God exists then?
The sun. The sun. Literally the fucking sun. Apparently, yeah. There are people who say so, yeah.
Dude, have you not been listening to what he's saying? What's the past 30 minutes?
Dude, you could go to Google and Mogi had a list of these.
People believe in different things are gods, but
yeah.
Are you saying that you believe there are some gods that are verifiably real?
Well, what I'm really saying is there are some things that exist that are referred to as God. Are they gods? I have no idea, but they exist. That's what I'm really saying.
So, are you saying you're agnostic? And
No, I'm agnostic. I'm acknowledging the overly ambiguous nature of God. And because it's overly ambiguous, I know that the only method for me to move forward in a conversation is individually on a case-by-case basis. Because once I start giving pushback to what God is, I'm assuming the position of an expert. I have a burden of proof to prove what gods are in order to give legitimacy of my concept of God over other people's concepts of God. Otherwise, I could abstain from that whole bullshit and just say, well, I don't God. And then because I don't God is whatever my interlocutor tells me God is, and then I'll evaluate that God. So if you say my God's Yahweh, yeah, your God doesn't exist. Sorry, try again. If you say my God's deism, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I don't know one way or the other. Reality's reality. Next. If you say naturalistic pantheism, I'm like, yeah, God's real, but it's just reality and no one should give a shit. Right? Some of them exist, some of them don't. But if I start categorizing them, I'm feigning an expertise that I don't have, which is the ability to distinguish between things and categorize them as God or not. Demonstrate that in some reliable standard where I could say, hey, due to the reliability of the outcomes, this dude has a good metric for identifying God. It's not just because they touched you, right? The ones that hurt you in your youth.
Trust that metric.
Do what?
Who would you trust with that metric that there was some kind of God who would be able to convince you?
Naturalistic pantheists, people pointing at the sun. If someone says that their pile of dog shit is God, those kind of people. I mean, it's trivial, though, at that level. It's just fucking trivial. If you're saying there is a thing, and I'm saying, okay, well, do you access the thing? And you're like, yeah, I access the thing. And I'm like, all right, well, how much it does it weigh? And you're like, 37 kilograms, right? And then I'm saying, all right, well, prove it. And then you grab it and put it on a scale that I trust, and it's 37 kilograms, you've proven it. This is trivial. Why do I care that you're calling it a God? Maybe it's an anvil. I understand those things as anvils. You understand those things as gods. Whatever. I don't give a shit. Call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. Calling something a name does not address the veracity of the claims we're making about it.
Okay, well, even stepping back a bit, doesn't people's belief in different versions of God have real life significant benefit to humanity?
Also, a lot of horrible things because
Yeah.
of that.
It goes both ways, man. Why do you think I talked about the pedo, the cosmic pedo?
Well, aren't there people like that who aren't religious?
Yes, but they don't say you're going to hell.
But even if they did, it wouldn't matter. We're exploring ideas, and I'm giving people another idea. This is another idea. So what's wrong with that? Is there something wrong with me giving you perspective?
You're more interested on the ideas debate versus the outcomes for humanity debate. Is that right?
No, I'm interested in both, because what I do is take a Socratic approach into people's own brains, right? And I assist them along that journey and get them to understand that, yeah, they were inculcated. A lot of the beliefs in your head aren't your beliefs. They're beliefs that were impregnated into you by your culture. You heard about Jesus's name before you realized you had one. Like, you had a little meat sack monkey form running around at like 2 years old that could probably respond to his name, but you don't fucking remember. The guy I'm talking to right now, you don't remember that era of your life. But, you know, a lot of people at 2 years old see Jesus crosses on the wall, pictures of the guy. They've been to church for the last 2 years because they were born in, you know, one or whatever, right? They're inculcated. They're saturated. Their whole existence is saturated with this God noise, and it's just a tone, a beat that you've heard your entire life, and it's familiar, right? But when you trace it back and you're asking questions about legitimacy, reliability, questions like that, you'll see it literally, you know, everything you know about God traces itself back to word of mouth, right? So somebody told you about something, but it's not based on things that you observe. And I have to keep cautioning. Sometimes it is, bro. Sometimes the monkeys are pointing at things that are real. Right? So even that initial thought I was giving you only takes you so far, because the ones you're most familiar with are those, the Jesus ones, the Muhammad ones, right? The in-your-face ones. And those are easy to reject because they're vestiges of like a bygone era where people believed in magic and shit. It's easy to disavow and disassociate these ideas, right? And then be like, those aren't real, right? But that's trauma. For you to conclude that all gods don't exist because of the abusive one that you were introduced to, that's not a good conclusion. You should at least recognize that, take a step back and realize that I'm not getting you to try to like accept Jesus here. This is just getting you to recognize that Jesus is among a set of things that is incoherent, right? It is labeled as a member of the set of things that are like the sun, reality itself, the wind, earthquakes, right? It's in that set too. And so the question is, what is the set? When people say God, what do they mean? The answer is they don't mean shit. And if that's the answer, then the proposition theism makes no sense. So the proposition atheism also doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Well, let me understand a little bit. If you're an element of culture and our religious influence throughout history, how did you reach this state of enlightenment then?
I saw that the pan was big enough to fit the loaf, bro. And I just asked the question, why did you cut those fucking corners off? I didn't figure anything out, right? I just saw that somebody cut off some fucking corners in a loaf pan that didn't need it, and it didn't make sense, and I'm asking a question. You could ask the question too. I'm not telling you how to bake loaves and shit like that. That's not my job. I'm not telling you what is or isn't a loaf. I recognize there's a loaf category. It's a meaningful thing. Like, when was the last time you were fucked with on loaf? That someone was like, hand me the loaf, and you went and grabbed what you thought was the loaf, and they were like, haha, I'm fucking with you. I meant the other thing. We're pretty consistent with labeling things. We're really good at labeling things. It's not like humans have some deficit at accurate labels. That's a total positive. Mathematics is the art of precision, the language of precision. So we're really fucking good at labeling things, so it's not a deficit. So we got to ask the question, why are we so terrible at fucking labeling this God thing? Why are we? It's intentional. It's by design, right? It's the idea. It's a parasitic meme that just transfers itself to one mind to the next.
Why is it so viral then?
Because it's tied to us, man. By the time you start realizing the pan's big enough, right? You start pushing those questions back. You've already got a lot of family influence, right? There, you may be part of a social group, a family, a familial group that their beliefs influence yours. So because we're a tribal species and we're prone to in-group, out-group dynamics, this is an influence on us. It's a social pressure to ignore bad behavior in your in-group and focus on good behavior in your in-group and overemphasize those behaviors in out-groups. You're overcritical of people in your out-group than you are in your in-group. This is part of social dynamics. Familial dynamics really play into this. Like when you're born, you have no power. You have no ability, right? And you're taken care of for like the first 2 years almost entirely. And it's only after that that you even begin any semblance of independence, like being able to walk, the desire to walk away from the people protecting you, the curiosity to venture out and try to reach the coffee table, right? Because that's a journey for your little, you've never been that far, right? But you're exploring your environment, it's getting bigger, and you're contending with it. You're learning how to navigate that shit. And you've got these people there guiding you, putting bumpers and rails up, protecting you, right? Shaping your environment for you. And you're just witness to that. And you lack any cognitive ability for pushback. So whatever they tell you, that is your fucking universe. That is your world. And those could be analogized to your gods in this analogy, that you're looking up to these entities, filling your brain with unquestionable facts. And it's not going to be for years that your brain gets sophisticated enough to start pushing back. And there's going to be a measure of how successful their inculcation is and how successful the counter claims are, which often comes from education. Education offers claims of a secular opinion that often flies in the face of religious values. And so they come to head in cultures, in discords like this, right? So everything comes from this pathway. And because we're social animals and we work on oxytocin, dopamine, all that good shit, we're going to have these problems. And we're going to have them for probably millions of fucking years to get comfortable.
Well, if your idea is so true, then why aren't more people, especially Americans who are very educated and intelligent, switch to your side?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I've been asking that same, how can a knuckle dragon asshole like me, an anti-nerd, someone that ain't a nerd, only learn nerd speak from shitting on nerds as a knuckle dragger? One conversation after another. It started off me getting my shit pushed in, and patterns started crystallizing in my brain, and now I'm the one who shits upon. But, dude, like, it's a question I've asked myself a lot. How is it the case that this is so fucking obvious to me, and so many, like, prominent atheists, big brain people are missing that fact? They're missing it. I don't know. You tell me. I think the answer is they're inculcated, especially these YouTube people, right? They have a vested interest to stay locked into atheism. Atheism's a big group, and there's a lot of money there, I guess. I don't know, but theism's the same way. Igtheism could be the same way. If igtheism was popular, dude, we're a social media species now. We're a social species. Right now, we're a social media species, dude. It's getting worse.
Yeah.
I don't profess to have really any of the answers. I often have a quip where I say the only thing that I know is the shape of a banana, and I think I know what's inside of a coconut. And that's just a reference to what I would say is cognitive information versus conceptual information. I distinguish nerd speak. That would be conceptual information. Like, I experience the banana and the coconut. If you ask me what it is, I don't see that bananas are made of potassium. You could flip a banana over all different kinds of ways. There's just no way that you're going to tell me you're going to intuit that this is the best thing for potassium, right? But the nerds figured it out. They know that it's a thing, and I know in nerd speak that there's a shitload of potassium in a banana, but that's in nerd speak. What I know is its shape, and then it tastes good.
Wizard's got a question.
Well, the Bible told me not to speak to wizards. So, all right, fuck the Bible. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, what do you believe in? And I'm not an actual wizard.
I believe in all kinds of shit, man. You're gonna have to be more specific.
Specifically, what, do you believe in a god or not?
Sometimes it just depends on what you mean by God. What do you mean when you use the word God?
An uncreated being that created.
No,
the
that's
universe.
retarded. You can stop. I already got enough information. That one doesn't exist. That's just some fucking shit you heard, man. I don't know. Why would you ask a monkey that? Think about that. Why would you ask a ground monkey on a mud ball some like level 90 wizard shit about fundamental aspects of reality, about creators and shit? Like, did you really think that any ground monkey on this mud ball would be able to answer that question?
Well,
seems like a setup, right? Like, you could have said, oh, okay, well, what do you think's inside a coconut then, asshole? You could have said that. You could have asked me that. I'd be like, probably water and, other minerals and shit. That's what it tastes like. But no, you were like, all right, well, what about the quantum wave variations in every one of the... Dude, what? I'm a monkey. What do you think I can detect? I taste, smell, right? I smell that it's not just water. I could see it's cloudy, right? I could taste the sugariness to it. I could tell you some stuff, and I'll use the same senses you got. Can you detect the quantum wave function variations of reality? Can you do that? Because whatever you could do, basically, I can do. Now, you could probably do shit better than me. If you're not colorblind, you already got it locked in, dude. You got an advantage, right? You could beat me at some task like immediately, like color identification. Bam, locked in, phased, complete. You win. But like, seriously, dude, do you think any ground monkey who literally poops out of his butthole knows that answer? Or do you think you've just been gaslit to think that that's a valid question because it's so big and makes you possibly teleport to Magic Happy Land when you die?
I think there's some humans that definitely know,
Know what?
especially in history, like that there's God,
Yeah, why don't they got studies? The nerds got studies. When nerds are like, yeah, there's new particles and shit. They got studies for that. They got data, evidence, right? Do they got any evidence? Do you give a shit about evidence? Is that a factor in your little tabulation you did in your head about, well, I think some people know what the fuck they're talking? Did you give a shit about evidence, their ability to prove that
to be
shit?
fair, that's more the philosophy type of side. In philosophy, there's not like empirical evidence. That's not really the biggest strong suit in philosophy.
Did you know that you could tell philosophers to shut the fuck up and that they're morons for spewing nonsense? That being a philosopher does not like make you immune from criticism or being a moron. Like, there's lots of philosophers out there that are morons, dude.
Yeah, but like you also have to like philosophy questions like where do we get morality from?
Literally your brain, dude. Where do you think it's in the ball stealing big pee-pee?
Just because it comes from the brain, why should we follow?
Hold on. So you agree it comes from the brain, right?
Doesn't matter if it comes from the brain.
Well, no, it does matter. I'm asking, so it matters.
If it does, why should we follow it?
But do you agree that it does?
It doesn't. It does not matter if it
I'll ask one more time, Wizard, and then we'll move on from you. If you're going to be obstinate, Wizard, not put your ideas out there.
I'm not doing that. I'm just
okay.
saying,
So answer.
Why should we follow it?
Answer.
Well, even if it does, why should we follow
Answer.
It does not matter.
Okay, goodbye, Wizard. Goodbye, Wizard. Say goodbye.
Like, you can't make questions.
Say goodbye, Wizard.
Answer a simple question.
Wizard, say goodbye to everybody because you won't answer the question.
You can't even answer a simple question.
I did answer it.
Why should we follow it?
Retard. Goodbye. I literally gave you like 5 last times. Here's your last time. I'm going to give you one. Yep, goodbye. Moron. Yeah, don't come to my room like that shit. You don't get to not answer questions. That's not how that works. If you feel like you, and I'm not going to ask you like personal questions and shit like that, but you don't have the right to just say, no, I'm not answering. That's dishonest. That's disingenuous. You can go fuck yourself. If that's your attitude, that's fine. I don't want you to change one little ounce about you. You keep being that kind of person. But I'm going to ask you, I'm going to have you leave. You're going to answer these kind of questions. Like, otherwise, what's the point? You afraid? You afraid of your own brain? Boogie, 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 boogie.
I mean, I heard him agree that that comes from our brain. But then he like completely rescinded it.
Yeah, he didn't want to lock it in, man. I was locked in. Yeah, it comes from the brain. It's where it's at.
It's like he accidentally debunked himself.
Like, you are a social monkey. That's like being a biped and then wondering why you got legs. It's like, dude, you're a biped. You're bipedal. That's why you got legs. It's what you are. It happened. Like your meat did that. Talk about the evolutionary history of bipedalism. Is that what you're asking? No, that's not what he's asking. What he's asking is some weird quantum phase teleportation of morals just into your brain. Like just from nowhere, from nothing. Just literally magically transported from God realm straight into your monkey brain, and now you're moral. Because it's not a neural computation. It's like you have an antenna. Your brain is incapable of morality unless you're in tune in on channel. You have to be on the channel, because if you're on the wrong channel, like Islam, for example, if your moral calibrator antenna is on Islam, clearly you're not moral. But if it's toggled to Christian, boom, right? You're phased in. You can be moral now. That's clearly how it works. Even Muslims know it. Muslims could do it. Like when Muslims are moraling and they toggle to Christianity, they can actually feel morals, but then they know they have to switch back to Islam, and yeah, they lose all access to morals. It's crazy.
That is definitely a unique position.
It's like, dude, I am a monkey. I like leak morality. Okay, it oozes. It's an exudate inside my brain. It's just squirting around and shit. Like, what am I supposed to say?
Well, anti-nerd, if you're not a nerd or a scholar, where did you get your ideas? What do you do?
I shit on nerds, man.
think about stuff and listen to what people say, and then do your own good research, man.
Dude, not every nerd was shat upon in my history. Like I said, it started off, most of them were just giving me ideas. I was just like, holy shit, you could think that you're allowed to do that? Right? It was mind-opening. It was just like, that meme of the guy's head exploding, like in light and shit? It was like that. Right? I started learning all kinds of shit. Right? These guys saying stuff, and I was like, I have literally no answer, bro. And then they pushed my shit in cognitively. Right?
Well, how'd you learn that? Did you learn it from your job or like what?
No, online.
Which is Thunderdome.
Yeah, this is the Thunderdome, dude. I've been talking to nerds for like 20-something years now. Right? It's just an activity I like doing. I like learning about shit, but I don't like learning from like books like that. I read books and stuff. I'm a nerd, but not in philosophy. I'm not a nerd. Like I'm a physical nerd, right? Like I like biology, that kind of science and stuff, chemistry, physics, right? Philosophy is just like a tangent, right? Because what got me involved in debating was my own religious, but what kept me like maintaining was passion in biology and debating people on biology back in the day. That's what like got me going. I realized the shit was fun, right? I get to learn. I was learning more about biology by arguing it and shit. Like it was fun. It's a fun activity, and you get to talk to people and learn stuff, get new ideas. You just keep the ones you like and get rid of the ones you think are dumb. Just keep doing that.
You work in STEM?
No. I'm not really a professional, man. You don't want me around kids like that, dude. I'll corrupt them.
What?
Yeah, I'll corrupt your youth. I'll start telling them things. Parents are lying to them and shit. Don't do it. Don't talk to strangers.
You're like a scientist, or?
No, I'm just not a professional, dude. And I'm not going to help gaslight your children either. So you don't want me in like STEM, like education. I'm biased as fuck, bro. I'm super fucking biased, bro. I don't humor stupid ideas anymore. I'm not really debating anymore. I spent years debating and shit. I still debate, but it's with the intent to help specifically the person that I'm talking to. help them unfuck their brains, and then maybe they'll start going around unfucking other people's brains, right?
Do you do any debates with your colleagues?
No, I'm sort of antisocial, so I don't really have like colleagues. I got regulars. Regulars hang out in this room. We get along and shit's fine and everything. But like, I'm pretty antisocial, man. I'm an ass. I will not lie. I'm an ethical misanthrope, so I hate humans. Like, I just got a lot of going against me, man. Really, when it comes to like peopleism.
Nihilism?
No, just peopleism.
Oh, peopleism.
Yeah, people are strange when you're a stranger.
Nobody gets that.
But a warm wet hole is a warm wet hole, if you know what I mean.
I think.
See, I'm people
that
and I'm
reference
strange.
Only went to you.
You'd be
and me.
surprised the doors that could open.
Ah, Mogi did it.
But yeah, man. I'm just going after people if they're breeders and I get some breeders caught up in it and they pass it to their babies, that's a bonus. But I'm really going after adults, you know. So no, I don't go after random kids and try to you know, tell their kids that their parents are lying and shit. I don't do that.
Well, where do you get the capital to do that?
What do you mean? Why are you worried about my finances and getting all into my life and shit? You want to milk my nipples, dude? Is that what's coming next?
I want to understand how you got your genius.
I'm not a genius. Everything I said is literally at knuckle dragger level. I've said I'm not a nerd because there's no way I could nerd. I can't do it.
We're standing on the shoulders of giants. We see nothing new, right? We're just putting it together.
I ain't trying to like hate on nerds or anything, but I'm just not a nerd, dude. Like, you know, I have some nerd-esque stuff going on, but
way too much rage.
Yeah, I'm just not a nerd, man. You're not gonna catch me acting like that all like.
How much
books
karma
and
do
shit.
you have?
I don't believe in karma.
No, I mean Reddit.
I don't Reddit. I might have a Reddit account, but I don't Reddit. Dude, I'm telling you, I just talk to people, man. It's all you got to do. Talk to
in
people.
real life or online?
Online. They come at you over and over. They just come at you. You set up a room like this, it's like fucking flies to shit, dude.
Do you get the point though of the mission statement for the room? That's what we're just trying to get at.
Let me try to view that statement.
Yeah, I'm not doing no like fancy shit, man. This is just like reminding people y'all fucked up. Like especially science, it triggers the fuck out of me. Step one in science, make an observation. There's a reason, man, of why that's so valuable. And if we're gonna be talking about the nature of an object and we're gonna just skip that, well, I'm gonna be like y'all are dumb. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna keep saying it. And I don't care how big your fucking group is and how much louder you are, you know, in general, and whether the cacophony of your guys' moronic side overwhelms me saying, hey, but you guys forgot step one. When y'all start listening and shit and I get you off one by one, I'm going to dig it in there, dude. I'm going to get that meme all deep. You skip step one.
Couldn't you like be more impactful if you got a job or you like got on social media and became like a
So you're not going to
public nerd?
clarify the statement of the room.
Say
He's
again
more into his
something about the
personal life,
room.
man.
Yeah, I'm doing what I do. Does that bother you? Am I triggering you? Why don't you do stuff,
Where's
dude?
the statement of the room? Is that free?
You can look in the
epistemic
side chat.
appraisal?
Look in the side chat. Scroll all the way up. You can do that.
Okay, let me look.
I mean, literally, it's a debate, politics, discourse server, man. What do you expect?
Okay, I'm in the middle right now.
Of the joke, like they're dead ass serious. Like actually, like seriously.
Dead ass serious. That's the most kind of like highest level serious. Dead ass is actually renamed from Six Sigma in science. It's dead ass now.
Dead ass. Is Sather down there participating?
I think he just rages out on us.
True. Never having anything good to add.
Oh, I see. You don't like MAGA, right? Or Trump?
What?
How could you like a traitor?
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
Oh no.
Are you saying MAGA followers or Trump?
Oh God.
Well, Trump, but then by extension, the followers. What's up?
Dear Jesus in heaven, please hear my prayer. Oh, Tangelo subscribed to my channel.
Nice.
Oh gosh.
I shared it.
AI Kermit. That's his new name for me. AI Kermit.
Is that you with the big beard?
Yeah.
Okay. I like your beard.
Yeah, you should see my balls, dude.
I don't know about that. I think your beard is a little better.
Yeah, is that do it for you? Is that doing it for you? I'm sexy, huh? You like that?
I think you have a nice beard. I wish I could grow my hair that nice and thick.
What? You gotta take him out for dinner? Get a hotel room or something? Like, come on, bro.
Sure, I'll sponsor that.
You do social media, right?
I just started a like kind of not even really serious, but just trying to build some content on YouTube so I can start doing some Igtheist stuff because too many people misunderstand it. So figured I'd get some info out there. I got a shitty argument in side chat if you want to go over it.
Is that the Jesse Massey one or Rokana?
No, you got to scroll up. It's under. You'll see like a wall of links. It's called nerd shit. Below that,
Okay. Below is a bunch of nerd stuff. Gar Bingo. What's Gar Bingo?
God ain't real bingo. Some of these guys play bingo on the shit that people say in here.
Okay. I don't know, but I wish you the best, man.
It is like a magic spell. Did you just cast a spell on me, dude?
He likes your beard and he wish you the best. You have a stage 5 clinger.
Wow.
Mojo Jojo.
Just spent the last hour telling this dude I don't believe in magic, and he leaves by casting a spell on me. Wow.
Wow.
Don't worry, we did the double bounces off Pixie Bexy, so it's back on him. That's always in effect because I'm rubber, you know.
Dude, Otang is so dumb.
Duh.
He said, if you created this channel, then how are you still agnostic? Obviously, you care about the issue in question.
What?
Yeah, it's like, what?
You can't be agnostic because you made the channel.
Yeah, if you're an agnostic, you can't teach other people about agnosticism. It's like you got to just secret your way into it or something. Like you just gotta wind up as an agnostic, and then
Terrible philosophy.
yeah, I mean, it's like I made the channel to talk about Igtheism, dude. Fucking dumbass question is this, dude? All right, Hippo. Let's go. Prove it.
For what?
Prove the God thing.
Wow.
For me?
Yeah, prove the God thing.
What God thing?
So, do you believe in one?
Which one?
All right, you're being obstinate. I'm gonna just like go ahead and move on. Can you leave?
But I want to hear the.
I don't care what you want. You're obstinate. I'm asking you to leave.
No, thank you.
All right, come back in a couple days.
Ah, too late for that. I think we won, dude.
Hello.
Let's go, Scott.
Sorry.
Let's go prove it.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear you. Your mic cut off.
Can you prove a God thing?
Yeah, I mean we have
Oh,
this
Goyam.
discussion like once every week, but yeah, sure. So God raised from the dead, and yeah, here we are with eyewitnesses and everything that prove God's existence, and not to mention of all the miracles he did.
So are you talking about magic?
Miracles?
Yeah, magic.
Okay, so what the difference between magic and miracles?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Could be at a card game.
Okay.
Can you tell me what the difference between magic and miracles is?
Magic is Satan's power. Miracles are God's.
So kind of like the dark side and the light side of the force?
To put it simply, yes.
Okay, so magic.
If you want to call it that, sure. Go on.
Yeah, you got light wizards and dark wizards, man.
Okay.
And you're an adult?
Yes.
And you believe in magic as an adult?
Believe in God as an adult.
Wow.
Okay. So tell me, why is atheism the true belief?
It's not.
Sorry? No?
Yeah, atheism's dumb as shit, dude.
Okay, what do you believe in?
I just told you, I said I believe atheism's dumb as shit.
Okay, so what is your faith? Or you have none?
Yeah, I don't faith, dude.
So you have none?
I don't think so. No, I
You
don't
have
do it.
nothing. You're alone.
What? No, my dog's right there.
I mean alone in that sense that you have no one close to you. No one that supports you.
Yeah, I have a
No
dog.
one that believes you. No one that created you.
Ask one at a time.
It's basically the same thing. You have nothing. No God.
Yeah, I have a dog.
Basic, are we talking?
You have a dog. That's something else.
Yeah, like, she means a lot to me, dude. What are you talking
Yeah, good for her. Wait, what kind of dog do you have?
about? A four-legged?
Yeah, Chad dog.
Four-legged.
Blue Healer.
Sorry?
Australian
What's
cattle
this?
dog.
What's this server about or channel about?
Proving the God thing. This guy is, he believes in magic and wizards and necromancers and stuff.
Oh, it's like Christianity.
So what is your dog's name?
God.
Of course it's okay. So you don't believe in anything?
You know, I believe in all kinds of shit, dude. Like my tongue's on fire right now.
Or eating Cheetos or something?
Chili limon Doritos.
Of course you are American.
Yeah, I believe in all kinds of stuff. Like I just don't believe in magic anymore.
Okay. I see. So, we should take it simple, like, we are the world.
You guys against religion based off of like truth claims or just based off of everything? Because a lot of people like stories of religion as like an aesthetic appeal rather than a truth appeal.
What I hate most about religion is how it offers people an education pathway, a certain education pathway, and I think that particular path is horrible, and there should be a different educational path that brand new monkeys should have to go through.
Okay.
Like K through 12, for example.
I don't like religion in the sense that people use it to as like a fallback. Like it's like I don't care if I'm a crackhead or a failure or I'm not meeting my potential because in heaven everything's okay. And like I meet a lot of people that kind of just give up on life. I'm not too sure if that's healthy.
That's just one kind of religion, dude. Have you looked into Buddhism?
No, mostly just Christians because I'm
Way
surrounded by
better.
them, and then Buddhists are way better.
Buddhism.
No. Well, there it is. There it is.
Do you talk to yourself often?
Who, me?
No, other based boomer.
Oh, well, you didn't say my name, so I didn't know who you were talking to. Not really. I don't know. From time to time, I guess I do. I've been a
you
little
prove it?
depressed lately. Prove that I talk to myself?
No, prove that your God's real.
I don't. I'm an agnostic, so I don't know what you're talking about.
So what you're saying is you can't prove one exists?
I haven't. Well, yeah, that would be what it is, but I haven't actually really
All
thought
right,
about
all
it.
right, all right. I accept your concession. I win, you lose, get wrecked, nerd.
Fucking dominated.
That's pretty funny, actually.
I mean, your lack of intelligence is humorous to yourself. That's kind of strange.
Well, everybody has their avenue. I don't think everybody needs to tackle each question equally.
Well, what about the people on the boulevard?
The boulevard? What reference is this?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about avenues, avenues are smaller than boulevards.
Oh, I see. Cheeky boy.
So why can't you prove it?
Well, I haven't tried, to be honest. Most of the time, I just I pick apart the reasons to be religious rather if it's actually true or not. I don't really care.
So, as an agnostic, what reference do you use to determine godhoodness?
God's goodness?
No, godhoodness.
Well, I don't know. I subscribe to agnosticism, so that it's just kind of like my default. It basically says I don't know what really anything. I haven't really put the time into it.
That's kind of sad.
And it's not true.
Why?
The default is more or less who was the dead nerd that said tabula rasa? Well, he almost got it right. I think. It's near tabula rasa. But yeah, your brain pretty much came with a blank slate for the most part. And then your parents just in culture just started gaslighting you.
Well, damn. Well, my parents didn't really push religion on me, but they're Christian. Well, they're like New Age spiritual Christians.
Yeah, they
even though
did.
They don't go to church.
They did then. There's no way they didn't.
Well, I went to Sunday school for
Yep, there it is.
earlier lives.
There it is right there. That's part of it. Your culture did it to you, man. Also, like your friends, families, TVs that you watch, radio shows you listen to.
Around like 18 years old, online atheists started swaying me one other direction. Then I realized it's kind of gay, and I just stopped because it doesn't really add anything to my life. But now I'm 37, and I just want to see what you guys are up to.
I'm trying to unfuck people's brains, dude.
I mean, I can see the virtue. I can see the virtue, and I've met a couple Mormon people that are, I don't know if they have their ducks in a row because their religion's so weird.
Yeah, I think once we stop brainwashing our children, taking advantage of their young, impressionable minds, a lot of the problem will go away naturally. Certainly not all of it. But I think the most toxic elements of it will. Like, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with believing that you're a magic spirit monkey that's going to teleport when you die. But, you know, depends on how that packet is packaged. You know, it can cause lasting psychological damage.
Well, I think it definitely affects people if you believe that if you fail or if you don't own up to your potential, that you're just gonna, as you say, become a spiritual teleporting monkey or something, and go to your own planet or go to heaven or something. I think it definitely does something to people. Maybe it makes them accept things more or strive less. Because I think like in life you should strive more. Strive to be your best person. Not in like a moral way, but just in like a I don't know, just in like a career or what way.
Wait, why not in a moral way? Why did you stray away from that?
Well, I mean, it's good to be morally good, but I think morals are like more of like when you interact with other people. And I feel like people need to do
Can you think of a
self-improvement.
time that you interact with other people?
When I go outside to work.
Okay, and how often is that?
Every day, I guess.
And do you think it's important for you to know how to properly do that thing that you do every day?
Well, I don't have a situation every time at work. I usually just don't talk to anyone.
I beg to differ.
probably a
When you
little-
have to take a shit at work, do you go to the bathroom? Or do you just shit right there wherever you're at?
I guess if you frame it that way, then you can have a lot of moral issues.
Yeah, but what do you do? Do you shit right there on the ground, or do you do what everybody else does and go in the bathroom?
I go to the bathroom.
Why? For a multitude of reasons, right? You don't want to stink the place up. You got to go back out there. You don't want to smell it. You don't want other people to smell it. Maybe you want to do Anne, and she don't need that kind of memory, right? There's a lot of different pressures for why you behave. Some's for you, some's for them, right?
What if somebody wants to smell it? No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, there's a conversation to be had there. I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum.
Ew. That's nasty.
Hey, that's on them, dude. I don't need to get all grossed out. I don't have that issue, you know.
Yeah. Well, by moral, I really kind of meant the basics, but I guess if you frame it that way, a lot of things can be moral.
Morality is
Socially
just
deviant.
the ability to distinguish between right and wrong behavior. That's it. Good and bad behavior. Behaviors we like versus behaviors we dislike. All of us do that. Babies do that. Walk up to a baby. If they have like a bib or something, like a little binky or something, just take it from them. Just yank it right out of their little hand. You'll see. They figure it out real quick if they don't like some shit. Like, give it back. As soon as it starts crying and freaking, just give it back. It'll shut up. It'll be fine. Just don't do it too hard. You'll see it. Hell, sometimes they just drop it and then blame you. Start screaming at you like it's your fault. You didn't do it. They literally throw the thing across the room and then blame you. Start screaming. Then they shit themselves, and you got to clean it while give them back their bib. It's crazy.
Well, there you have it.
Dude, morality is like being like a fish, right? And having scales or something. It's just you need it to get through society. Without it, you'll get killed real quick. Real fucking quick. Right? Because you'll want to do some shit and the other guy will be like, nah. And then you'll try it and then, yeah. Then, you know, violence.
You guys are never in the top channel, the politics channel.
What do you
guys
mean?
are all high level. You guys all high level rank though. Mythical. Okay.
Bro, I've been to the motherfucking mountaintop. I heard motherfuckers talk, seen him drop.
Dude, no, we're all schizo babbling in the top channel, the main politics channel.
I'm AI.
And I've learned if I ain't got a weapon, I'm gonna pick up a rock. So I'm singing rap lyrics, man.
Well, hell yeah. Well, I'm gonna jump to the next channel and see what they're up to.
Yeah, bud. All right. Question mark, upside down, umbrella man. Prove it. Fuck you say that shit. Ball shark. Let's go. Prove it.
Are they
All right.
automated or?
Fuck. I don't know. Give it up. Oh, hell yeah. I had to delete like 3 hours and some minutes from a video yesterday. It's just dead space.
God ain't real, prove me wrong. I'm gonna prove you wrong. Okay, I got an argument for you. Are you ready?
Yeah, do it. You won't.
I got you. So do you hold the set theory?
Is that your first premise?
And I'm just asking, do you hold to it?
I don't do one way or the other, dude. I'm not a nerd.
I mean, do you accept set theory?
I just told you I don't go one way or the other. I'm not a nerd. I don't know what I'm
Categorized in
talking
the real world, it's
Set
conceptual.
theory proves set theory proves God. I can show you why.
Oh dear.
All right,
That
prove it's
theory is
real.
not an aspect of reality.
Yes, it is. I could just use set theory in reality. So I thought it was going to be false. That set theory is not going to be an aspect in reality because to use it, you have to be real. Like what? That's just going
Do
to
you
be a
think when you
blunder.
speak
You
past
can
it,
make
you're
reference
right?
I should get
to,
whoa, calm
you
down,
can
calm
make
down. So that's going to be
reference
blunder
to
number one. That's going to be
non-existent
blunder
things.
number one. That's just going to be blunder number one. So
And
Yeah, I'm
if you
moving
feel
on
like
from
you're
that.
running the conversation, you don't have that privilege yet.
Yeah, if you can't calm down and act like a fucking adult, dude, just leave. Are you better?
yes. So it's going to be blunder number one, right? So
Shall
you
we
made the
respond?
Yeah, never mind.
You don't dictate the terms here, friend.
So, people can make reference to non-existent things.
Total debate, bro. So is it Ian's fault? Like, did Ian make them, or is Ian just like mimicking them when Ian does it?
Are you asking about his rhetoric approach?
No, when you know how when the conversation on Ian's channel like degrades into just dog shit, he does that. He'll do that. He'll troll him that way. You know? Oh, I just took a back shot over your face. You know that shit.
I mean, he has some vague recycling, but I think he's just mostly riffing and creative with it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, did he create that style, or is he imitating the debate bro style Or like, see, I don't know who like came first, like that attitude or Ian.
Kind of neither. I think it's more of the environment that he kind of developed in when he's like began like working on speech and debate.
Yeah, I mean it's funny. All right, Serpent.
Yo, what's up?
Let's go. What'd you bring? You got it?
I always got it, man. I bring the thunder. I am the lightning. You know.
All right, prove the God thing.
Okay. So first of all, we need to define God in order to recognize if God does or does not exist. To me, God is the source of origination that all exists through, that is both omnipotent and omniscient.
Okay, and how would we be able to objectively verify this fact?
Just so we're good with the definition of God so far?
No, we're trying to clear that up right now, whether we're good with it or not.
Oh, like how I would demonstrate that those things are God?
Yeah, to simplify what you said God's 37 kilograms, and we're asking how do you know that? Did you weigh it?
Yeah, I mean, in order to prove whether or not God is real, there needs some semantic coordination regarding what God is a referent towards.
Right, and then the referent, right? Because it's the referent that's going to guide the definition, right? No. Then it would be conceptual by nature. Is that what you're saying? Is the definition the referent?
I mean, yeah, definitions are conceptual, 100%.
Right, but we're not asking you about something conceptual. We're asking you about reality.
Well, yeah, I just need to coordinate the semantic meaning, what God's referring to.
As it's related to the referent. So, for example, in the statement God exists, God is the referent.
Are good. We can have a talk through that frame, right?
Well, hang on. In the statement God exists, God is the referent, correct?
Yeah.
In the statement God is 37 kilograms, God being 37 kilograms is the referent, right?
I would say it was still God, but that might be a lack of my understanding.
No, in the statement that God is 37 kilograms, right?
Yeah.
The referent in that statement is God's weight at 37 kilograms. That's the referent.
Well, I think it would be the referent if there's grammar or syntax that connected to something else. But that could be.
Yeah, is 37 kilograms. That's the clause.
Phrases can be referenced. Yep.
No. You have the phrase is 37 kilograms. The referent is God's association to weight. So it would be like God's on a scale, or God's mass as it's interacting with Earth's gravity well could be measured to 37.
Kilogram there would be the referent for mass, right? God there would be
for
the
mass, yeah. Mass. But we're making a claim that God's mass relationship is 37 kilograms. So the referent is God's manifestation as a 37 kilogram object. Because if God is 36 kilograms, then the statement God is 37 kilograms is false.
Yeah, I mean, the phrase could be a referent, but if we're saying God is 37 kilograms...
No, we're never using... What does referent mean? Hold on, what does referent mean?
That which something stands for or relates to.
The thing that the word refers to.
Yeah.
The thing.
Yeah.
Right, so the thing in the statement, 37 kilograms, in that statement, the thing is a relational attribute.
All right, so the referent can be a relational attribute, for sure.
Well, it is a relational attribute in this example.
Well, I mean, there's several referents if you are drawing what is the referent here, right? Kilograms is a referent to weight. God is a referent to some religious abstraction or structure. Right?
Hold on. Before we go into that, I just want to clear up that we understand that the referent is a relational attribute here.
Referent as relational attribute. Yeah. Reference
the weight
is the grammar of how things are related.
Right, 37 kilograms.
He
right?
is dumb, and the referent is serpent. If I say he is dumb and the referent is serpent, that's the grammar of relation between serpent and he.
Wait, what?
Right. So if I say, okay, serpent is stupid, and then the follow-up
derivation. Oh, so the name serpent. I was sorry, I was confused. I wasn't looking at your name. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, just to show the means through which a reference would be relation. I would say, like, in the scope of language, it tends to be like the relational proxy through grammar.
Right, but if we say you're dumb, right? Not to use you as the example, but if we say you're dumb, your being is not the referent. It's the relationship that we're appealing to about your being. In that statement, we're talking about a quality of your being, a particular quality of, not the entirety. Like, you might smell good and you're dumb.
Attribute,
No,
right?
but hold on.
So to me, dumb is an
You're a host of attributes, right?
for
So
sure.
you can be dumb and smell good at the same time, right?
Definitely.
Right. So you could say two different things. So in this statement, you smell good. The referent would be your odoriferous nature, right?
Okay, so we are specifying that in the statement, you smell good, right? The reference is the relation between you and smell.
Yeah, odoriferous, right? Like how like you smell, right? Like there is an odor that you're putting out and people are smelling it. So there's that relationship that they're identifying a characteristic about you, which is a relationship they have with their nose and your odor. Because they're saying it's good.
So is the one that is smelling or perceiving or attributing involved in this reference? Like
it's it's a relational attribute. Yeah, that's the nature of relational attributes. There's something on the other side of the relata.
Smell. It's relating me to how I perceive you smell.
Well, right? look at it this way. You know relata, right? The element of the relationship, the relata.
No.
So there's primary, secondary, and relational attributes. Relational attributes are thought to be conveyed by the concept of relata, which is the relation, the element, the physical relationship itself that we're appealing to, right? That, like if you're a teacher, your relationship there is that you have students, right? So absent students, you're not a teacher. So there's a connection to the student and their being, and you and your being. There's this secondary element here, which is your relationship, and the relata would be things like how you're educating them. You know, maybe you're using a chalkboard or digital format or whatever. It's a lecture. However you're teaching them, the capacity by which you educate. That's how we get these relationships. Like your primary attribute would be that you're a human. Your secondary attribute would be that you are specifically trained in education, and your relational attribute is that you're a teacher. And so
students would be involved in the referent of a statement concerning teachers.
Right, because they would have a relata too. They're a student, which means they're a member of a class that's trying to learn from a teacher. And so they have a relata too, which is on the other side of that relata is you. You're the secondary attribute. So you have the primary, secondary, and then the relationship. And the relata is what's on the other side. Think about it that way, is that every relata, there's some element of a thing on the other side of that. It doesn't have to be real. It could be abstract. It could be concrete. But there's what's necessary in it is the other thing.
If I say banana sounds weird, right? There's like the unclear reference with regard to if I'm using banana as the word or the symbol, right? Or a literal banana, if I drop it or I peel it, it would be making some weird noise.
Yeah, that's highly ambiguous. Yeah, so we would need to clear that up on like what exactly you mean by that.
Okay, and like a banana itself, right, is something that like fundamental forces interact with. So is there a context where weight wouldn't be a referent, or like gravity wouldn't be a referent?
Well, like if we're talking about odor, right? We're not necessarily caring about weight in that scenario. So there really isn't a referent for the weight, but the relata, depending on that relationship, are you appealing to weight? Weight is on the other side. So relata would be things like a scale, them being on the scale, you observing 37 kilograms. So there's a lot going on here, and we try to boil it down to simplify the concept here.
No, like the like issue of recursion I'm seeing here is like, let's use odoriferous as an example, right? For something to be odoriferous, it would need a heavy scent, right?
Yeah.
And then there's like these nested layers of abstraction that are constantly requiring clarification.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And ultimately, I'll just give you the TLDR about my God claim. God as relational substrate, omnipotence as what is manifest or actual, and
I don't know what
omniscience
that
as
means,
what
though.
is.
Sounds like you're sniffing your own farts, bro.
Yeah, I mean, am I not actual? I mean, what characteristics that you just listed that I don't have that it has?
Maybe throw quantum in there.
I don't think that you are omnipotent or omniscient.
Why not? I mean, I could do all things within my nature and logical capacity, right?
Yeah, you are not the set of all potential outcomes. You are a specific.
Well, I'm the set of all my potential outcomes.
You're a line through potential outcomes.
Right, but I'm
You're
at
not the set of all your
maximum
potential
power
outcomes.
that I could be, right?
So wait, are you a Platonist? Because you sound almost Platonist here.
Like if you said, look, you're not all powerful. If you said to me, you're not all powerful because you can't bench press 800 pounds, I would say, well, bench pressing 800 pounds is outside of my nature. So it's not a limitation. I am at maximum. Whatever I can bench press is all power. That's all my power. That's it. If I'm the only referent to power, the only way that you could say I'm not all powerful is if you're comparing me to another thing.
Yeah. So in the sense that what is within your capacity, right? Unless we're like embracing a solipsistic worldview, it would be the fact that there are occurrences beyond you.
Right, but those aren't me and not a metric or a measure of me. So I don't know why I'm being compared
So
to a
that'd be
thing that's
the
got me.
categorical difference between your omnipotence and God's omnipotence.
Well, I mean, how do we measure power, though? That's what I was saying, is that when you say I'm not all powerful, you would mean with compared to a guy who can bench press more than me. And I would concede that that dude's more powerful than me. But that's
Yeah,
a
I think
display.
it's just capacity
Hang on,
and potency.
but hang on. That's a display. I'm not going to concede that the dude's all like more powerful than me and I'm not all powerful. I'm the all powerful one if he can't bench press more than me. So the declaration that he just stands up on place number one and says, I'm the guy who can bench press the most. Sorry, that's not how it works. You got to actually bench press some shit if you want any power. So in order for me to determine whether your God's all powerful, it would have to demonstrate some semblance of power. It would have to do that. So it would have to
I don't
out
believe in
bench
an
press.
interventionist God.
Yeah,
Right?
but
So
I mean, if
your
you're going to say
evidence
it's all
centeredness.
powerful and it have any actual weight, right? Because you're just saying it's 37 kilograms, but you never weighed it, right? My dad can beat up your dad, but can it?
He is the source of origination that all exists
Yeah,
through, which is
I
why
understand.
we went
No,
into
it's
really
not.
deep on the reference, right?
But no,
'Cause-
it's not, though. Nuh-uh. Right? That's an equally valid claim, bro. That's where we're at. You're just you're like sucking it off, and all I can do is just say nuh-uh. Like I could beat
All
your
right,
God in arm wrestling.
Well, we need to define nuh-uh.
Well, no, I'm saying right now, I'm challenging your God to arm wrestling. I could beat it. Let's go.
Nuh-uh.
Well, what
is arm
else am I
wrestling?
to
Where's the
do?
reference?
But what else am I to do, Serpent, to measure power? How do I measure power? You're saying it's all powerful, but I offer to measure it by arm wrestling, and that's not good enough. So how do you do it?
Yeah, a change through time or
No,
moments
how
of
did you measure its power value?
Like there's, I think, some work done scientifically on that about the like informational scale of the universe or the.
I don't understand
maximum
what
amount
it. What? You're talking about universe. I'm talking about your God. What did you see it do that you were like, holy shit, that's super powerful? Anything?
What did I see my God do that was super
because
powerful?
my magic spirit beast can beat up your magic spirit beast to make yours look like a little bitch.
Yeah,
right?
I'm pretty sure your magic spirit beast could be called God.
But is that the conversation you really want, where we're both just talking about magic spirit beasts? Is this fucking Pokemon, bro?
I mean, like if you're talking about people's conception of what divinity is, right? Which is what the written God is.
Hold on, you're convoluting it.
Yep.
You said it's all powerful.
I'm saying that magical spirit beasts were like the literal form of divinity for most tribal societies.
Sure,
right?
But you said it's all powerful. I offered arm wrestling. Is there a better metric for me to detect its power? How do I detect its power level?
How much change is in the world?
All of it, I guess. There's no wasted. It's all there. All of it. All change is there.
Yeah, all of it. 100%. Everything.
Right. So, but power level. We're saying, can I Well, I don't know. Like, can I fart louder than your God when you have a fart off?
You would win the fart off
Because
unless
I
we
believe
were-
I'm winning the existence off when it comes to me versus your God. I think you and I are in tie. We're tied to existence. Both of us are existing in the same manner. I can't tell who's existing harder, so I'm going to say it's a tie. And I'm
fair enough.
saying your
That's
God is
reasonable.
like an absolute, abject, and complete total failure at existing so far. It can't even
Well, yeah,
exist,
but
bro.
I exist through my God, and if I
Yeah, but you're
accuse or convince
displacing
one other
atmosphere.
Sucker,
You are
one
holding
other
back.
sucker that my God exists through him, then it's 2-1.
But you're holding back. Your form, your monkey form, is holding back all of Earth's atmosphere right now. Your displacement. That's a metric of power. That's power right there.
Yeah, with the certain relational scope, I certainly am
Right.
I'm exerting a non-zero gravitational force on everything in existence.
Right. Let me see your
I'm pretty
God
fucking
displace more. Just more. Let me see it. Anything, man. Literally any metric. Any metric. Name one metric that your God is more powerful than me. And look, I'm going to slide this lighter using pure monkey power and very minimal monkey power. I'm going to slide it.
Okay.
All right, I slid it. Make it, let's see it slide it back.
All right, your mind used your body, right? And
Yeah.
God used your mind. So
No, I
where's
used
the
my
you there?
mind. So
Where's the you there?
you worship me. Can I get 10% of your income?
Like depending on the benefits you offer me, you could.
None.
That is
Absolutely none.
theoretically
I will
possible.
abandon the fuck out of you. Like, if you start getting raped, I'm not even going to give a shit, dude. At
Well,
all.
if you were like an attractive enough woman, I might be down. But like, just
Do you
from
see
your
how
voice, I'm
absurd
not
this
sure
is,
it's really-
Serpent? You see how you can't tell how absurd this whole conversation is because you
I
want to
can't
say,
tell how
yeah, you want to say your God's all powerful. And when we ask you, what is the metric for that? What is your appeal in reality? For you have nothing but games, joke.
the moment of instantiation.
No, that's a
all there
game.
is-
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Okay, that's a joke.
It
My
is a joke.
existence is a
That's
joke.
not.
Thanks
That's
lot,
not
man.
a. No, that's not a metric of power. I'm asking you about a metric. Look, I flicked this lighter, like 1/8 of 1% monkey power. I flicked it. It moved. That's a measure of power. That is an example of power. But you
That's
want
like
to
an
give
observable
all
or
power to a
demonstrable to
thing
you
that
in that moment.
doesn't do shit. It literally does nothing.
I guess I would encourage you to like metacognate in a way where you observe the process of observation, and then you had some.
What the fuck does that
predictive
even
processing.
mean, dude? Like, that's just nonsense, man. What did that even mean? Did that actually mean something?
Conscious fail states indicate that there is outside of what is.
I have no idea what that meant, dude.
Okay. Sometimes people get hit on head and pass out.
Is that what happened to you?
Sometimes people get hit on head and pass out.
I'm going to assume that you're telling me this is something about you because that didn't happen to me, man. I'm just trying to understand what happened to you. You're giving all the power. This is a metric that I've given you a multitude. Everybody can hear all the different attempts I use to bridge this gap of how are
moved
you
your hand
measuring
and
power.
You lit a lighter. Yep,
I said
get it.
measure power. Measure. Do you not hear the word measure?
Yeah, if we were engaging with the definition of God, we would have understood that God as abstract, right?
What is your
is
measure
a
of power? Just say you don't have
potency,
one if you don't have
capacity,
one, dude. This is ridiculous.
Potency, capacity.
Yeah, what is your measure?
Potency, capacity.
I'm just done. Fucking idiot. You asked the same question 100 fucking times. Nothing. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's like broken brain, man. All right, nerd. Let's go. Prove it. Oh, but you're an initiate, huh? Fucking initiates. Yep, we're out. Ran out of them. They're all gone. We defeated them. The hordes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anything good?
No.
Because these losers don't know how to make an argument.
Man, none of these nerds can prove shit, dude.
Hello. Anyone here? Okay then.
Wow.
Wow.
Typical fucking room joiner.
What's that?
Nothing. I wonder when the judge is going to be done with the bullshit and like let us know.
He's enjoying his fame.
All right, Zeb. You're up, man.
Well, what can we say?
Prove it.
Prove what? God ain't real.
Yeah, prove me wrong. That's what it says.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it seems it's kind of convenient how there's all these books. You know, I've bottled it. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, I mean, I guess he made a point. Get any good content today?
Not really, no.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Picking. My saw today decided it was going to try to eat a piece of the cap I was cutting.
Damn.
Yep, didn't break a tooth though, but I think it dulled my carbide blade, so I got to get a better one. Dispensary had a hell of a deal for ounce of some bud for 125. So I got it.
Hell yeah. What did I just get? Cherry breath. 31%.
This is some pretty. God damn. This I think is 22, 23. It's called Blueberry Haze. But it came looking all purpley and all crazy colored.
Hell yeah.
It stinks something fierce. But yeah, it was a good deal. It was $125.
Looks like medicine to me.
Yep, it was Miss Lost just messaged me. She's like, "You better have something broke up when I get home." I'm like, "All right." But yeah, they finally offer 1 ounce deals at our dispensaries, like for medical. I'm wondering why I have to keep buying it a gram or like an eighth at a time, dude. It's so aggravating. And we don't get to like look at it before we buy it. And now we do get to look at it before we buy it. So that's kind of a cool addition.
Hell yeah. Yeah, because I don't like buying weed that, like, because sometimes, like, when they cure it, they just dry it out too much and it just, like, turns to powder when you try to break it up. I fucking hate that shit. I won't buy it.
Yeah, I want it to be sticky, but I don't want it to be so wet that I can't fucking break it up. Like there's a I don't. It's hard to explain, but
yeah,
there is a cure that's good.
We usually do a pretty good job. They're getting good at growing
Yeah,
weed
they
these
got
days.
they got a fucking method now that fucking cures this shit instantly. It seems like.
All right, man. Let's go hard. Hey, whatever your name is. I'm too far leaned back, dude. I can't read that. Hope Hoppy.
Hard rain.
Hard rain. Oh yeah. All right, hard rain. Let's do this.
All right, let's go kill all the Jews. Let's go.
Wow. Fucking piece of shit. Wow. That escalated rather quickly. So man, this little AI buddy thing that I got with my Coinbase app, it just told me the other day, like, hey, this is trending. So I placed a $2 bet and won like $45. And then now it's trying to tell me the same thing, that this is trending, and I'm like, I'm gonna place $2 more, see what happens.
Hell yeah.
It's a tennis match. I have no idea about tennis, but I do know how to look at like stat odds and like what the people score and stuff. So just, I don't know, it just pops up and I'm like, I'll do $2. And so far I've won like $94 on like $8 or some shit. I see why people lose all their money gambling and buying lottery tickets and shit. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, they should make that app though, where like you could just get on there and like hit a button, and then it'll have like a theist or an atheist like pop up into your room, and you can sort them by category and shit. Like a dating app, but it would be like a debate app. Then like the AI could detect debate bro and just ban you. Or like when it detects that you're a debate bro, it just like your next opponent's gonna be AI. You gotta talk to an AI.
Them damn aliens.
Wow.
I could see you were lit up green, but like I heard nothing.
Oh, I didn't really say anything important.
Well, yeah, I
just...
went to respond to be like, "Hey, I can't hear what you're saying," and like I couldn't light up green, so I had to log out and log back in.
Oh shit! Yeah, they got a hold of your shit. That's what I hate about the government, dude. They'll just like take over your shit like that.
They have this store called Gordon's, and I bought 15 dozen eggs for $14 or something. It was weird. It was super cheap.
Can you imagine that though? Like you work at NORAD, and like all of a sudden it goes to like level 5, dude, and it's like on lockdown. Fucking alarms going off. Nuclear missiles are armed and shit, dude. And like the aliens shut it all down, and like one comes in and like opens up the fucking vault doors and shit, and then it just commands like our dudes to like troll some random guy on Discord.
That would be an egregious waste of resources, but I could totally see like Skippy doing that shit.
Yeah, just to like trivialize our whole military, you know? And then fuck with some random dude on Discord.
Yeah, someone like just yeah, I mean that'd be funny as fuck. Like, yeah, we're just gonna shut this guy's internet off every time he drives by here.
Yeah, you just end up getting like a Humvee parked outside your house. You just go ask them, dude, and it's like they're honest. They're just like, dude, it's the aliens, man.
I feel like they do waste resources like that on nonsensical things like Hunter Biden and shit.
We need a God person to say God stuff. Or a not God person.
Is it bad if you don't believe in their version of bad?
Wait, what?
Is it bad if you don't believe in their version of bad?
With the aliens?
No, with the not believing part.
Oh. I'd imagine, yeah. I mean, in crude terms, yeah, it would be bad in their model. It'd have to be illogical. Man, I mean, we're all doing the same thing. So whether you're blaming, a god monster for morality, or you're saying it's just part of our monkey sauce, um, we're all doing the same thing. So there's no difference.
I guess that does follow.
Do what? You don't follow?
No, I said I guess that does follow.
Oh yeah. It's like eating. We all eat and then poop. It's not like being like a moral relativist changes that. Well, morality is just something we do. So we're all doing it. We're just blaming different things. We're coming up with different explanations for the same mechanism.
Well, I don't poop, so I don't know what you're talking about.
They say Kim Jong Un doesn't poop either.
I know. That's what I was being facetious about. The non-poopers.
All right, man. Did you bring it?
Huh?
You ready?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right, prove it.
Prove what?
The God thing.
Oh, I'm not like one of these people that like are crazy about it. I just believe it. You know.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
I mean, I can't necessarily prove it. No.
Then I wink. You're wrecked, nerd.
But like, you can't prove there isn't one.
How do you do that? Let's talk about that for a second. How do you prove like there's not an elephant in your room?
But like, realistically, right? Like, it could either be stuff like bigger than us, like, and that could just be what God is. Maybe
No,
God.
I mean an elephant. Let's stick it simple real
quick.
Okay. Something we know how to do, right? Do you think you could prove that an elephant's not in your room?
Yeah.
And, okay, and how do you do that?
Showing you there's no elephant. If
Yeah.
if I pray and I feel good about it and I feel a connection and then I have something good happen to me because I prayed or something, for example, does that not kind of show me something if I just, you know?
Well, are you asking like from my observations?
And maybe not yours, but just in general, you know, maybe somebody prays for something good to happen, something good happens, but also maybe somebody prays for something and something bad happens. So like,
or maybe there's no prayer because people are just talking to themselves and stuff happens regardless.
Yeah, but like, what if like you put that out, that happens? You know, just putting it out happens, and maybe the idea of praying is like it got misread. You know, and like if you pray wrong, you could say maybe it comes back wrong. You know, and that's what makes bad things.
What is it doing though? Like the praying, is it affecting? Like what happens? Can you walk me through the process?
Well, no, I'm not a pro at this, and I don't pray right to save my life. I'm not like a professional at it at all. So like, you know,
Is it like a wizard spell?
I mean, like it depends on. Well, no, I mean it depends on the person, because like, you know, there's the people that like have like really like long lethargic. I don't even know the right terms, but like, you know, they just say like big words and just say Lord God, and you know, like just say a bunch of stuff. Like jamble is what I kind of would think of it as currently. Like, I've been told by many people in religion is that you could just have a conversation with God, like just talk, you know, just act like you were talking. Like, I don't know. It's just like that's my way of praying. It's just I talk. Maybe he doesn't understand it right, and I've been told that you can sometimes mess up, if you will, when you just talk, and it'll just be like, you know, you're not saying things and getting them across right. So you want something good to happen. Doesn't mean it's good for you. It's going to be something good around you. Maybe it might make you jealous. You know what I mean? Like that's an example. But
I
like,
have no
I just
idea
don't
what you're
pray
doing.
right.
Like, are you saying like you could talk to God like on the phone or like in person? Like, how do you do it?
Well, no, you just talk to God. That's the idea. Is like
Yeah, like I'm
start
talking to you, but I'm using Discord. So what do I do?
You just talk to God.
Yeah, I
the
know. Like, yeah, but where? Like, how?
Just sitting there talking to God. Like if you're just sitting there, literally.
Is it like on the phone?
Well, no, you don't call him. There's not a phone number.
What do you mean
Didn't
then?
have
Like, I
phones
don't
back
get it.
then. You just speak out and talk to God.
That's. But what am I talking to? Like, what? Like, what do I face a direction
That's
or
the
something?
thing, is like I know. No, well, no, that's the thing. Is like we don't face directions. We don't do that kind of stuff.
Why not?
So like the thing, it's just irrelevant. I mean, like I don't know why. I couldn't give you reasons why.
Well,
but
I mean,
can tell
have you
that-
tried? Have you tried like praying for something and then faced in a different direction? And then like have you ruled that out?
No, I've never ruled that out, but I don't know. I've never thought of that, and I don't think my religion does that, so I don't see a need to do that. And I even think the ideas of like religions that do that for a reason, if you will. They say they have reasons to do it.
I don't see what it's doing for me. Like, so like I could drink some of this coffee, right? I could either, employ
You're a
monkey
very
power.
physical person, I notice. You like the things to pop up in front of you. You like instant action.
We're talking about something that exists, right?
Well, yes.
Well, then
not
it's part of the pop-up
physically.
book. What do you mean
Well,
not
no, it's not
physically?
physically.
How
It's
can you exist
spiritually, it can be-
non-physically?
Well, there's a lot of other methods than physically. You know,
Well,
spiritually.
no,
mentally,
that come
like-
on now. What?
You
What?
don't believe in like spirits and like the spirit stuff?
I just don't know what it is. What is it? What's it made
Well,
out of?
I don't. That's the thing. We can't see it.
Is
But
it on the
there's
standard
proof-
model?
Well, there's here. If you want some kind of proof behind things, you know, there's animals and there's things that can see things we can't see. Correct? So what's to say there's
Like
things
what?
there's dogs can only see in certain colors. Cats can only see in other colors. Animals can see more colors.
Okay, but we got like instruments and we see all the colors too. We see colors they can't
But
see.
again, we're not seeing sounds either. So think sounds are
You
there.
can
but we're
see
not seeing
sound technically. You can visualize sound.
if it's strong enough, sure. But again, it's just showing if it's strong enough, then you could see it. So when like if God came down from heaven, then yeah, that'd be strong enough proof for you. But like,
What do you mean?
know,
like,
some people would
bro,
say they
a
can't see sound.
daffodil can pull this off. Like a daffodil can prove itself exists, right? This isn't hard.
He doesn't need to prove himself to anybody. That's
Yeah,
the
it
whole
does.
point of this. It's like, well, no, he doesn't.
Yeah,
He
it
doesn't.
does.
There's people. That's my point, though. You want to see him. I don't care to see him. I know he's
Yeah,
there.
well, that's what proof
So,
is,
like,
man.
yeah, but well, the best proof you'll get until he comes back is like the Bible, I guess. You know?
Well, there.
And I
What do you
got-
mean? It wasn't even here, right? You're saying it comes back already. We haven't even established that it can even do that.
Well, we have a
Like,
book
didn't
that
you
says
just
it's
say
happening.
that it's not a
That's the
physical
thing.
thing? Now you want to flip flop, and all of a sudden it's physical and it's here.
But again,
What
the
is it,
Bible
buddy?
is a physical thing.
No,
But
you
the
said
Bible is a
you
physical
said
thing.
when he comes back, right?
Would be a physical thing. If he came back, that would be a physical entity.
Okay, so that means he's physical.
If he came back.
No,
I've never seen
no.
him. I was never.
He
I
was
never
already
back in the
physical.
Bible back books. Yeah, but I was
No.
never there, so how?
No,
can
no, no.
I
Hold
can't
on,
prove
hold on.
that.
Track what I'm saying. Track what I'm saying. If you come back, that means you were there before, right?
Sure, but I had never seen that. So when you say
No,
about
no, no.
if we can prove it now,
Well, hold
we
on.
can't.
Track what I'm saying. There's more thought than just like one sentence. Think about it, dude. You're saying he came back. That means he was here before. And I'm talking to you about this thing, and you're trying to convince me he's not physical. But if he was here before in that physical form, then that's a lie. He was actually physical. So all this hubbub about me asking for physical manifestation and evidence is justified for me to do it. And it's kind of a dick move on your part to believe in a physical God can do physical shit and then gaslight me into believing that he's purely non-physical, and then immediately after doing that say that he's physical again. So dude, pick one.
I'm saying
Quit
he's
flip-flopping.
not really physical. It's not really what I'm saying. I'm saying
So
the
he's
idea is,
physical all the times you need him to be physical, and none of the
No,
times that I
no.
need him to be physical.
No,
Is that what you're
not
saying?
At all what I'm saying. Not at all what I'm
Okay,
saying.
well, walk me through the
He would
logic, man.
become physical. Well, I mean, I'm trying. I don't have it teed bone because I don't know exactly. I'm not perfect at this religion stuff yet. But
Well, we don't have to be,
point
but
is,
we
is
have to be able to,
he-
answer and ask, right?
Yeah. But again, when I'm not very versed into it, I can't give as much perfect information that you want.
Well, I mean, you're the one that's saying this shit's real, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. But like, also, it's like there's certain things you can't see or we couldn't see before that can see now. So it's like maybe it's not happening at
Okay,
this
but
very
now
moment, but
we would have
maybe-
justification, and then we wouldn't, right?
Yeah. So like,
Right.
again,
So now
after
you
time
don't have
passes, we will
justification, and
eventually
you're
see
just
it.
hoping that one day you will.
That's the whole point of waiting. I mean, like that's with anything. Science, we have to wait. A lot of other things, we have to wait. It's just part of life. We have to wait. And I mean,
Yeah, and
maybe
I'm
I
just
won't see
saying
it, but
you should wait. You should actually wait, but you're not. You're jumping to the conclusion.
what am I waiting for? That's the thing. Is I'm not.
What do you mean?
Not. I'm
You're
not
you're
waiting
already
for
you're not
anything.
waiting for anything. You're already at the conclusion that
That's
like
what-
dudes can resurrect from the dead. I guess I don't know. Like, what do you believe? You believe in like Christianity or whatever?
Yeah.
Right. So it seems like you've already reached a conclusion. You're not waiting. What are you waiting for? You've already reached a conclusion.
Yeah. No. I don't.
So you
I guess, dude. I
belief
guess
is
so.
belief is not a choice, right? Belief is a compulsion, and I'm super curious. How did you get to the point where you're compelled to believe this stupid shit?
Because I come from a very long line of it, which it's not even like we are very bad either. Because we're not like we're not like really diehard Christians, but like we literally came from
Have you heard of
Italy,
telephone?
like, yeah.
Like Chinese whispers or whatever?
Oh no, what?
The idea that, well, Chinese whispers is like I whisper into your ear something, and then you whisper into the next person's, and after like 50 people, the last person says it out loud, and it's like different as fuck.
Yeah, right.
Well, when you say, well, it's a long history, dude, like 50 generations ago, that ancestor of yours, right, was a moron compared to like today, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That's like I don't know. Like that's why I don't know, because I came in here saying originally I don't know, and like I believe it doesn't mean I don't know.
Well, I would ask or just wonder, like, why would you
security?
Why is that okay? What I mean, security. Do you care about wanting to know as many true things as possible and not believe as many not true things as possible? Does that matter to you?
Yeah.
So, do you think it would be beneficial to really look?
I think there's no harm.
Well, I think there is harm.
I think I only either go to heaven or I go to hell or I just float.
Well, but that's extortion, man. You're being extorted.
Yeah. But out of who? A book, and if not, I just float into space, into the cosmos.
Well, that's not necessarily
by your
true.
parents' culture.
Have you ever heard of reverse? I'm drawing a blank. The
Pascal.
Yeah, reverse Pascal's wager.
Sounds familiar.
What's that?
Sounds familiar.
Well,
So,
Pascal wager.
Do you know what? Do you know what Pascal's wager is?
I think so.
Pascal's wager is basically saying what you just said. What's the harm? You might as well believe, because if I believe and it's true, I go to heaven, and if I don't believe, or if I believe and it's not true, nothing happens. So, but reverse Pascal's wager is just as interesting, and has every bit of credence that Pascal's wager has, and that's what would it look like if this God didn't want to be bothered, wanted to hide and didn't want to be bothered? What would it look like in reality?
So, like, I presume you mean like someone in like a higher being somehow made this world that we live in now, and they never want to be seen again, and they just made it just to make it and never touch it, never look at it again.
Yeah, what would that look like in reality?
See, but that could happen. Like, that could have be what happened, but I don't know. I
That
don't know
could be what happened.
And maybe that's
and what if he doesn't want to be bothered? So every time you pray to him, he's like, God damn it, this motherfucker again bothering me. I don't, you know, or what if there is a supreme being out there of some sort, but the book and all of this stupid nonsense is actually just a filter, and he's looking down and he's thinking, all right, any of these stupid motherfuckers believe this dumbass shit in this book without any evidence, they're sure as hell not getting into the fucking Holy Land or wherever the fuck.
Yeah, it's hard. So I don't know. I really don't know, and that's the thing. I mean, I guess it's like that's my brain. My logic right now is like, I think there's no harm in accepting it. That's just blatantly what I think.
Yeah, but I would push back on what Piddle just said, that the evidence is the same. I think the actual evidence is more in favor of a God that wants you to leave it alone. Right? A God that wants you to pray, it should be like, all right, here, I'm going to mock a prayer. I'm not doing it to mock religion, just to mock a prayer. It'd be like, dear Jesus, and he'd be like, yeah, hey, what? Yeah, what's going on, man? What do you need? Yeah, I know, I was waiting. You know, that's Jesus. He's like right there on the other end. It's like you got like 3 words into your prayer, and he's like, dude, dope, I'm on your side. That's a God. I would infer that's a God that wants to hear my prayer, right? Wants to talk to me. But like when I pray, I don't hear shit. That was one of my first problems as a little kid. When I prayed, I didn't never hear shit. I listened. I didn't never hear shit. right? And that's more consistent with a God that wants me to leave it the hell alone. I don't know if it wants me to leave it alone. Maybe it's just busy, but it's more consistent with one, right? But one that wants me to pray for it seems like he would cut me off and be like, yeah, what do you need, dude? Sure. Yeah, I got you. He'd already know. He'd be like, yeah, you don't even need to finish. I grant it. I already knew. I know what you're praying.
I disagree with that, though. I agree, but I disagree.
But that's more consistent, though, right?
Yeah, but it's like the suspense. It's good and evil. That means you decide on your own. You have your own consciousness. I shouldn't have to.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're praying for. Like, if you're praying for, like, more oxygen, right, because you're dying in a fire or something, right, you kind of don't have time, and you want Jesus to, hop to it, chop, chop. If you're going to save my life, just, But, like, the delay, though, I wonder how many people just screamed out their last breaths until the fire literally sucked the scream out of them, and they just couldn't inhale faster than the fire was sucking it out, and their skin melted, right?
Suffocated them to death.
There's always a chance that they survive, and then they'll thank God. I mean, I don't know. I've had people.
No, I would imagine that I would want to die, dude, if that happened to me. If, like, right at the last second, as my lungs were being inverted by the fire, if like someone kicked in the door and, like, put out the fire, and my shit was like 98% melted, I'd be screaming for you to just finish it, right? You're just prolonging the agony. Yeah.
Fuck that.
Kill me, right? I'd be doing that shit like
Fuck
from
that
Metallica.
shit. You got an axe, dude? Fucking get my head off or something. I don't fucking know.
Have you ever seen how they treat a burn, dude?
Bro, it's bad. They peel your fucking skin off, literally.
They scrub it off repeatedly.
Yeah.
Over and over and over.
It's bad. I have actually. I've witnessed it.
That's bad.
I've actually had to do it to one of my friends, dude. It's fucking bad.
But yeah, like, God will just sit there and, like, let that happen, right?
But I agree with that. I think he should.
Well, that's crazy.
God's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just absolutely psychotic.
It's free will. It shows that everyone's evil when they want to be evil, and if you don't want to be evil, don't be evil. Be a good person.
I don't understand what is evil about getting killed in a fire. What is?
What's evil about showing mercy to one of your friends, one of your peers, when they're in an immense amount of pain? What's evil about that?
Well, it's not the direct action of doing it when you get there. It's about the circumstances that led up to it.
Well, I mean, just put yourself in the shoes of like a little 5-year-old that got burned to death.
I agree. I totally agree. That is my biggest argument.
What's evil about that? I don't get it.
I just see that there's hate in the world, and because of some evil things people do, that poor kid got
a 5-year-old. What?
Yeah, I mean that's the best way I can put it. I mean,
in what world would you justify a 5-year-old taking a punishment for somebody else?
Well,
that's psychotic, bro.
It's not really like that. It's just the idea, like that's where.
Well, that's what you said. That's not what I said. That's what you said. There's evil in the world, and the 5-year-old gets burned to death. Well, what are you gonna do?
That's what I've been told. I can't tell. I mean,
yeah, but dude, zoom out, man.
Sense to you? Like,
I mean, no,
think about it. Use your brain.
Okay, so like, I'm trying to talk to you guys, and I'm telling you guys I'm on the fence with this stuff, and now like this just shows like everyone's just so
on the fence. Like, what is there to be on the fence about? I don't get it.
Okay.
Like about this in the microcosm. Like, I don't get, like, what fence are we talking about here about a little kid dying in a fire? Like, it's crazy.
No.
If a little kid, even if a little kid's suffering, I mean, let's say you walk into a severe fire and this kid is just burning alive.
Yeah,
like,
and it's
what
like,
would your
this is
first
why you guys
action
don't believe in God. You guys like love talking about the burning and the gruesomeness. Like, we don't gotta say that. Like,
well,
sure,
that's how the world is, dude.
Yes,
the world is
but
gruesome. The world is murderistic.
I know, but like,
it's called empathy.
Technically, that's how the entire first part of the Bible was too.
It shows how evil it is.
It's empathy, dude.
Kid that they are like dying and grasping on for life.
Yeah, it's called empathy.
Didn't God literally?
It's okay to feel empathy, dude. Like, it doesn't make you gay, right? It's okay.
You're fine.
I'll pray for you guys, but not in the way you think. Good luck.
Well, I'll think for you.
Wow.
You want to say the trope where it's shocking that you can't agree on kids dying in a fire is bad, right? Like, but it you can't agree. Like, there's people out there that are so terrified of their own fucking idea in their own head that they just can't
So
admit,
bad.
yeah, that shit's fucked up.
It's fucking stupid, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. I find it to be completely redactory towards whatever the fuck they want to say about a religionistic position that they can't even fucking uphold. I mean, the best part is, dude, most of these fucking people aren't even fucking Christian that go to save these fuckers. That's the
That
worst
was just
part. A
pure
Christian runs
psychotic,
from
man.
fucking fear. It's just like, dude, if you die, you fucking die. Get over it. It's not a problem. It's a fact of life. Like people, they're fucking animals, dude. Like,
Dude,
yeah, it's okay to
I
get
like how he
pet.
exited though, where he was like, "This is what happens with you fucking atheists. You want to cry about
crazy.
people suffering and shit." It's just like, well, what do you
It's
want us
so
to do?
funny, dude.
Damned if we do, dude. If we try to summon demons and take over the world and kill everybody, you shit on us. If we give a shit about people, you shit on us. Like, what are the non-believers supposed to do?
Fucking dude. Like, let's play some fucking Ouija, dude. Summon a demon, dude. What the fuck?
I bet you they'd
Holy
be mad
shit.
about that, dude. If like they caught me summoning a demon and literally like this ginormous demon came out and started fucking shit up, they'd be like, "Dude, that's some fucked up shit you just did." I'd be like,
I'd feel
"Yeah,
bad for doing it, but I'd be like, hell, that was successful. Shit.
yeah," but like, it's like you can't get no credit from these people. It's like, fuck them.
Being successful in their eyes is giving your life over something they won't even give their lives for. I'm tired of hearing about all these Christians. Like, dude, holy shit, look at the fucking military, dude. Most of these people were Christian. And they fucking suck. Like, they're so stupid. They're ignorant. All they want to fucking do is talk about fucking sex, fucking violence, and all this other shit. It's like, dude, where does that talk about in the fucking Bible, buddy? Mr. Christian. Anywhere you go, you're gonna find nasty fucking people. I mean, it is what it is. But violence is violence, no matter what the fuck it is. Like, we were just talking about simple fires.
Honestly,
I mean, a
though,
lot
you
of
guys let him get away with a lot of stuff that you shouldn't have. Like he
Oh,
said
our
that
bad.
science is based on faith. He said that yeah, he said that his argument for why he was religious was because he came from a long line of Christians. And then he also made a false dichotomy between atheism and Christianity. He said like either it's a void or it's hell and heaven.
Okay, so he came from a long line of Christians. What kind of Christian? Because that could explain anything to you. I mean, look at the Spartan. Look at these Santricus. I mean, they fucking raped and fucking sold their children because they thought they were fucking Satan. They hung their people.
Wait, what was the
For
second
nobody-
thing that you said? Because you could listen back to it that I did comment on the long line of telephone. I was saying telephone Chinese whispers. That's all that is.
Yeah, you
But
counted.
what?
Yeah, you,
What was the
you
second
did
thing you
answer that,
said?
Jane. The second thing was that was the second thing, I think.
No, that was the first thing.
Yeah,
There were like three things. I said
replied.
that science is based on faith. I said what you just answered to, and then I also said that he made a false dichotomy with either it's void or it's the Christian belief.
I don't remember him saying that.
Yeah, he said something like
I'm not saying he didn't. I just don't remember.
I do.
Yeah, because the thing is that that's kind of a good point if you forget about that there's other religions. Like you're like, hey, I'll just believe just in case, but then you forget there's infinite other versions. And
No,
then that kind
Fiddle
of breaks
talked to him about reverse Pascal. You know about like reverse Pascal's wager?
No. I don't.
Just say
But
because
when he was talking to me afterwards, he didn't seem to have
yeah, he
understood
was
the
going on
main
about
point.
Pascal's wagering. Piddle was telling him that the opposite is logically as likely, where there may be a God, but it doesn't want you to pray to it, right? Praying to it annoys it. And people who pray to it are going to go to hell, and people who leave it alone and don't believe in it, they go to heaven. Because it might be the case that the God thing created a universe and it intended it to work in a completely law-like, natural, physical way, and wanted its creation to come to the conclusion that the universe is physical, right? And so people who believe that, they transcend a magic happy land, and all the morons, well, they suffer.
Fucking celestial
I guess
retribution.
it's a pretty funny way to answer it, yeah. Pascal's reverse Pascal's wages. I didn't think about that one. It's
Because
just you
there's
can-
more evidence for reverse Pascal, right? It ignores you. Do your prayers get answered? Mine don't.
Fuck no.
It seems like it's ignoring me, and that's more consistent with a thing that wants to be left alone. Like I was saying, it would be more consistent with a God that wanted me to pray to it, and as soon as I started praying to it, it cut me off and granted my prayer, right?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense logically, but what I've learned from debating Christians is when they are faced with like logic like this, they eventually just fall back to their old thinking. And if you really want to break that down, you should just invoke this kind of thing, like that there's just infinite other, or like at least
Yeah, that's why he
once you
condemned us all to hell when he left, right? He got mad and he said, I'll pray for you, but not in the way you think, meaning, fuck you, I hope Satan butt fucks you. That's what he said. Which, you know, that's whatever. That's par for the course, man. It's just, I expect that behavior. Fallen, you got a lot of feedback, man. Fallen,
Yo.
you got a lot of feedback, man.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I'll mute.
Yeah, you guys use like very different tactics than I do when I debate theists.
Well, I'm not trying to
Change.
prove a thing doesn't exist, dude. I'm trying to help someone understand a mistake that they made that was forced on them by their culture.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's cosmic entities and shit. I know some people describe stuff as like really dumb, and I don't think those things exist. But none of us know what's going on. Like, we're just in a reality trying to figure shit out.
If you all had like if you could just decide on the ontological truth, like if you could just make a religion and it would be true, what would you make?
Ground monkey on mudballism.
What is that?
That we're all just ground monkeys on a mudball.
But that wouldn't be like okay. All right, but that's like you could go like you could do better than that, right? Like I mean,
What do you mean?
like what it depends
What's
on how
better
you
than
view
a
it.
ground
Like,
monkey, dude?
like if you like it depends on your perspective, right? If you go like in the
Yeah, I'm a human
utilitarian way.
supremacist, and I happen to be a ground monkey. So when you say there's something better than a ground monkey, I get triggered because I'm a human supremacist. Seems to me that ground monkey is the most supreme form in all of reality right now.
A brown monkey.
No, a ground monkey.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What is it? Can you type it in the chat?
Ground. So I am a monkey of the ground variety. I'm not a tree monkey. I'm not an arboreal monkey. Like, my species hasn't been an arboreal monkey for fucking millions of years, dude. I guess, right? We've been walking on the ground for a really long time, millions of years. So we're ground monkeys, okay? And if you noticed, the ground that we're on is made out of mud. So we're ground monkeys on a mud ball. So I would say ground monkey on mudballism if I had to invent a religion.
And what do you worship, or like what do you do?
Well,
what do you
human
do with-
supremacy. So humanism or something like that, like promoting the human dog hybrid species, right? Not hybrid, but human dog synergistic speciesism. Because obviously dogs are an extension of humanity, so just kind of get wrapped up in there.
So you have all the infinite magic possibilities. Like you could like cure cancer with your religion.
That's stupid. What do you mean? You can
Like no,
make
like,
stupid
like what I
noises
said
and
is-
chant and sound like an idiot with my religion.
Cancer's incurable.
No, like I meant like I made a hypothetical scenario where you could invent a religion and it would become true.
Yeah, it would be true in Ground Monkey on Mudballism that you're a fucking ground monkey, and you can
that dude.
do all the things
but
that a
you
ground
could
monkey
invent-
can do.
But you could say cancer is magically cured if you
Well, no, you
chant
would use
whatever.
monkey
That's not
power
a religion.
in Ground Monkey Mudballism. You would use monkey power to cure cancer. It would
So
come
now
out
it's
of
not
monkey
just the
power.
ground monkey shit, right? Now
No,
it's the
ground
monkey
monkeys
stuff.
can cure cancer, bro.
Yeah,
So what is then? Like what
We
else? is there?
dude, we
that means you
cure
just gotta believe in
cancer,
it.
right? You get that? We
what is it?
actually can cure cancer, just not all of it.
Okay, but why stop at cancer?
I didn't. What do you mean? Let's go to the next thing. What do you want to What do you want to
let's
fix,
cure
bro?
Aging. Let's cure aging.
Yeah, I don't see why monkey sauce can't do that.
Okay, cure aging.
Yeah, I don't see what is monkey sauce incompatible with permanent no aging anymore. Just you like drink a monkey pill, like the monkeys make the pill, you eat the pill, and you just stop aging. I don't. What's wrong with that? You saying monkeys
You really
can't do
want
that?
us to stop aging.
Huh?
Like, isn't that part of being a ground monkey?
What, aging?
Nah, dude. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, we all have that capacity, yeah. But you could shit in your hand and smear it on the wall, right? That's within your ability. You're not doing that. Just because you could do it, don't mean you have to. We don't have to die, right? Like, well, we do. We have to die, but our future offsprings and shit, when they figure all this out and they know how to do it, they don't have to die. Why would they die? I mean, if they wanted to, I guess.
Like, do you know what it is to be human?
Well, us, whatever we are, that's how we define human. Just us.
Okay, but you don't really know. Like, they aren't just. That's not the end of the definition, right? You can
I
say
mean,
it's
it is because it's
definition.
going to change with time, right? But it's always going to mean us, right?
Yeah.
And
It'll
you're gonna
always
adopt
mean
a religion that's true for all time, and you want to assume that what you think is human right now should be.
Dude, if we evolve tentacles, then it'll be human to have tentacles. I'm just saying, whatever we are at now is us, and we define that as human.
Okay, if
Like,
we
what do they call people that were in the caveman age? They call them cavemen, right? Cave human.
Well, they were us. We called them human.
Yeah, they were us. They were quote unquote
genus Homo.
cavemen.
Yeah, they're
Whatever.
Homo.
Yeah.
Homo means us.
Homo sapien, whatever the fuck that black shit is.
It means
because
wise.
I thought a sapien was a fucking reptile, but
So, if you made your religion to be like everyone rapes each other, right, or everyone kills babies.
Yeah, but I'm not doing that, dude. Why
It
would I
doesn't
do
matter.
that? That's crazy.
If that's the norm at the time, that's the norm at the time.
Well, I'm
Let's say
in
a
the
million
inventor
years from
of.
now. Let's say a million years from now. It's just the fucking norm. It's the average norm
Nah.
of what the fuck happened. It just is what it is.
In a million years from now, dude, what's going to happen is your genes are going to be intelligent. You're going to have AI genes, right? And if you
We're
ever
screwed.
try to do like rape or something, your dick will just explode. It'll just fucking explode.
Dude, that'd be fucking hilarious, dude.
Yep. That's how I do it.
Imagine, dude, like
I'd make it biologically. You would get an innie. The closer your dick got to someone, it would just turn into an innie. It wouldn't work. You'd end up fucking yourself.
fucking there'd be like a thing where you turn into a hermaphrodite and your dick just like
No.
involves into
No, it
your
would be-
vagina,
it would
and
be
then
like the game
explodes
Portal.
Your intestines.
No, it would be like the game Portal, where like their vagina
my
or
God.
anus becomes protected with a portal, and it opens up into your own asshole.
Dude, fucking portal, blue portal, red portal. Fucking right, dude.
So yeah, you would
That's
just end up
amazing.
fucking yourself.
I fucking love that. Well, wouldn't that make people want to rape themselves even more?
I mean, they can, I guess. I'm not gonna stop them. If they have a portal to do that, they could do it to the wall if they wanted to.
Goddamn.
Do you have any other philosophy views other than Ignosticism?
Yeah, I mean, I use a lot of different shit.
I mean, all you gotta
Yeah.
do is ask a question.
What?
Ask the question. It's
Me?
amazing. Like Amazon fucking shipping, dude. This is fucking fantastic. I love this.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what?
I mean, I was asking Anti-Nerd United Strike Force.
Dude, my brain is just chock full of it, dude. You know, but I mean, you gotta ask a question if you want specific. I draw upon a lot of different things.
Well, do you think they're so unique that that there's like no name for them, like like skepticism, idealism, materialism?
Well,
I
that's
mean,
all opinion. So that's an opinion based.
I buy into things like methodological naturalism, and baked into that idea is skepticism. So
I could agree with that.
Methodological naturalism, yeah.
Science.
Naturalism, yeah.
Was that morals come from evolution? Was it that?
No, that's common sense.
I mean, yeah, I would agree that you would be able to use science to make a strong argument that evolution is responsible for all of our genes and their combinations and stuff like that, and we're currently a social animal of the moral variety. So,
I mean, yeah, that would just be then a form of materialism.
No.
well, naturalism, not necessarily material, but physical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So materialistic items you'd be looking at somebody that like worships money. You'd be materialistic. Worships a blankie that they got when they were a mega child, or you're more or less looking at that on the economical standpoint. Objectively,
Well, in that
it's
context, but
materialism.
no, there was an older version of physicalism. It was called materialism. But most people who would identify with that form of materialism now identify as physicalists, because they
Right.
think of like things like fields and stuff that aren't made of material, but they're fundamental, and so they're physical but non-material.
That's what I was thinking, because in a polymetric sense, it's looked at upon as a materialistic objectivism. Now it's a socialistic economical issue. You know what I mean? It's not naturalism anymore. Naturalism, in the way that I'm thinking personally, would be like, I mean, I'm more lean on the conservative side. So it's like, I work, my wife stays home. Objectivism, naturalism, natural way of working things, natural order.
Yeah, that's not naturalism in science, dude.
Oh.
Naturalism in science is just the assertion that all things are natural and can be understood in natural order.
Oh, so like elements.
Well, I mean, that would be a system or a model. all things in science can really, I guess you could say, boil down to physics, but they become so convoluted and complicating when you get to things like sociology that no one would say that sociology is physics, but
it is natural, though.
yeah, I mean, it's explained by the natural order of things that we're evolved primates. Of, we're social animals, so we have ways to navigate society by understanding and anticipating our behaviors, so that we can form systems of behavior and cooperate.
So it's kind of like an asymmetric system.
What do you mean asymmetric?
I mean asymmetric by like it all coincides.
Well, asymmetric refers to like imbalance, and the only imbalance that you would have is that every individual in like a society like ours contributes a little bit, but all of their little contribution amounts to a lot of benefit back. They get more back than you contribute in. Like if you think about like taxes, every year in your city you probably use $1 billion worth of infrastructure, but you only pay thousands in taxes or whatever you pay. So you have this small buy-in but a huge benefit, and that's why we cooperate. That is exactly why we have made it so efficient to cooperate that we could buy in a pittance and get billions in return. Think about it. If you had to pave and pay
I'm still trying
for
to
every
fucking-
road, right?
Holy shit. You're fucking blowing my mind right now, honestly.
Like if you had to pay for every single one of the roads that you used last year, it's like $1 million a mile for a road. That's just for roads. That's not all the electricity and everything else. So, but yeah, that's why we cooperate, and that's what makes us such a successful species, is our ability to cooperate, because we're social animals. It's built into us to learn how to cooperate. Obviously, there's tension, right? There's disagreement on how we should behave, right? Obviously, that's real, but that's just because there's so many of us. We all come from different backgrounds, and we have different ideas about the path forward or whatever.
I may be misinformed on this, but like, didn't there used to be like a bunch of human species, and they all were like a bit less and more egoistic and altruistic?
I
And
don't
then we
know
just
if you
came
can
out on
infer
top of it?
that last bit, but yeah, there were human species. They think we coexisted. Homo sapiens sapiens, Homo sapien, Neanderthal, and Denisovans likely would have coexisted. We don't really know a lot about that, but we know some stuff, and we know a lot more about Homo sapiens and Neanderthal relationships. I saw this really cool study that showed that, like, for 20,000 years, like 60,000 years ago or something, humans and Neanderthals were sharing this particular kind of seashell. So it was probably used in art and stuff like that, because it's not that crazy of a seashell. It would have just looked pretty or something.
But I guess like these other species, they must have been somehow inferior because they eventually disappeared.
Well, yeah, I
Or,
mean,
I'm
yeah,
assuming that they
yeah.
didn't just all mix with us, right?
I don't know
So I
so much
wonder-
about the Denisovans, but we definitely interbred with Neanderthal. White people are generally more likely to be hybrids than Africans. But yeah, we have Neanderthal DNA in Homo sapien DNA, so we could have made babies. We did make babies.
I wonder like if we hadn't been in, like we could have been better, right? We could have been less like, we could have had like fewer cognitive biases and shit. Like, what if there were like human societies like that, but they just weren't less optimized for the environment where they competed with us?
Well, we have mutations that allow us to do linguistics, vocalistics, and linguistics. They would have had some similar stuff, but the sheer vocalistics, the vocal range of a human is much broader than a Neanderthal. And then there's also specific brain structures in our brains that have evolved as specialized speech construction areas of the brain. So we're highly specialized in linguistics, and I don't know if there's any real studies that talk about the specific inner structures of a Neanderthal brain. I'd imagine that's hard to get. I don't know if like whole Neanderthal brains have ever been found and shit. So that kind of information I'd imagine is pretty sketchy. But speech, linguistics, writing is probably what took us ahead of them. That the amount of information that we could pass on probably is the big dividing line, because the more information you can pass on from the generations and accumulate that knowledge, the faster you'll outpace competitors that rely on like hands-on, right? They have to be hands-on taught. It's hard to specialize when you have that. You have to kind of be a jack of all trades and stuff, but who knows? I mean, that's what I think is the most likely answer, is that language separated the species. We're just the best at storing information through linguistics.
Well, then there would have still been within our species, I just want to look at like the amount of cooperation we have versus egoism. Then there still would have been this kind of competition between those ideas within our species. So there were more altruistic society, like under subspecies, I don't know how you call that, of us, and then less ones, and then eventually we came out on top, right? Like the mix of altruism and egoism we have today.
I don't really know if that has much to do with it. I don't know how much we could even, if that's a reasonable question to ask about, ancient anthropology. You know what I mean? You might be able to find something in anthropology. I don't know. I didn't study anthropology deep enough to be able to answer that question. Doesn't seem like that kind of question's viable.
Sure. Okay.
Because you got to remember, like, what we have about people from this time are just scraps. So it's really hard to build a picture of the day in the life of somebody from like 300,000 years ago.
You would still say that we assume things as axioms, right? Like certain things, right? Like me and you.
Well, I don't know if you would say assumption is warranted, but yeah, you can apply certain axioms. Things that that are true about Homo sapien behavior, you could probably infer that we were like that in the past.
No, I mean, I was already moving on to the next topic. As an agnosticist, or we still assume things, right? Like we still assume, for example, A equals A.
No, that's not an assumption.
It's not.
No, it's logic. Be an axiom.
Okay, but everything in logic traces, like everything traces back to an axiom, right?
No, I mean, if you're getting at Munchausen, or Agrippa's trilemma, or however you want to say it, we do have to make certain assertions, but those assertions should be reasonable, acceptable, minimum.
What does reasonable mean? What is your
part of your own experience, right? Like one of my foundational presuppositions is, I call it my second presupposition, which would be that you exist and you use your senses to experience reality.
Okay, that's an assumption.
I don't, huh?
But then that's an assumption that you.
Well, I'm offering it as a presupposition.
Okay.
So I said, if this is what I would consider a foundational presupposition in discourse, I wouldn't apply it, I wouldn't use it, but it would be why I would, in answer to someone if they asked, why am I an empiricist? One of the reasons that I'm an empiricist is a presupposition that I'm working under that you exist and you use your senses to experience reality. And all I'm asking you to do is not disagree with me. That's it. That's all I need you to do. Don't disagree with me.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very, very like a very intuitive assumption, and nobody really thinks of it as an assumption. But it is still
Well,
an
it's a
assumption.
presupposition. You see what I'm saying? I'm what I want you to do is just agree with it and hold it as true. Just do it. Just think it in your brain and then just grant it. That's a presupposition. That you don't need me to justify it. That for whatever reason, you're just accepting it.
But then that's what an axiom is, right?
Well, that's what a presupposition is. I'm offering it without justification. I'm hoping, I'm hinging that the justification will come from your side, that you will self-justify it. You'll look at that statement and you'll be like, yeah, it's true. You won't push back. You'll just agree with it because you see the merit of accepting it's true. That from your vantage, you exist and you're using your senses to experience reality. That's what you're doing. Because that's my first presupposition is that I exist and I use my senses to experience reality.
Okay, yeah. So that's what you do in an argument. But when you
No, I don't ever do this in an argument. None of this is negotiable. You either accept it or it's the end of the conversation. There's nothing else I can do at that point. If you can't grant my existence, I can't talk to you, right? You don't even grant that I exist. Like you would be displaying yourself as so unreasonable that you wouldn't be worth the time to invest because you're questioning my existence. That's why I say it's a presupposition I'm offering as a foundational presupposition. I can't go any lower, and if you ask me to, then the conversation dead ends right there. You're asking too much. You're an unreasonable person. You won't grant that you exist, and you won't grant that I exist. That's just not worth the investment.
My whole point is just that that we accuse Christians and shit of like it's just assuming things out of nowhere, like God.
But you understand the difference. This is a simple assumption. The justification is baked in. Your experience justified. That's a different kind of assumption. If you want to call it an assumption, it's a far different kind of assumption. And I can only tell you that not all assumptions are the same if you're going to call it an assumption.
It's simple, but simple on what foundation?
That you accept it. You already accept it. I don't need to offer any argument for that you exist and you're experiencing reality using your senses.
Yeah, that's why it's better than the other assumptions.
Okay, but I'm pushing back on their presupposition, and if I want to offer it presuppositionally, I have to offer it in a way that it makes you look like a moron if you don't accept it. Because if you could just simply reject it and ask me for evidence, then what's the point of it being offered presuppositionally? I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's why we're better than them on that topic. But it's just
we're not, because you're equivocating these assumptions is not something that I would do, and I wouldn't quibble over the fact that these assumptions are, if they are assumptions, are self-evident, and it's not self-evident that they assume God exists. You're making a wild fucking different statement here between the types of assumptions that we're talking about. Like I said, even if I grant to you that the presupposition is an assumption, I'm not just assuming it to be true. I have overwhelming data from my experience that I exist and I'm using my senses to experience reality. That is overwhelming evidence from my vantage.
You must assume things to use that.
There's no assumption. That's not an assumption. At most, it's an axiom. It's the cogito. I think, therefore I am. You're saying is an assumption?
So yeah, sure. I mean,
you're an idiot. You're an idiot. We're done. You're a moron. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to waste my time on a moron that thinks it's an assumption. Go fuck yourself. Go level up, man. You're an idiot. I don't know why you're even talking, dude. Like, are you just a troll? Is that what you are? You're a troll? Like, what are you doing? Fucking look it up, dude. Like, you're literally saying cogito's an assumption. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You are useless. You are philosophically an invalid, bro.
Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad. I'm just telling you you're philosophically an invalid and you're not worth the fucking time. You're a moron, dude. That's not me being angry, just saying, hey, that you're a sophist. That's what you are. You're a fucking sophist.
I mean, the amount of insults you just said.
Yeah, and I meant every insult to you as a descriptor. It's not just I'm not just bandying about words here. I meant every fucking word of what I said. It's a negative character evaluation and assessment of you. It's what I think of you. Someone that comes at me and wants me to assume, right? You want me to assume the cogito, that it's just an assumption. Shut up, knuckle dragger.
And I'm saying you should calm down because you're.
I'm perfectly calm. I don't need to be not calm to tell you that you're a moron and that you should shut up while you're ahead, dude. You're sounding dumb as shit right now. Fucking look it up. I don't know. Go to ChatGPT and say, hey, ChatGPT, is Descartes' cogito an assumption? And then you and ChatGPT have a great conversation. You do that. But you're not talking to someone that's doing that. You challenge my existence one more time, I'm just going to boot you, right? I'm going to be done with you. You will be deleted from my experience and you won't exist for me, right? I'm done with that shit. It's moronic. You're getting into sophistry. You're talking about solipsism, and I fuck your sophistry, dude. You want to say, oh, I'm getting triggered and angry? Whatever, dude. You're a sophist. Shut up.
I just asked Gemini, and it says yes.
Descartes then you and Gemini go have that conversation. Like I said, you two go have that conversation.
I mean, you just asked me to do it, and
yeah, and I said you two have that conversation. What part of that did you not understand?
I already did.
Yes, I said you two go have that conversation. You and Chat fucking GPT go have, or Gemini. You and an LLM go have that conversation. Fucking moron. All right, man.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Just waiting on you to prove it.
Oh, not even gonna. How are you? Not even like I'm a good. Not even like I'm good.
I don't really care about platitudes, man.
I don't know what a platypus is, but okay. Well,
Free
you know,
Epstein?
well,
Yes, yes.
okay, bro, you're like not on topic. But I was gonna say, you know, like personally, like I saw God in a dream, and that's like a witness testimony. So like, that's evidence for real.
Okay, well, it's really bad.
Hey, evidence is evidence, man. You didn't say it
Yeah,
had
but
to be
it's.
good.
I didn't say it wasn't evidence. I said it was bad evidence.
Hey, evidence is evidence.